This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Human Omega, Discovered on the Slave Planet, by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie. Chapter 1. Pykh. The pinkish creature is bare and shivering, with a backside both delicate and delectable. I feel bad for thinking that. In different circumstances, it would be all right to look at him like that, but he is suffering like us. A slave, and a new one. That is the worst time. I feel sorry for him, but I cannot change what I see. He is pretty. Look at him, I tell my cage mate, Seal. What is he? Seal puts his nose to the bars and sniffs. I do the same. We are not near the pretty thing, but there is a slight breeze from the cave's entrance. He's not one of us, he answers. But Omega, certainly. He lowers his eyes and shakes his head. This will not end well. A new word. What is Omega? He sighs. Ah, little Pykh, for once I envy you. Seal calls me Pykh, but that's not my real name. I don't have a name, as far as I know. Pykh just means a small one of us, which Seal had to teach me. I have always been a slave, but Seal comes from the settlements in the mountains, where the masters don't go. This makes him special to me. I've never had a cage mate from there. I want to know as much as him. It is worth noting that I'm not a small one. I'm taller and more muscled than Seal. The word is how he teases me for not knowing as much. I watch the Omega some more. The slavers are not paying attention to him, and he is tugging slightly towards the cave opening, testing his chains. When he looks at me, I make the hand signal for no. Even if he had the chance to escape, they have already collared him. He looks so delicate, I'm afraid he won't survive a punishment. No, I say as loud as I dare. He doesn't notice. I mime the symbols for friendly, sharing and passion, gesturing to my cage mate as well with my tail. The Omega sees, but his eyes keep scanning from one wall to the other without pause. You, I sign, indicating that he should speak to me. He looks toward the cave's entrance longingly, shifting his feet. He doesn't understand me, I tell Seal, and a master makes the warning click that means I should shut up. The one with the scuffed green shell is in charge of keeping us quiet. I'm already whispering, but I lower my voice to only a breath. Seal and I are used to communicating by the movements of our hands and lips. Maybe he understands you. I nudge Seal's ankle with my toe. Make some of your signs to him. Seal learned some different ones from the battalion where he was a warrior. Seal huffs and shakes his head. He's not one of us. Do you understand, little Pykh? He's something new. Being called little in that pitying tone always makes my crest rise. I knew more than him when he became my cage mate, and he was new. I showed him everything at first. I don't need him to teach me other things. I want him to. He seems to forget that. But I would not fight with Seal. Even if he bothers me sometimes, I let him be dominant. He's my longest-lasting cage mate, and I love him. You've been a slave all your life. Seal goes on. You've seen many different races and called them all the same word. Slave, like yourself. But they are not slaves, and neither are you. No one is slave, Pykh. You are Pykh, and he is something else. What? A sigh. I don't know. His complicated word means nothing to me. It's not my name. He's insisted several times, but it is me, and him, and others. You are Seal, and Pykh? I asked long ago. Yes, he said with a breath of relief after my many questions. So later I tested him on it, using Pykh instead of his usual name. He frowned and told me no. The thing he said was right is wrong. This is rock. This is shovel. You are Pykh. I understand now, but the concept is ridiculous. Whether I am slave or Pykh or Pykh, my body and my mind stays the same. What I'm called is meaningless. But Seal is usually smart. He's afraid, I say, turning from the bars to touch my friend's elbow. Make some of your signs at him. If he sees we're trying to communicate, he won't feel so alone. You can't help him, Pykh. The back of my throat is heavy. Seal's right. Slaves cannot help anyone, though we wish to. The collar on my neck prevents it. The master who watches us can always punish or kill us. Sometimes they will do so even before we act. It is every slave's wish to get rid of the collar. And when someone is new, it's best to just let them struggle with it. They will argue if you tell them the truth, so as long as their tampering doesn't interfere with work, we let them believe. Seal says you can tell when someone's hope has died. He's wrong. I hook my fingers under the metal band. The Omega shivers and huddles from the cold. I shouldn't think of how his little cock looks soft and cute, and I want to suck it sweetly into my mouth. But someday, when he is warm with me and safe for the moment, I sign friendly, passion, warm with me. The last sign is like hugging oneself. It means we will hold each other while we sleep. He stares at me at last, and I repeat the motion. He blinks and mimes the sign, but that could just as easily be because he's cold. I keep that to myself and nudge Seal with my foot. He knows that one. Stop that noise, shouts the master, throwing a stick at us. It sails through the bars and whacks me squarely on the chest. My tail flicks, and my crest rises. For once I don't drop my eyes. When I was young, I used to make a submissive whimper. Now I'm flushed and hot. My heart beats, and I feel stronger. The Omega saw me get hit with garbage. Seal comes up behind me, placing a hand on my shoulder. Easy, Pykh. He croons in my ear. Do not get him in trouble. Look, if the slavers figure out that he's stirring you up, they will punish him for it. He's right. So I force the lousy whimper and settle to my knees, a subservient position. The master hisses warningly at me and goes back to talking and eating. They're saying something about the place my Omega came from. A big, valuable place. They're pleased to have it now. I don't understand. I want to steal the food and give it to the Omega. I whine, since Seal is close enough to hear my voice, comforting me. He can eat it while you keep him warm, and I will get to suck on his pretty cock. Seal laughs, covering his mouth to mute the noise. This is an unusual sight for me. Quietly in my ear, he says, "You are love-struck." I tilt my head. What a confusing word. It is like beat, but refers to affection. Yet when I look at my Omega, I don't need to ask what it means. It's the pain I feel to see him shivering, when we would give our warmth and more so freely. Yes, I say sadly, my posture drooping. My claws drag on the metal collar. I would almost cut my own neck to get it off. Seal touches my back up and down, avoiding my spines. Let me hold you. Have pleasure with me. When he is happy, it's tempting. Those are the best times. But when I look at the Omega, I cannot. I push away his hand and keep my head lowered. That's not what I want. Oh, I know what you want. Him. Them. You want these bars to go away and that collar to disappear so you can get your hands on everything, to cherish or rend as you choose. He sighs over my ear, then kisses my head. It's called freedom. I would die to give that to you. That is also why I like Seal so much. He talks about freedom and killing the slavers. But I cannot. He continues. And they will kill the Omega, love. Or harm him. Either way, he is not in the cage. There is nothing you can do. It is our mantra, our religion. I taught it to Seal. Cage mates are to be treated kindly, always, no matter their temperament. Sometimes they're loved, sometimes they're tolerated. But you are always close to them and you protect each other as much as possible. You help each other survive. It's a bond. But you can do nothing for non-cage mates. It is impossible. So when we are separated, we tell ourselves the mantra to come to terms with our grief. I was born in a cage. I've listened to Seal and dreamed wistfully of being free. With longing, but not despair. I have never felt this. I will do anything. Chapter 2. Carter. I have never been so fucking mad in my life. I'm a strong space marine. Not a tough man, but a good soldier. I've only been trained in basic combat, but I can handle any weapon manufactured by the known alien races. I'm an engineer. Took me 4 years of studying to get a 6-year education. And these bug bastards have stripped me, put me in shackles and walked me around like a dog because they think it's funny. I'm their naked prize from the fuel station they seize near the solar system. When I get home, someday, maybe, I hope, I'm going to tell some seriously bullshit stories about fighting for my life and holding out to the last. The truth is, I was sleeping when the attack happened. Having worked for nearly 40 hours with no shut-eye, hopped up on adrenaline drugs to make it happen, I was a semi-functioning zombie the day before the attack. Most engineers get sent to the important places, with a lot of laser beams and shit that breaks. I'm a rookie, still serving out my sentence of hands-on training. Guess who got the job when the CO2 cleaners went kaput? You're the perfect size for it, they said. I got dust up my nose and in my eyes crawling into some narrow vents. Got it done, though. Nobody on the station died of CO2 as a result, and I slept through like 6 hours of alarm bells, and this is not a drill messages going off overhead. When I heard the last call for evacuation, I was blinking and rubbing sleep out of my eyes. The bug aliens aren't better than us, tech-wise. They just move fast and they're hard to kill. Roaches. They've got a whole army of soldiers who don't mind if a limb gets blown off. They just seal up the wound and wait to grow another one. And they're dirty little thieves. The collectors of the galaxy. The dumpster rats. And just about every intelligent race has a separate branch of military dedicated to containing them. And we humans call it pest control. That's all you can do. Control them, not kill them completely. Stop them from spreading is the eternal mission. And thanks to the war going on, we're not spending resources recovering people from their many zoos, mines, and brothels. I'm stuck here, unless I get stupid lucky. All because I fell asleep. All because I was fixing an out-of-date, bitch-ass CO2 cleaner by myself to prove a point. All because I aced my courses and people were calling me the Wonder Kid. All because I worked my ass off to impress the senior board, and one old crusty grandma decided to teach me some humility by declining my application to a high-paying, high-risk job on the war front, and she sent me out here to fucking space Timbuktu. Deep breath. Whew, fuck her. Fuck me. The trader holding my chains notices that I'm edging toward the exit and pulls me back. They haven't attached me to anything, so I thought a hard, unexpected tug might cause him to lose his grip. I'd be running into nowhere, bare ass on a cold jungle planet. But the bugs are well known for their non-discriminatory preferences of sex, meat, and anything else. Heck, they eat their own dead soldiers. They fuck each other. Can't state it any better than that. The one holding my chains clicks his mandibles and makes a whistle. He unfurls his straw-like tongue at me, which comes from behind a lot of feeler-like tentacles. I can't look at the mouth region anymore. He starts pulling me in. 4 insect hands grabbing over each other on the links as he makes clucking and whistling sounds like this should make the whole thing more appealing. Arm's reach is my limit. With my hands around my collar to protect my throat, I dig my heels in. My feet backpedal and kick up dust. Dropping to the ground when that doesn't work, my ass scrapes on the pebbles and dirt until I'm at grasshopper's legs. I'm gonna throw up. All I can think about is how their cock is a stinger-shaped thing that comes out from their bulbous butt. He pets my head with 2 of his prickly hands, sending unwanted jitters all over me, and his antenna feelers extend to touch my face. They're featherish, like a moth's, and I try to get away, but he holds my chains close with his other hands. Nobody knows much about the bug race. Their language, their concepts, and interpretations of the world aren't compatible with the translators we have implemented. Bug language has to be learned by rote, and even then there's only basic communication possible. They partially talk with smells, and his feelers are currently smelling me. They brush down my spine. With my hands and feet tied, I resort to the one defense I've still got. I bite. I hear a great whack, and my face hits the dirt. A bone inside my cheek aches. I move my jaw to make sure it's attached. My blurry vision clears up, and I see the ruckus I'm hearing but haven't made sense of. The caged aliens across the cave are getting mad on my behalf. One is spitting and snarling like a pissed-off lion, and the other tries to hold his buddy back. At first, they bring out the cattle prods, and his buddy takes a protective stance. The bugs don't seem to care which one they punish, sticking his buddy full of electricity and paralysis-inducing toxin. We use these on wild planets to contain and study alien species. He howls like hell, bringing me out of my daze. Hey, asshole! My chain holder is watching the scene, clicking in a way I'd call a pleased chuckle. I dive on him with all the weapons I've got, my chains, my fist, my teeth. I hook the shackles over his head and climb on his back, meaning to strangle him, but it doesn't have any effect. I don't think you can strangle a bug, damn exoskeleton. Punching him doesn't do jack shit either. One quick poke of the rod and I nearly bite off my tongue. My body goes slack. I might piss myself a little. I can't tell. And it doesn't matter. There seems to be an argument happening over me, and I fight with my mind to move. Lift my arms. Drag my body. 2 inches. It takes the strength of Hercules. My captor picks up the shackles and drags me like a sack of potatoes to the cage with the 2 aliens. You'd think he'd shove me in there, but no. He only opened the door a crack and the aliens reached to pull me inside, taking over. Quick at first, then gentle. He carries me into the corner and sets me by his friend. He smells kind of like new leather. He straightens my body so I'm stretched out on the ground. The toxins feel like a bunch of mice chewing through my tendons. Somebody settles down behind me, and I sigh. God, he's so warm. Chapter 3. Seal. There is little I wouldn't do for the young Pykh, whom I have named Ivrea, but not told him. Pykh is his nickname, an affectionate term most commonly used for children, but among the warriors it refers to a younger, less experienced lover. As warriors age, they become fewer, and it's normal for a warrior my age to have 2 or 3 younger lovers. I've had several over time, but Pykh is by far the most beautiful and special to me. He's the reason I chose to stay alive in this hellhole, and when I am separated from him, I will not last long. This Omega will damage him, and as I lay helpless waiting for the tremors of poison to wear off, I can see the tragedy coming, but I can't do anything to prevent it. I am not forgotten for this new beauty. My Pykh places us in our usual sleeping positions, his barbed back toward the vile invaders. I usually intervene when some slip-up has the invaders riled, and it is difficult to tell when or why. Sometimes they punish us for entertainment. But he insists on taking the dangerous edge when sleeping, where a shock rod is most likely to wake you up. I have challenged him to take the outside, but he is bigger than me, and hopelessly affectionate. The Omega is put between us, his soft, smaller body against mine, my Pykh snuggling to close any gap. This is to keep him warm. Omegas are terribly fragile, but their slenderness makes up for it, makes them beautiful. How did the beauty get here? Just him, and no others. They must have slaughtered his entire guard, family, and everything. Perhaps he is in danger of himself now, as I was when I met Pykh. He was sweetly annoying, a beam of light in my colourless world. And so many, many questions. I still smile about that. I'm sorry, cage mate, he says, putting his arm across to hold us both. The poor Omega is squished against my whole body, his little breaths against my chest. He is cold, though, so this is best. I cannot answer Pykh, of course, the paralyzing poison in my system. The rod jabs with a sharp metal point on the end when the invader pushes a certain button. I hope my gaze is gentle, and my features are kind. Pykh means a lot to me. I will spare him as often as I can while we are together and I'm alive. He'll be okay now, I think. Pykh checks over the Omega, adjusting his limbs, then setting a leg across us, over the Omega's thighs. He's so frail and cold. I don't think I can protect him well enough. The Omega slurs. It sounds like a baby animal, and I'm both heartbroken and angry. How can I be expected to manage this? Taking care of Pykh alone is so much trouble. But at least he has some happiness, having no idea of a free life. Now we'll both be depressed, and I fear the affliction will be worse for him. He snuffs through the Omega's hair, then nuzzles into his neck. The scent glands underneath his jaw mark the Omega as his. Let's not get into the extensive punishment, possibly death sentence he would get for marking an unconsenting Omega. He has no idea that the scent marks will affect him too, body and soul. He is already in love. I can tell. He fell quickly for me too. Pykh, I say with a sigh. The numbness has passed, but I am extremely sore. If I think about the fact that this will not be the last time I'm punished with poison, I will cry. There is no pain comparable, except for the eventuality that I will lose Pykh. He has a burn on his side. Be careful not to touch it. He shifts to look at it. I will put mud on it tomorrow. I told you that doesn't do anything. It probably makes it worse. It will be cool. It will help. I can just imagine our Omega's horror at being smeared with mud, and after suffering so many atrocities at the hands of the invaders, to have the only good warriors doing so. It will be a small injustice compared to everything else, but Omegas live a life decked in luxury. Servants for every chore, adored by their mates. He will not last long. Pykh gives me a look of horror, one hand going to shield the Omega's ear. You did not look like you would last long either. He points out, his tail flicking angrily by our feet, checking over the Omega again as if to make sure he's still breathing. I did not mean he would be dead tonight. I will save him from the rod, Pykh says. And when they take the Omega for their own purposes, whatever those may be, best case they want to eat him, Pykh will have to be subdued to death. Whether it comes in a few hours or a few months, he will not be a happy slave ever again. Ah, well, perhaps it is for the best, I say, touching a knuckle to the Omega's soft cheek. He cannot move yet because he is smaller. The poison will last a long time. He makes slurred noises like a chulak, which is a pet bird. I know these sounds are his communication, but I only think of him as squeaky and cute. Precious thing, I say, setting my chin atop his head. I will mark him more fully tomorrow. Pykh smiles widely. As big and muscled as he is, he would be an intimidating warrior, destined to end up in an Omega's court. I would be afraid of him, if he had the training and experience. Instead, here he is, subdued and naively foolish. Perhaps the Omega is fate's way of smiting him, once and for all. So, you like him too? I never said I didn't like him, Pykh. But you didn't want him to be cage mates with us. We cannot be cage mates together. Not all three of us, that doesn't last. The newcomer will always. We've been alone a long time. It could be different. They have not moved us in a while. It will not last. The Omega makes its talking sounds. I'll bet they're orders for us. Maybe a demand of who we are. Or an instruction of how we'd like to be held. His feet are getting cold. He pushes slightly on my chest as if seeking space to get comfortable. That grumbly noise again. He is cute, I say, and make comforting, shushing noises into his hair. I set a hand on Pyke's side and caress the ridges of his ribs. I'd like him a little fatter. But it doesn't matter how much I set aside. 1 meal a day for someone of his size isn't enough. The Omega is still talkative. A bit too loud for this place. I make a firm growl and nudge my mouth against his. Quiet. He goes very still and looks at me with wide eyes. Even after I settle back into place and do nothing. Of course you will be frightened of me. Of a warrior you don't understand. Who doesn't follow your orders. I wish it could be different, my Omega. At least our crossing limbs will keep him warm through the night. Chapter 4. Carter. How does a bad day get worse, you ask? Well, how about being squished between 2 huge naked dudes with their meaty cocks hanging out and everything? And then appreciating those meaty cocks because as bad as this situation is, the temperature just keeps getting colder. The stone floor doesn't get any softer or warmer. And at least those meaty cocks are hot as hell and feel like velvet against my groin and backside. The little things, you know? Scratch that. They're not little. The alien dudes are a good 7 feet tall. Broad and muscular. Well endowed, too. I don't pay attention to the weight of my groceries or anything, but I definitely feel like I'm sandwiched between a pair of $20 steaks here. I was in too much pain to fight them off after they dragged me into this position. And now I still don't. I'm glad the alien dudes didn't let me establish space between our bodies. If they weren't in the cage with me, I'd be dead by morning. The bugs don't care if I'm cold or not. Empathy is not something they have, if I'm remembering my studies right. So, warm cocks it is, and my head tucked underneath the chin of alien dude right. He's leathery, but it's that smooth leather, you know? Like the kind where you stretch out on the couch after a long day's work and all your muscles just relax. You're like floating liquid as you turn on the TV. Good memories. These aliens are mammals. I can tell because they have chest nipples. They're social, which is proved by their adoption and care of me, which also means they're empathetic. So that's good. I calm down about the naked thing because it's pretty apparent they're in the same boat as me. Whether they're intelligent or not, we're all in the same cage. As far as the bugs are concerned, we're livestock, basically. Nothing about our differences matter. But while we're on the subject, these guys have quills, like a porcupine. I thrash in my sleep, having a bad dream. I'm fighting for my life, but the hordes of bugs are closing in on me, climbing over each other to get to me. Their hard-shelled bodies crush against mine, and they've started to build over my head in a mound, like ants swarming. In the dream, I'm crawling through the wriggling bodies, buried alive. I start having difficulty breathing. I'm gonna suffocate if I don't get out. It's pretty easy to see where this all came from. My brain can't process the full memory at once, so it's making me relive the trauma in little pieces. PTSD Causes and Effects is a required course before you enlist. I wake up in pain, gasping, and hold my hand to my chest. It hurts, bad, and there's a ragged scratch there, like road rash from crashing my bike as a kid. The bugs keep themselves warm with heat lamps through the night, none of which are pointed over here, so I angle the wound into the light and rub my thumb against it. At once, a giant hand comes over my wrist. I pull back, but the monster, alien, doesn't notice. His strength far outmatches mine. He brings my hand to his face, sniffs and makes a gentle crooning sound. He puts the hurt part to his mouth. I wouldn't say he kisses it quite. Rather, his lips open against the skin and his tongue dabs against the burn. He keeps his lips sealed against it. He sucks the flesh lightly into his mouth. Belatedly, I realize he might take a bite. Who knows where aliens draw the line between people and food? This is one of the very first studies we make before engaging in first contact. You can tell a lot about a species by what's on their menu. No, I say, grabbing my elbow with my free hand to lend strength and pulling back. He doesn't notice at first, until my pulling leads to sitting up, cold air rushing my newly exposed skin. I want my hand back. The other alien wakes up too. They exchange sounds and growling. I know it's talking, but it just sounds like animal noises to me. A variance of rumbling with the occasional consonant here and there. Alien number 2, alien dude left, I guess, seems to chide the first one. I pick this up from the way he restores my hand to its rightful owner, nuzzling my head as an apology. Which I appreciate. Then he wraps his arms around my waist, which is too friendly, but oh well. As long as it's cold and he's warm, I won't complain. He continues to talk to the other guy as he rubs my arms and covers as much of my body as possible. When I squirm, he makes that crooning noise over my head. About those porcupine quills, they grow in a stripe like a mohawk, starting at the top of their head, clustered widely between their shoulders and tapering down the middle of their back. They grow amongst regular hair, too, long and dark, giving the aliens the appearance of having dreadlocks at first glance. That shit must be a bitch to comb. I've seen the barbs raise and lower. They're kind of like the feathers some parrots have on the tops of their heads. Right now the quills are flattened, draping down with their locks. The skin is slate gray, furry like suede in some places. Like their stomach, the tops of their arms, and such. Their hands and other places are like regular skin, but not as squishy and vulnerable as mine. Their skin also has thin, jagged black stripes, mostly on their backs, but a little around the sides of their face. For this, they seem a bit like tabby cats to me. Their eyes gray but bright. Their lips are full and pouty. These features make them seem kind. Big-ass alien dude number 2, I guess I'll call him Lefty, holds me in his lap like he would a child. Nibbler, as he shall now be called, hangs his head like he's ashamed. When he drags his eyes up to me, he looks like a dog who's been caught sifting through the trash. Now, appending human emotions to alien beings is extremely dangerous. That isn't even Alien 101. That's like the military training equivalent of learning your colors or something. Like, way basic, not even mentioned. Because if you're alive and breathing and 18 years old, you should have figured it out already. His fingers curl and knuckles touch my cheek. He does this action slowly, giving me plenty of time to reject it. I don't know why I don't. His action could mean anything. It could mean we're married now. God knows that happens all the time in first contact missions. A lot of aliens are seasonal, so they pick up on a human's fertility, and... Why am I thinking about this? With him right in front of me. I've got problems. Maybe it's because I'm like a kitten that's scooted too far from the others. They're big enough they can do whatever the hell they want to me. Yet I can't help feeling like he doesn't mean to hurt me. It was all my fault anyway, so I'm kind of confused. Nibbler seems to be taking a scolding for my bad dream. I just feel like he's kind. Bad space marine. I know. But it's just us here, and I'm in the cage the same as them. Barbs or tentacles, we've got a lot in common. He touches my cheek with the back of his hand, and I find myself touching his palm, giving it a pat and a little squeeze. There, no harm done. I just misread the situation is all. His lips turn up in the corners. It seems to be a smile. We might be alike in emotions and intelligence. Chapter 5. Pykh. Seal is angry with me. Omegas are not warriors, Pykh. How is he supposed to defend himself against you? If you will not listen, he is rare and valuable, and you must show reverence. I'm sorry, I say again. You noticed he was trying to pull away from you. Shamefully, I admit. Yes. And you did not let him. Do you think this encourages his affection for you? Do you even care how he feels? I almost bare my teeth and lift my crest, but suppress the instinct. I do not wish to scare the Omega. Seal, though his eyes are narrowed and he looks like he wants to tangle with me, speaks in soft tones to keep our third cage mate from getting frightened. Omegas are different, Pykh. They're sweeter, gentler, and you have to show deference because he cannot dominate you. Then why don't I dominate him? I ask, but not in a mean way. I'm genuinely curious. He keeps saying I must obey the Omega. For an unknown reason, I agree. It is curious. Seal bristles, his crest rising. He's trying to control it, but he must be too furious with me. I just don't understand, Seal, I explain. Why is he so weak if he's the dominant one? This relaxes him some. He rubs his chin on the Omega's head, scent marking him. This makes my tail lash. Twice, but that's all. It is good that Seal wants him because I don't think I can protect him by myself. Omegas produce little ones, Seal explains. They are especially fragile when they are with a pup. They cannot be dominated, ever. You will seriously harm them and damage or murder the child growing inside. I eye the Omega's smooth stomach. He has a pup. The thought is both terrifying and exciting. I've never seen a pup. The masters will probably take it right away. Pups have to be raised in a pen somewhere else, like I was. No, I suspect not. Seal gazes far off for a moment. I think he's imagining the same thing. He blinks and gives me his attention again. But you must be careful with him, regardless of whether he has a pup or not. Unhappy Omegas do not produce pups at all. It cannot be forced. They must be well cared for and pleased, or they simply die. My eyes widen. No. How can they be that fragile? They are very fragile, Seal says seriously. He was lucky to survive the rod today, and his journey here. This is why. He drifts and huffs in that way he does when he doesn't want to tell me something. Usually it's because I've asked too many questions. Why, what? I reach for the Omega with a slow hand. I do not want to frighten him, but I want him to know that I'm sorry. His expression does not seem to change as I get closer. Tell me, Seal, I am not too dumb. I've discovered that admitting my ignorance will cause Seal to pity me and cooperate most of the time. He answers, I wish you had not seen the Omega. It will not survive. He? I correct. The Omega takes my hand and does not seem afraid. I smile despite our conversation because the Omega lets me pet his cheek. Yes, he is lovely, isn't he? While I'm the bigger male, I often think of Seal as being stronger than me, especially when he protects me, which he shouldn't do. But there are times when he speaks or gazes far off with a sad face that I realise he's older, much older, and tired of surviving. He has this look now as he says, let's lie down again. He's very cold and we will all need sleep for tomorrow. I'm eager to have the delicate body in my arms again, so I agree and lower myself to the stone. Seal croons in the pretty one's ear, nudging him forward, and the Omega curls down on his own. A great satisfaction comes over me as his body nestles against mine. I think I understand why I should show reverence and deference, though by the way Seal said them, they should be the same thing. Submissiveness, slavery. How I must be for my masters, but only because they hurt me and I'm powerless. This is different, because I have all the power over the Omega. He could not dominate me. I will be submissive because I want him to be well and happy. And possibly, though this is confusing, I want him to make pups. Making pups means he's happy. The thought of Masters taking away his pups makes my crest rise and my muscles flex. Yet that is how it must be. Pups go to the pen, where they're often taken and eaten as food. But if they're lucky, they get big enough to be useful, and then they can be slaves. I want to growl. My crest is already half raised and my tail lashes. Yes, that is how it is. We cannot change it. But my pup going into a pen. Seal? He blinks, his eyes unfocused. I cannot be a slave anymore. I feel especially young. A true Pykh, unsure of what's going on. Crying when the masters are angry because I do not want them to beat me, and crying when they beat me because I do not understand that crying is not allowed. I'm afraid, I say, wishing the Omega did not hear it. I suppose he cannot understand me, but my tone is childlike. Shh. Seal takes my hand and holds it to the centre of his chest. Here is his heart, which he explained once is the source of love. I am with you, Pykh. Always. There is no need to be afraid. But I cannot do anything. I cannot be a slave, and I cannot be anything else. Shh, shh. You will scare him. You will make the masters wake up. That silences me instantly. Panic or pain, the master should never be disturbed from sleep. Even Pykh me knew that. What will I be? I say quieter. I will defy the masters. I will. The Omega makes a snort with his sleep breath. My fear eases. I still worry, but there is less panic. What can the masters do to me? Only the things I will not let them do to him. This is good, Pykh. Why? I will die. I point out, bewildered. Because you are not a slave. There is no such thing as slave. You are not meant for this. But I will die. He will die. You will die. He leans over the pretty Omega's head and gives my nose a lick. This always makes my face scrunch up, but he's assured me it is affectionate and normal. It tickles. The bond is on you now. That's what you feel. It can happen to anyone the Omega chooses, but it is quick when honest feelings are involved. Do you have the bond as well? Not for him. Not yet. It will be very soon, though. Hours, maybe, now that I've marked him. He reaches across and grabs my hip. He pulls us close, the Omega between our parts. Even in this moment, I enjoy his warm little cock pressed against mine. I feel the bond for you, Pykh. I always have. Oh. Yes, of course. That makes sense. He chuckles. You have always loved me, I explain. I'm glad you know it. And I have always loved you, I continue. But I do not need to protect you as much. You will not die from being sad. Not as long as I have you. He mumbles. You do not need me quite the same. This is... I do not have the words. Since the bond will be tested tomorrow. Tonight. You can call it rage. The word shakes something in me. I feel love, but I am also angry at the masters and what they will do. Yes, that seems right. Chapter 6. Seal. I've always arisen at dawn because of my training as a warrior. It is so ingrained that I sleep less in the summer season when the night is short. And in the winter, I wake up when the sky is barely tinted grey with the sun's slightest touch. Pykh wakes up several times throughout the night and early morning because he's been punished for sleeping during his life. Having a cage mate lessens his fears a bit. The awake one will watch out for the resting. But Pykh has had to develop a tolerance for sleeplessness. Good morning, cage mate, I say, using his word. As much as I try to teach him, his mannerisms often imprint themselves on me. Good morning. He nuzzles me, stroking a hand down my side. The early dawn is usually when we make love, quietly. Pykh does not mind if the masters are aware, and I give in once in a while during those times. I tried to distract him from the Omega yesterday with sex, but I much prefer it in the morning, when I can feel like we are alone. Pykh has confessed his reason for early sex, when I was too depressed for it. What if we die today, Seal? Wouldn't you wish for pleasure on your last day? So I have learned not to dwell in despair even if it is deserved. Pleasure comes each day for Pykh. He reaches for the base of my tail, his claws scraping. My groin is already hot, and my cock grows out of its sheath. It has learned our habits and rises easily each morning. But today I remove his hand, licking his nose with an apology. Not this morning, Pykh. The Omega still sleeps. Let's wake him up. An unexpected chortle bursts out of me. Wake up an Omega. What a thing. Oh, in another world I would let him, just to watch the fury of a little Omega swatting him good. Pykh is unintentionally hilarious sometimes, and he gets hurt when I laugh at him so obviously. So I quickly suppress the urge and explain with sincerity. No, Pykh, you do not wake up Omegas. They sleep as long as they like, whenever they like. It's their privilege. Pykh gawks, understandably confused. But the masters will hurt him. He must wake up. Shh. I lick my sweet Pyke's nose. He relies on us to wake him up when it's necessary. But when you disturb his comfort, it had better be necessary. Do you understand? Pyke's face falls. But I want him to have pleasure with us. Won't he want that too? Oh, maybe. But probably not. Why? Do you have pleasure with any cage mate you happen to be stuck with? Sometimes. My good mood is greatly lessened. It's unfair to be mad at Pykh. We did not scent each other on a breeze across the village and fall in love, like it is in the stories. I wish it was so, but our love is not lessened because it was forced. Well, the Omega will not be receptive, I say. What is receptive? Willing. Pykh pouts. You do not know? The Omega mumbles, stretching. His toes grasp at air, then seek the warmth where our feet stack together. He nudges and budges and turns between us, leaving Pykh and turning into me. I think he will wake up, so I purr and stroke his arm, like a mated male would do. A little comfort before he remembers he's doomed. His eyes do not open. He snuggles under my throat, his nose nuzzling my heart. He makes a sigh as he settles down, his face turned up towards me. And I am struck with emotion. I've been trying to ignore him since he came to us. Now my purr grows fierce and I cradle his head, so near my heart that it beats madly for them both. My tail lashes near our feet and doesn't quit. A look of concern comes over Pykh, who touches my hands as if to move them. He hasn't done anything. It's not him I'm mad at. Oh. I lick the Omega's nose, the side of his cheek, a bit of his hair. I have to move my body downward to get to his neck. Pykh makes a noise of want, watching with lidded eyes. He must be kept warm. Hold him against you, I instruct. He does, and this frees me to work lower on the Omega's delicious-smelling body. I do not mind that he's slightly covered in filth. Dirt doesn't bother me anymore, though my kind are usually fastidious. Pykh purrs also, rubbing the Omega where he might be cold. I work my way to his smooth, pale stomach. The scent here is heady, enough to engorge my cock fully. It is being kept waiting. Wake him up now, I tell Pykh. He will tell us if it is all right. and I hope it is so." Pykh gives him a shake and rumbles in his ear. The Omega's eyes open slowly. I lap continuously at his navel until he notices me. His eyes blink several times before growing wide. I wait, continuing the licking. Seeing his pretty face, my urge is to start making pretty words. An Omega quickly grows used to poetry from his mates. But with the language barrier between us, this shall have to do. There is no way to misconstrue what I want. "Before we may die, sweet one," I want so badly to say. "It could be your last chance. Will you share pleasure with us?" I'm disappointed but not surprised when the look of startlement and fear comes over his features. I do not give up, making loving little laps, uttering a croon like I would do to profess my undying love. But when he kicks me in the shoulder, I can assume he will not be wooed. It is what I expected. Pykh holds tight to keep him warm, I presume, not to restrain him. I cover the Omega's mouth before he can yell. "Shh," I say sternly into his ear. Hopefully he should understand that, at least. "Let him go, Pykh. He will be cold. I will be quick." Chapter 7. Carter. So, what do you do when the two aliens you were nakedly hugging for warmth start fucking each other? No, really, I'm asking you. What the fuck do you do? And it's cold, man, like I am hopping foot to foot, squeezing my ass cheeks together, hugging my sides. I have to piss, so I take care of that real quick, aiming the stream downhill at the bugs, but I'm almost shivering too much to hold my own dick, while the two alien dudes are fucking and grunting on the floor. I try not to watch at first. That's the polite thing to do, right? But, you know, they're aliens. They don't seem to give two shits about me, the bugs or the cage. I wonder if they're really intelligent or if they're more animal-like. Did I misjudge? Then I think about the look the smaller one was giving me while he licked my stomach. It was lust. He clearly understood I wasn't into it, and I think he told the other one to let me go. They made some grumbling noises anyway. Now they're doing it on the floor, and I kind of, well, can't not watch, you know? Although it's just out of the corner of my eye. For scientific research's sake, yeah? I'm stuck in here with them. I might as well know everything there is to know. Like how they fuck face to face. It makes sense, given the quills on their back. They do it slowly, though. The slightly smaller one is pitching, if you know what I mean. The big guy is catching, which is the opposite of how I would have guessed it went. Interesting. I definitely think they're intelligent. Just not shy. Lefty, the pitcher, cradles Nibbler's head. He doesn't seem to mind the flattened quills touching his arm, so his skin must be tough. While his hips are steadily driving his cock into his lover, he seems to be talking. Nibbler licks his neck. I assume this is a sign of affection. I'm about to stop looking. I am not a pervert. I like porn, okay, but I am not a pervert. Then I notice how their tails are twining round each other, the tips flicking together. It's cute. Their tails are slate gray with dark stripes all the way down, ending in a tuft like a lion's, but black. My teeth begin to chatter. Should I join in just to stay alive? Is this a fuck or die situation? How would I even get in there? The top guy stills. He keeps chattering at the one underneath, who makes a mule like a kitten. Then there's no movement. For a long time. At first, I think he's just emptying his load, but the seconds go on, and... well, I have a very slim view of where they join. I inspect for, scientific purposes. Survival purposes, let's say, since I might be in danger of freezing to death over here. There's no cum leaking out. They're just taking a break, I guess. My teeth are rattling. I make a pained sound each time I breathe. I'm gonna die because you two are fucking. They look at me. It's impossible to gauge expressions from new alien creatures. I know that, okay? You don't have to explain to me that water is wet. But I'd say Pitcher looks concerned. He reaches for me like an invitation, but his expression is stern. I would say his grumbling is commanding. Then curt and forceful when I do nothing at first. Nibbler reaches for me too and makes a plaintive sound. The physical needs of my body compel me more than my logical mind can. I don't mean it in a sexy way. I hope Pitcher doesn't want to cram that alien meat in me next. I sorta trust him not to. They did let me go. I remind myself as I kneel nearby, not sure what to do. Their strong hands outmatch my awkwardness and worry. Pitcher pulls my leg across the bottom guy's stomach, who drags me onto his chest so that we face each other. They make some grunts and winces as I settle in. Pitcher guy never pulls out. They're stuck together. It's a common alien sex thing, among animals and evolved people both. Eggs, pouches, jelly, you name it. Humans are what's called an indiscriminate race, a species that likes sex with any kind of creature so long as it feels good. Alternative mating practices is a fun elective. They're technically still having sex. I'm facing Nibbler, our stomachs together, my legs parted over his waist. The head of his cock is nestled against my ass, though I'm scooted upwards as much as I can to avoid involvement down there. Their bodies are hot against my frozen skin. It feels so good, in a totally non-sexual way. And maybe that way too. I don't know. Pitcher strokes what he can reach of my frozen legs, moving them alongside Nibbler's thighs. There's a lot of exposed areas, but the important part, my core, is kept between them, and I mumble my thanks. I think they understand. Their hands are all over me. They graze my head with their chins, something they've done before, and I think it's a friendly thing. And they purr. I hadn't noticed that earlier, when they woke me up. Stuck between two vibrating chests is better than I care to admit. But I'm doing this for survival purposes. Cap, bold, and italicize that. It just happens to come with a strange, tingly benefit. Nibbler is subtly getting away with some personal pleasure. His cock is slightly slipping up and down the crack of my ass, poking Pitcher's stomach. Pitcher takes a hand off my knee and plays with Nibbler's cock. His arm and wrist rests atop my ass. He starts the low, talky grumbling thing again. I'm pretty sure he's not saying, "We should keep this fragile ape thing alive with our body warmth," or, "Hey, what's the strategy for getting out of here?" Nope. I think they're talking about how good they feel. Maybe how good I feel. Jitters traverse my insides as Pitcher licks my neck. God, you guys, I don't want to fuck, I say pleadingly. I'm just fucking cold, okay? More chin rubbing on my head and shoulders. Then Pitcher squishes me to rub his chin on Nibbler, who makes a shuddering gasp and licks Pitcher's nose. This is some kinky fucking shit you guys are into. Then they're making these crooning sounds, low and deep into my ears, licking me, nudging me, nibbling the skin of my shoulder. You can guess which one did that. It's pretty clear they're swingers. I curl in and keep to myself. What else can I do? They get distracted with each other again, bumping against me, tongues and faces nudging me as they get affectionate with each other. And I can't help wondering what it's like to have cock in you while both of you are purring so strongly. I bet it feels amazing. Dildo for him, vibrating, tight heat for the other. Hell, no wonder they don't give a shit if I'm here or not. Nibbler makes a longing sound as there's a fleshy noise below us. Wet and sticky. I glance back there, but I already know. I can feel it, kind of. Nibbler's muscles tighten and relax. Pitcher pulls out of him finally. God, I bet it's wet down there. With balls like that? That huge cock emptying into him? I hate that my brain is going to these places, but it's all about survival purposes. See, I'll die if I'm not a passive part of this. Then Pitcher starts moving down and away from me, reminding me how fucking cold it is without his warm body against my back. I shiver and huddle into Nibbler, who strokes my back and makes assuring noises. Since I'm looking back at Pitcher with a question in my gaze, wondering what he's doing and making sure he doesn't want to come in my ass next, I see his head lower over Nibbler's bright pink cock. Yes, pink. Like baby pink, not red, not dark, which is what I would have guessed. Nope, they are pink like dildos and bubble gum. Their sheath is slate gray like the rest of them, and extra fuzzy suede. Hey, I spent the whole night sandwiched by these two. I know this stuff. Their whole groin area is like the most perfect fleece glove. A glove for his baby pink meat, which is huge and hard. Pitcher takes it into his throat like he's done this many times before. All the way down. Nibbler starts breathing heavily. He's still rubbing my cold limbs. I snuggle fully into his side, lying on top of him, unwilling to give up the heat. We both watch Pitcher, who occasionally glances up but never stops. I'm a part of this, whether I like it or not. I'm involved in their sexual experience, and off toward the mouth of the cave, hogging the fucking heat lamps that don't help us back here, the bugs lay on their back like they're dead. If only. Nibbler makes a moan with each breath now. The base of his cock is swelling with two globes, known as a knot. He holds me tight when he comes. It floods Pitcher's mouth and spills out the seal of his lips. I see his throat bob twice, trying to swallow it all. He even tries to take the knot in his mouth, stretching his lips around it. For weird alien porn, this is a 10. And my cock is, well, not hard, but interested. It's getting there. I've got a big softy. I wonder if I'm next as Pitcher wipes his mouth and settles back over me. I wonder if I would mind. But luckily he doesn't do anything. And we turn on our sides to do regular non-fucking cuddling. Now that they're done. Chapter 8. Pykh. Today is not a good day. They have us picking the Iblis fruit, which grows in prickly clusters at the top of the tree. Insects bother us to get to the blossoms. We have to reach into the petals to disconnect the fruit from its base. To make matters worse, the flowers secrete an oil that makes our hands swell and hurt. The muscles tight, our fingers not liking to bend. We usually cover our hands in dirt first, which helps, but it must be done frequently. Today we can't afford the time. The masters don't care who they punish, and the Omega sits at the base of the tree in easy reach. Pykh, take this. Seal says while we are in the tree. He has a small rock. What for? If it is a gift, I don't think it's very pretty. To sharpen. Watch how I do it. He slides the rough edge along his thumb talon. Follow the curve of your claw. At the point, be very careful. You don't want your claw to break. Where it rounds, you can make a flat edge on each side. See? Make it very sharp and smooth it out to the base. This will let you cut easier. My heart is heavy. With little hope, I ask, this will make it easier to cut down the Iblis fruit. No, he growls. This is to defend your Omega, you large ass. I look down. The Omega sits with his arms around his knees, being so small. There is a master near the crate we bring the fruit to, and he's the closest one. But there's another behind the Omega 3 trees away, and I've watched him as well. An unknown number are farther off, and when they get within sniffing distance, I'm watching them. I am defending him. The only way I know how, I say, reaching again into the fruit. I ignore the flying insect that rushes at my face, annoyed that the blossoms are disturbed. His bite will pester me, but he can't really do anything. Seal says, working faster won't stop them from hurting him. Look at the cuts. We have the same quota as yesterday, even though there are 3 slaves. They don't care if he works or not. Quota is a new word. It seems to mean number. I'm too irritated to ask. Seal waits, and I say nothing. Pykh, don't you wonder why that is? My crest rises a good amount. It will not matter. I tap my collar to remind him. We will only kill one. Each, maybe. Then, pfft. I do my best imitation of the kill sound. The fight starts here. Seal picks up my hand and brings it to my head. If you think you are defeated, you've already lost. To win, you must expect to win. You must prepare for it. We must work harder. We've spent too much time talking. Pykh. He catches my arm before I can move away. I cleared this cluster by myself. You will prepare. You will win. Do you understand what happens to the Omega if you do not? He is right, of course. I just cannot face it. After this morning, a dutiful death is unbearable. I want more time with them both. Why don't we just attack now, then? I say, while they're not expecting it. We will be dead, but at least we get to skip all this work. No. Prepare. Kill as much as you can, even if it's only for one. I am glad they have us picking Iblis again. Our claws are coated in poison. They eat it, I point out. They roll it around in their spit first, washing off the secretion. That's why they're so slobbery when they eat Iblis. I lower my eyes, my cheeks hot and my chest heaving for a new breath. I do not mind not knowing the things that are great and beyond me, but when he points out something I should already know, it's humiliating. I only want to be as smart as him. Of course. Prepare, Pykh. The yield will not matter. You could do the work of 4 slaves and they would not keep him if it wasn't already in their plan. And look, he cannot climb trees. He isn't strong. They haven't brought him to work. I did notice. I pretend to be extra focused on my task. What can I say that will beat him? Seal is right. It's foolish to be collecting these fruits like it is just another day. The thought of my Omega gutted for his flesh reminds me that life cannot continue with the masters. Death is preferable, even if I am afraid of it. But to know this is different than to act on it. I don't want to die. I don't want the Omega to die. And I really don't want to make that happen today when I'm so looking forward to pampering him tonight. yet I can't think of anything to say. So I hold out my hand for the stone. Seal nods, satisfied, and shows me how to move it along my claw. Use a light pressure. You achieve the edge through repetition, not force. Get a rough shape first, then patiently file the edge. This will not stop the collar, I say. He touches my arm with his own sharpened talons. He means this to be a comforting touch, but I can only feel his intention to have us all die. Expect to win, Pykh. That is more important than weapons. Win the battle in spirit first. You will encourage fate to take that path. I envision us being alive tonight. Then to morning the next day. Chapter 9. Carter. I am not chained. I am not tethered or caged. How, you ask? How does a human, a space marine no less, sit here unrestrained, captured like a dumb beast? Well, it's not really the restraints keeping me here. I did not see much when the space shuttle dropped me off and I was hauled in. Now that it's daytime, I can see that I never got anywhere close to escaping. Never had a hope. The bugs are everywhere, as far as I can see through the trees. They pretty much leave me alone, though the one I call the trainer, who has a cattle prod in his belt, always keeps us in sight. Otherwise they mull about the forest, tending these cocoon things I suspect are their children. Sounds sweet, doesn't it? Well, there's this, let's say, queen bug, because it has transparent wings on its back that fold like a cape and a red ridge on its head like a crown. There's a few of them out here that I've seen, always accompanied by 5 or so smaller plain bugs. And from what I can tell, the queen's job is to go around and shit on the eggs. She backs up over them, the lower part of her body big and bulbous, and secretes this purple pasty stuff all over each egg. The eggs vary in size. Different types, maybe? As if that wasn't bad enough, I watch at a distance as a queen snaps off the arm of one of her followers and eats it. His arm. After getting patched up by a friend, the little guy scampers to rejoin the woman that consumed his limb. Okay, I'm not sure that the bugs actually have genders, but whatever, they're vicious. These monsters are everywhere, moving around me, and though they choose to stand up most of the time, they can drop and scurry like a cockroach. And I assume the wings are to fly. So I'm not getting out of here, even though technically all it would take is one lucky sprint. While I'm wondering if I could sneak away, moving, say, 2 feet every several minutes, the trainer I thought wasn't paying attention suddenly gives me a very focused look. They do not have facial expressions, and he doesn't need them. His antennas swivel my way and his mandibles click. I imagine he says, "Fucking don't." I suspect I won't like what that device does that's hanging around his neck like a pendant. It has several buttons and a tiny round glass dome in the center, like a camera. I touch my collar and he inclines his head. It's a remote. So that leaves me with a weird combination of bored and terrified, huddled naked on the ground. Queens pooping on cocoons throughout the forest, and a growing thirst starving me out. I've been tugging on the grass at my feet, living in memories of home. A mere shift of my position will draw the trainer's attention. He's just waiting to shock me, I think. I take a single grass blade and contemplate putting it in my mouth. Don't eat the alien fauna. Don't touch the alien fauna. Come to think of it, none of my military experience has prepared me for my problems thus far. The grass here is big, the blades half as wide as my hand, growing up to about my knees. Their edges are sharp and pointy. I'll probably give myself a paper cut today. This doesn't seem like a plant that wants to be grazed on. First, I set it on my tongue, then wait a while. I have no allergic reaction, as far as I can tell. So then I chew a piece and spit it out. It tastes like ass, but that's not why. I wait again to see if I'll keel over and die or something. While I wait, I think on how this doesn't mean it's edible, if nothing happens. And though I've had the best inoculations in the known galaxy, I could be about to contract space worms or something. And there's the fact that aliens have probably stomped or pissed on this grass. The queens let their big butts touch the ground, so this grass could have been booty-dragged. Whatever junk she's secreting out of there to make babies grow could be about to go in my system. Is it semen? Do I have the genders wrong? Probably. I'm wishing I hadn't put this thing in my mouth in the first place, but my lips are dry and a source of water doesn't seem to be available anywhere. Vegetation should have some moisture in it, hopefully enough to stay alive. I put it in my mouth and chew. My taste buds are disappointed with my life's choices. I had to be a fucking engineer. My death's compensation should be pretty good, at least. It's not getting rich money, but it means my mom and dad will have their debts covered. And they've got grandkids by my older brother. So it's not great losing me, but it won't be the end of their world either. I'm chewing like a fucking cow, feeding myself another leaf when heavy footsteps make me turn my head. It's Pitcher, and his expression makes me jump. Bared teeth, narrowed eyes, and his porcupine mohawk is standing up. He reaches for my face with two sharp-clawed hands, and I scoot back with my feet. Not far enough, fast enough. He catches me and yanks the grass out of my hand. Then he pulls my head back and shoves his fingers inside my mouth before I know what's up. He lets me go as I'm gagging and spitting. He tastes like dirt and something else. I want to call it leather, but I swear I've never chewed a wallet before. Poisonous, I got it. Thanks, I say, wiping my mouth. But I've been without water since yesterday, long ago yesterday. It's probably been more than 24 hours now that I think about it. There's a blurry gap in my memory from when I got captured to when I ended up here, and I don't care to focus on it too much. Pitcher looks around, sternly. I don't know why. When he pulls me to him again, his movements are slow, his grip soft. He brings my head to his chest, stroking my hair, touching my shoulders. I guess this is sorry. I give him a pat on his back, the side part where his quills won't gouge me. I can assume from this morning and now that these guys won't mind any kind of physical contact. It might be a part of their communication. No, I mean it, big guy. Thank you. Don't eat that stuff. I got the message. You can go a long ways on gestures and sounds for communication as long as you have a few key cultural features in common with aliens. When we pull back, though, he still doesn't look happy. He closes his eyes and rests his forehead to mine. I have no idea what we're doing. Grieving for me, perhaps? Like I'm already dead? The trainer makes some sharp whistles, clicks and brandishes the cattle prod. Pitcher makes a growling noise, his eyes opening. When he glares at the trainer, I think I'm about to see another showdown, ending with Pitcher twitching and losing. I'm sorry to say that I get my hands off him and scoot away as fast as possible so the electric current won't get me too. That shit hurts. But nothing happens. Pitcher pivots and hurries back to work. He can leap quite a ways into the tree, which is scarred by claw marks from them climbing. All the trees around here have those marks. The trainer watches him go. He chirps and buzzes. It sounds like a curse word to me. One hand of 6 touches the remote and he aims it upward. He seems to be considering shocking Pitcher while he's up there, and I hope to God that Pitcher doesn't break his neck when he drops. Then the beady-eyed bug shifts his gaze to me. I've only been sitting here, but he turns the prod blunt end out and strides forward. The target is changed, I see. I raise my arms over my head. Chapter 10. Seal. I hear a heart-wrenching cry as the invader, the filth, strikes our Omega with the rod. Pykh hears it too, but instead of jumping down to charge at the filth and cut his throat, he tries to silence me instead. The branches shake as we tussle. "Shh, Seal, you are getting him in more trouble." "How can there be more trouble? Now, Pykh, it must be now. Kill as many as you can." "No." My growl breaks off from sheer surprise. "What do you mean, no?" His tail droops and his lips pull in a deep frown. "I don't want to die today." "Foolish puppy! Scat!" He can't know how damning any of these phrases are. I have to explain myself. "You are an overgrown man-child. You would let your Omega be beaten so you can live another day. You are a coward. You sicken me. Seal, hush! Hush!" I slam my newly sharpened claws into a fruit that spurts and comes off the branch as I shake myself free. I nearly brought them into his face. I wanted to. But as furious as I am, my mind boiling between my ears, that want was only a weak notion. Pykh didn't even flinch as my claws went by his nose. He looked so sad. "What will the Omega do when we are dead? Have you thought about that?" Ah, so he's not as foolish as I thought. Now I am the one with shame, and I can't meet his eyes. My rage towards him falters. My rage for the invader filth, however, is constant. Even when I'm sleeping, in my dreams. But for now, at least, the beating has stopped. 4 hard hits. I counted from here as Pykh was tussling with me. "I did not think about that," I say. "Liar." I've gotten used to calling Ivrea Pykh too much, and interpreting his curiosity as childlike ignorance. He reminds me that he has cunning sometimes. Like now. "You were going to do it," he says, correctly. "That's why you've been telling me to have a vision, readying me to kill them. You want me so focused on it that I do not realize when you go for him, that you kill him, and then yourself. Do you have another way?" I ask, meeting his eyes at last, mine hot with tears. As a warrior I have cried, but it is not often. "Do you want him to shimmy up here and pick the fruit? You want your Omega to serve these filth like a common servant? Like yourself?" I bare my teeth with the insult, though I am crying for him as well. "I don't know." My Pykh sounds so lost. "I want to live another day, though. I want another morning with him, and maybe tonight." Unbelievable. You would prolong his suffering to stuff him with your dick. I purposefully use crude words so Pykh will hear how disgusting this is. Though I understand. I did not want to die today either. "No, maybe, I don't know." He wipes a tear of frustration from his own cheek. "I want to be happy with him again. I don't want this morning to be the last time." Well, tonight he will be happy and bruised. I resume the picking. He's down there, our precious Omega, eating dirt. He's hungry and miserable, and we're the ones supposed to be watching over him. And killing him would be so much better, Pykh says, staring at me blamefully. It would be, Pykh. What can we do to protect him when he gets moved to a new cage? You're going to wish we'd done better when that happens. We work in silence for a while. This is not our first disagreement, though I haven't been this mad with him since he foiled my first suicide attempt. I will always forgive. Even this. But I'll be mad well into the night, and I have to devise a way to get Pykh on my side before the Omega is lost to fate. The invaders don't just keep slaves for picking fruit and sweeping dung. When the brood hatches, the new filth will consume live animals for their first meal. Pykh and I have watched it. We've heard the screams of animals and slaves both in the past. This must be why they've kept the Omega. He's too small for work. You must see this. You're just helpless and foolish with love. Later, my shoulder bag filling with e-bliss, I mutter, the sooner the better. The longer we keep him, the more we risk it being too late. He makes a huffy sigh. Have you considered what you will do when it's done? Having killed him and watched me die? You may be zzzt, or you may not. They may put you in the cage again and keep you. Have you considered that? I wouldn't let myself stay alive for long. The pain of losing you two wouldn't let me eat. Exactly. Pyke's tail swishes. He reaches far to rap my head with his knuckle. Foolish, puppy, scat. While you have prevented our pain, you've inflicted long, unending suffering on yourself. Not unending. It will seem that way. A day without us will be a year. When did Pykh grow up? When did he start to seem so wise? He's been learning from myself, I suppose. Look, I've already taught him a few new insults. One more day, Seal, Pykh says. Let us think on it. Let us see if there is a better way. Please? Puppy, I growl. Nothing will change from this day to the next. Nothing ever does. Chapter 11. Pykh. Seal is driven off to cut the carcasses for the evening, and I'm left alone to make up the quota for gathering. I cannot afford beseeching glances at my Omega. I flinch inside whenever the term my Omega touches my inner ear. It does not seem like I'm doing a good job. Emptying my thoughts, it's easier to focus on the physical task. My hands, tough with labour, are split anew. The sap poison works harshly because I stop covering my hands with dirt. Tonight they will swell and be mostly useless, but I cannot live with myself if the Omega is punished again because I'm slow. Up the tree, cut the fruit, bring them to the crate. 3 must be filled, and Seal left before the second one was finished. Usually he works fast, so I'll just have the one when I'm by myself. There were too many distractions. Now I pant and wish for a break. But as I said, the Omega must be protected. This is how I do it. Then, finally, when the work is done, the fruit just touching the line that means it will be acceptable, I get to take the carts to the field for unloading. This is the best part of the day, no matter how long and miserable. I make the effort to smile as I go back for the Omega. and I see him sitting with his head down, a large red mark on one of his arms. I stop, shocked. Beating does not look like that when it happens to me. My skin doesn't darken or turn red, not even a little. Getting hit is the good punishment, and while I was not happy that the Omega was hurt, I reasoned that at least he wasn't screaming. While I was working, he had gone to the shaded part of a tree, and I did not look at him closely. The crates are in the other direction, and I had to work quickly. A terrible collapsing feeling happens within me, as if I drank a bowl of Iblis oil for my own punishment. Seal was right. I have been foolish. I really am a stupid Pykh. A puppy. No wonder he was mad at me. I hunker down by the Omega and make the signs for sorry, hurting, angry. The sounds of my fists hitting each other brings his head up. His eyes are wet and puffy. He looks miserable. It is pointless to talk to him, so I make a sad face and brush my hand over his back. He shirks from my touch. Angry takes over. It burns in my heart like a fire. I touch where he isn't hurt and tug on his arm so he will stand. I want to see the rest of him. He makes sounds of surprise. Perhaps he doesn't want to show me how weak he is, but it doesn't matter. I see. His rump has flecks of dirt sticking to it from his sitting, as is expected. There's a large red gorge cut diagonally across one cheek and part of his thigh. Any one of these marks makes me furious. The smaller one on his arm, the long one on his shoulder and side, the other on his flank. But this one on his rump. Oh, the fire feeling consumes me. I thumb the bottom swell of the hurt cheek, far from the mark. It's pale and plush, round and sweet. Seal does not need to lecture me on how I am wrong to expect this Omega to live under slave conditions. Yesterday his body was perfect, beautiful all for me. Now the masters have beat it, left their marks on the skin that was mine. His. No, mine. I cannot explain what this is and why it is different. It hurts me when Seal is hurt, but not like this. I have been helpless to spare another, and this is different. Before it's always been the masters who are at fault, the masters who do the beating. But I feel like my hand did this, and I want to turn the rod on myself. What feeling is this? I will ask Seal later, and I'll tell him he was right. I will beg for his forgiveness. The Omega squeaks, asking me something in a high, uncertain tone. His fearfulness is my fault. I place a kiss to the unhurt portion of his rump as an apology and let him go. I know that I am unworthy, so I'm not surprised when he scrambles to put distance between us and fixes me with a shocked, accusing stare. I am sorry, Omega. I will do better next time. What else can I say? My words mean nothing to him, so time will show him my actions. I get up from my knees. Come with me. There is water and food. I make signs for both. He cannot understand them, but he will have to learn. Even if my teaching is futile, since he may die soon, I will act as if it isn't so. Sometimes we slaves are doomed tomorrow, but we cannot do anything different. Seal's words. He is not a slave. I struck him with the rod. I must ask Seal what this feeling is. The Omega still stares at me with wide eyes, so I mimic drinking from a hose with my hands. We go. Water. Then I offer to take him there, my palm up. If anything, he looks more worried than before. But slowly he stands and takes my hand. These angry flames wish to leap outside of me and spread, so I keep my head down, not looking at the masters as we pass. Unfortunately, I have to let him go to take hold of the first crate. Each has a long handle on the front, and wheels come out underneath when I grab it. I don't have to pull much. The wheels move themselves, I only steer. I've asked Seal repeatedly to explain how this works, but he only grew agitated and said it's magic. Perhaps it is something so simple he didn't want to explain. I expect the Omega to stand by the 2 remaining carts, which I'm trying to indicate with my hands. But instead my Omega stands up, sees me begin to roll away, and follows my actions to take the second cart on his own. I then let go, the magic wheels sinking as I set the handle up. Again, I try to indicate that he should let the handle go and wait for me. Besides the fact that Seal may use his newly sharpened claws on me for making the Omega work, I do not wish to see him perform any labour. Even this, which is no labour at all, besides leading. I'm sure my Omega understands. I take his hands and guide him, but he does not sit down all the way and looks at me confused. When I go back for my cart, watching him from the corner of my eye, he bites his lip and looks around. Uncertain. Again he takes the handle of the second cart and seems to watch me closely for if I will correct him. Unfortunately, the master who watches us work takes an interest in us, his antenna quivering. Since it's near dinner time, he will be more prone to agitation than usual. Like I said, they do not particularly care which one of us they punish. It will always be the one within reach, even if the one needing the punishment is far out in the field. I cannot leave my Omega here being useless now. With a heavy heart and a burdened sigh, I take my cart and show him the way. The red-topped shes do not sleep in the caves like everyone else. A cage mate I had when I was a child taught me what to call them, which I taught to Seal. They are the masters of the masters. They have nothing to do with slaves. So if they ask you to follow, you will be dead soon. We travel a ways to a large egg-shaped building, where the red-topped shes stay. I've never been inside, and I don't want to. While everyone else will eat here around the warm lamps attached to the trees or set up on poles, the red-topped shes will travel into a pond somewhere else and have their food delivered. Sometimes they will select a master to join them, and he will always be trembling, scared. The pieces of previous masters are scattered around this pond. I've come close enough to pick up a piece and examine it curiously, but I was scolded for it. The master I was with did not get as close as me, but waited until I returned to him to punish me. We swerve away from that place to a clearing. In the centre there is a pad, where Seal has cut and hung their meals. The platform is stained dirty red, but there are not many insects flying around there now. Though it creates extra work, Seal has insisted that we spray the pad with the hose and clean the hooks every day. The hose's start end leaks, and there is a small stream nearby. When the Omega sees it, he abandons his crate and runs for the water. Seal watches him go in astonishment. Then his eyes fix on me. Chapter 12. Carter. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. You never know the value of something so common as water until you're so deprived of it you'd pay good money for a sip. Perhaps I understand it better than most since I've been taught the importance of a clean, functional oxygen recycling system, but I haven't learned real appreciation until now. I'm so fucking happy to have it. I can't scoop it into my mouth fast enough. I get on all fours and bend my elbows to sip refreshment right out of the stream like an animal. I think I've been without water longer than I thought. How long was I riding around in the cargo bay? In that tight box all squished up, wondering if I would run out of air? Echoes of warning bells sound in the back of my head, and I hear my basic training officer yelling at me like a ghost. Don't drink unfiltered water, shithead! Don't guzzle the unknown alien parasitic organisms! Shithead. He ended just about every sentence with shithead. Well, here I am, proving him right. Guzzling up the alien space worms even after I've taken my necessary fill to survive. It's not even clean water by human standards. Only 1 foot wide and about 4 inches deep with lots of grass and weeds growing. There's probably poison in it. But I can have as much as I want. Man, it's nice. I start washing my face, my arms, my pits, because who knows if I'm going to be offered a bath. Not likely, is my guess. I notice something like a slug with feelers for legs rowing itself around in the water. I hold my stomach, but nothing's coming up. I don't care enough to have a gag reflex. Worse still, the creature paddles by, and I'm going in to sip up seconds. That's when I hear the rumble of a bear, or a lion or something, combined with a hiss of one pissed-off snake. It sounds like cats, if cats were bears. I look behind me, water dribbling off my chin, and Pitcher is running at Nibbler with an old-fashioned saber. Something a security guard might have. They have settings to cut or sting. I don't know why I do it, but suddenly I'm jumping out of the mud, running at them with my hands up and my arms waving. Hey! What are you doing? Don't do that! These two aliens are Goliaths, compared to me. They've got claws and porcupine quills and teeth and all the good nature shit that humans don't have. Whatever their disagreement, I shouldn't be jumping in the middle. They shouldn't even be important to me. But that's exactly what I do, and Nibbler goes to his knees, his head bowed, whining some pathetic phrases that sound more like a regular cat. He looks afraid. All his quills are down, and his tail is as lifeless as I've ever seen. "Stop that! What are you doing?" I ask Pitcher. The alien being of Goliath tabby cat origin kneels in front of me. He goes all the way, his head to the ground, as if he's praying. And I am his god. What the hell is this? I turn in place to look at both of them. Several carcasses hang nearby, blood and guts in a portable incinerator. It seems that Pitcher was using the saber, a blunt but effective cutting device, on the bodies. He cut the legs at the middle joints, and the meat there is scorched. It smells an awful mixture of disgusting and great. They both start speaking to me, and their voices have abandoned that loud growling tone for one more plaintive and mewling, though still spoken in their deep tones, which makes them sound like really big, monstrous kitties. Now Nibbler has his head in the dirt at my feet. Whatever, just don't go cutting people up. We're in this together, right? You guys are hostages like me. I can't be sure that they're apologizing. Lots of cultures have praying time at sunset or some other such thing. But one's at my toes and one's at my ankles, so I can't help feeling connected to this ritual or whatever. Nibbler didn't want me bringing the cart. Maybe I brought mine to the wrong place. The bugs are catching up to us. I was just eyeing the trees, wondering if there's a way out. I'm glad I didn't try, because even though the trees are thick and the bugs are clumsy, I hear them coming from every which way. The ship beside me looks like a habitation cell, and unless the bugs are truly mental, this should be the center of their encampment. They wouldn't just park this and walk away. I physically pull Pitcher up. Remember, touching is A-OK. Pitcher goes along with it, and I dust him off, speaking in a casual, friendly tone. Like, maybe I'm this guy's babysitter. I brush down his arms, his abs, and there's a twinge of something. Something I'm not ready to admit to, when I specifically don't glance at his anatomy lower down. The glove is pudgy and short, not indicative of his real length. He is a big, heavy guy. Nibbler is giving me the saddest look when I'm done with him. You too, big man, get up here. He gives the other one a challenging stare as I give him the same treatment. I even brush them off in the same order. It's just a hunch, but my instincts are telling me I'm the cause of the disagreement, and there might be some jealousy going on. Maybe it's a friend thing. I'm not in the relations branch, so I haven't had a lot of training with common societal structures, but humans didn't invent cliques and weird possessiveness, I'm afraid. It's possible that I'm the shiny new thing. And maybe Pitcher was mad that I was helping with Nibbler's chores and not his. And also, yeah, they probably want to fuck me. That's pretty clear. I find my hand slowing down, and this dusting off thing takes longer. No offense to Nibbler, but this guy has a lot of surface area to cover. I'm average height, 5'10", but I feel like a shorty because even with measuring my hair, I barely graze his shoulder. Okie dokie, I say, keeping my voice overly cheerful and light. All clean. Better now? They're glaring fucking daggers at each other. Pitcher mumbles something that is supposed to be quiet but has far too much force and anger. I don't know why, but inspiration strikes me. If I get rescued tomorrow, this moment will be struck from my memory and completely obliterated from the debriefing. Pitcher seems the angriest, so he gets it first. I stand on tiptoe, touch his cheek with my fingers, and give him a big peck. Kissing is either considered hilarious or affectionate in most species with lips. This is a pretty safe bet. His cheek is so soft. As I turn, Nibbler is already bending forward so I can reach his cheek. I think there's a smile. When Pitcher stoops over and grabs his saber off the ground, I'm ready to start kicking some ass to keep Nibbler safe. Now is not the time to be turning on each other. But he only gives Nibbler that hard stare and stomps off back to the carcasses. Nibbler wants to take my hand, his fingers tickling my palm. I don't know, apprehensive? Touched? Something nervous with warm fuzzies? To encourage the getting along, I take his hand and smile. It turns out he only wants to lead me to the butchering platform and indicates that I should sit on some suspiciously dark ground. Then he goes back to his cart. I do an awful lot of sitting, while they do not. Am I a pet? Why would the bugs get their slaves a pet? I watch him take the cart to the middle of the field and start dumping the coconuts on the ground. It seems important to spread them around. Pitcher takes a hose and begins to spray off his area. It would have been nice if they told me that was there. Trainer bugs come into the field, running, scaring the shit out of me. They leap and fly over the last distance, landing on the carcasses. Chapter 13. Seal. Even knowing what would happen, I couldn't prevent it. And now I'm swept up in the event, doomed to suffer the same agony that Pykh will learn as the days pass. I do not mean to sound selfish. You must understand I have met, with agony. I've been ravished with it, tortured with it, trapped in it. Having Pykh with me has only prolonged its clutches, and if there was ever an opportunity to finally escape, this was it. Earlier today, when the Omega was still afraid of us and had not come between us to calm his two guardsmen, treating us as his very own. Now I suppose I will finally break into madness. But first I will enjoy this brief sunlight. I've hidden a small meal for the Omega. Well, small by his standards. It's more than Pykh and I usually eat, but honestly not much more. I got away with cutting him some flank pieces from the animal meat, but usually we make do with the forelegs of the beasts. It's the only part the invaders do not care for. Pykh considers them to be good eatings. He keeps the bone and takes it with him back to the cage, chewing and sucking on it until the night. I showed Pykh how to take the smaller bone, cross-hatch the surface and use that to clean his teeth and tongue. We have a long time to wait until nightfall in our cages. In my opinion, it is the worst time. I'll be damned if my Omega is going to eat scrap meat. I show him where I've hidden his meal on a fresh mat of grass with several broad leaves for cover. This, I think, will be a good reprieve for him as I hurry away to get the third cart and help Pykh finish his task. When I return, I see the meal left open, uncovered, and our Omega is taking Iblis out of the carts to help us. I've been pushed so far past my limit with Pykh I cannot say I'm any angrier upon seeing this. It's just another item on his list of sins. I bring the third cart as I stomp forward, and Pykh approaches me with wide eyes, his crest flattened. "Seal, he will not listen to me. I've told him to go eat. I've tried to make him sit. He ignores me." Pykh is not malicious or conniving enough to put the Omega to work and lie about it. As mad as I am at him for backing out of our plan and for the new marks upon our Omega's body, he is still my Pykh. I trust him, and I am resigned to forgive him at some point. Since I am still mad now, I only touch his shoulder as I leave the cart and approach the sweet one. He cannot understand me, but this is still worth a try. Omega, let your guardians do this work. I take the Iblis from his hands. He blinks at me, his expression blank and slightly confused. Then he picks up the water sprayer I've left on the ground and starts for the platform. I take him by the arm, lightly though, minding my grip. He must think he is trapped here with true barbarians. It hurts me that he claims us because we're all he has. Come, see the meal I prepared for you. I know it is not seasoned. I know it is not cooked. It is not on a fancy plate, nor cut into pieces for you. I couldn't cut it with the light sword without destroying the meat. But it is better than nothing, and it is safe to eat. Omega, eat. Back at the food, I'm having trouble getting him to sit. He wants to pick up the water sprayer. He wants to go back to the cart and continue spreading food. How am I to explain? Helping will only put you in more danger. The runts are not as smart as the bigger invaders. Do you know why we must spread their food? Because if we do not, they consume each other, fighting for the same piece. He has no idea what I'm saying, so I am just talking to use a smooth, assuring tone as we both sit down. It's the only way to get him to follow suit. Pykh and I can protect ourselves. We're allowed to keep them away or startle them, but you are too delicate. You must stay here, near the platform. I pick up a piece of meat and put it into my mouth, gesturing for him to take the other piece. They will not come near their commanders while they're feasting. Even though the runts are many and the commanders are comparatively few, the commanders have enough brains to know what is food and what is not, so you are safest here. I managed to get the Omega to hesitantly bring the meat to his lips. But when I put mine down, he is quick to do the same. Pykh watches us as he continues to work, his expression communicating, "Say, what should we do?" The runts will be coming through the trees soon, and we are behind our work, which only further puts the Omega in danger. I sigh. Stay here. I resist the urge to growl. It is an unconscionable instinct, but this is not a command to be disobeyed. Please. I stand trying to gesture with my hands that he should not do the same. He has a focused expression. Hopefully he's got it. As I'm leaving, he calls out, and when I turn to him, he points. I left the light sword in the dirt by the platform where it will not be disturbed by runts and will not get crushed by many feet. I see what he's thinking right away. The purposeful look he gives me must be the same one I gave Pykh when I first saw him wielding the weapon. He cannot understand my speech, so I go to fetch it for him, keeping my body low to the ground and my posture submissive. The Omega reaches for the sword so easily. I am disheartened to explain. It is a magic sword, Omega. It does not hurt the ones who made it. When you try to strike their flesh, it will vanish like it was never there. It will only let you cut others, not them. I expect he will give this back to me and command in what way he's able that I cut down his attackers. Oh, if only I could tell him how much my heart wants to give him that. Even Pykh would not hesitate to turn on his masters if he could escape the collar. But interestingly, no such command comes. Pykh calls my name fearfully as the runts begin to squabble around him. Only more food will console him, and the time to act is now, before the situation gets out of control. A good warrior should wait to be dismissed. Perhaps this will show him that I'm not as barbaric as I seem. Omega, may I go? I gesture to Pykh, hoping to communicate that I should join him. The Omega notices, but all his attention is for the sword, which he turns in his hands, inspecting the seams. I pray he does not damage himself with the sword. He's clearly befuddled by it. When I try to take it back, he holds tight, saying a word in a loud, firm tone with narrowed eyes. I am clearly told no. Though it is a weird honking sort of sound, I commit this to memory. I am his guardian, not his master. He is mine. Resigned, I leave undismissed to help Pykh with the chores. Chapter 14. Carter. Yes, it's me, the dumbest motherfucker on this planet right now. And that includes the dopey bipedal tortoise-shaped thing stumbling into the field right now. I am 2 hours too late to realize that I have access to a fucking lightsaber. Maybe I should explain. You see, first of all, I'm tired. I'm stressed out, I'm probably still dehydrated, and while the jungle around here is pretty thick, right now I'm under the hot afternoon sun, so there's that. But also, nobody really uses these things anymore. Even on security guards, they're just there for show, a symbol of the old authority and power these weapons used to wield. Oh, they were great back in the day, the first and only bona fide weapon that didn't commit friendly fire. In close-range combat, you could be swinging these things like crazy, and even in packed quarters, you would never nick the guy with you. The only ones getting chopped up were the bad guys. Or the bad aliens, I should say. For a brief but romanticized era of our past, sword fighting was back. But we rediscovered the medieval aspects that made it not so great. First of all, the chances of killing someone with a swing were quite low. Imagine a bunch of guys trained to pull triggers and watch the enemy die from afar, encountering the screams and brutality of cutting someone to pieces. Then there was the added mess. The burning smell which traumatized most soldiers. And then there was also the fact that, unlike a good weapon, these things don't require any training. Oh, sure, they invented training for them. Pretty much all of it was on how to kill more efficiently. Then there was finally the cinch in the whole thing. The flaw that drove us to create better close-quarter weapons. Sabers can be remotely hacked. Literally millions of these things went into trash compactors when we realized our enemies could have a surprise for us in the middle of battle. That lesson was plenty. The technology is still useful for fences and barricades, but even those have to be actively maintained and patched to stay on top of security threats, which are always evolving. Like I said, sabers are still around, mainly as a symbol or budget device. This one is quite old. The serial number is just a bunch of UGL letters. That's Universal Galactic Language. The buttons don't have the pop that they should. There's actually a damn sliding lever on this thing for the kill setting instead of it being set and controlled by the operating company. That was what caught my eye and practically made me want to hang my head. An accessible weapon within my reach should have been examined right away. It's funny to say, and I almost want to give myself the middle finger for thinking it, but for once, I am lucky. And for once, I don't mean that sarcastically. The bugs are the great hoarders of the galaxy, the garbage collectors, the scrap race. They don't invent anything except for what's on their spaceship, we assume. They seem to have perfected memory scramblers because no one who's been on their ship can report anything from there. In this crude cutting device, a saber my quadruple great-grandfather might have used is a manually coded overriding affiliate chip, meaning I can tinker with it and destroy it entirely. The saber will default to its factory-implemented firmware, which means unless the bugs got into the saber manufacturing business, I'm hoping they didn't. I can turn this baby on its masters. Chapter 15. Pykh. Seal, what does it mean when I feel bad for acts I have not done? Seal gathers and slings the fruit. We cannot get them out of the carts fast enough to satisfy the small masters, but it is fast enough to not be eaten. Guilt, you mean? Yes, but this is for things I have not done. I can see he does not understand and doesn't particularly care. He's still mad at me. The Omega's beating feels like it was at my hand, I explain. But it was not, and I couldn't have prevented it. What the masters do is not my fault. It's still too early for him to forgive me, but I do note that his tone is slightly less gruff from before. We have bonded quickly to the Omega because of the danger he is in. It's one of their powers. It's how they survive. More slinging. The crackling, sometimes irritated squealing of the masters Seal calls the runts, mixes with his response. You are his guardian, so you are responsible for the beating. Responsible, I repeat to myself. Guardian. These words are not completely new. I've heard them before when they had meaning. But hearing them now again unlocks that meaning from a memory somewhere. I envision a man in yellow robes, gold-tipped claws and a metallic covering over his face that reminds me of the red-topped she's. He was quite huge. I was at eye level with his knee, craning my neck back. No, that was not me. It does not feel like me. I am a slave, have always been a slave, and have never seen these things. I must have dreamed them. Seal, I say, what are dreams? Why do they not make any sense? I know he will not answer the moment he gives a big sigh. That sigh means I'm bothering him too much. And sure enough, he snaps at me. Not now, little Pykh, unless you wish to sacrifice your Omega to make up for your slack. I did not work any slower for the questions, but ashamed I try to go faster. 2 carts are done with 1 remaining to go when Seal tells me. I will finish this. Go to the Omega. Make sure that he eats. Make sure he does not cut himself. Why send me and not yourself? I ask curiously. Go, Pykh. He growls. Do not be difficult with me. I linger, feeling bad. I've done nothing right today. I'm sorry, Seal. I know you are, Pykh. But you must start listening to me. No more questioning my orders, okay? When I tell you to do something, you must do it, even if you do not want to. My heart says no. I know he is right, and he is wise. He is my Seal. My guardian, in a way, though I will do everything to be the one protecting him. He's more than just a lover to me. More than a cage mate, even. But I do not want to kill the Omega. It does not matter if it is by my hand or not. I am responsible. For a moment, Seal's angry expression breaks for sorrow. I would hug him then if it would not stop our work and get us in trouble. Seal, we are past that anyway. Don't worry about it, Pykh. I'm not mad at you. It doesn't seem to be a good thing, the way he says it. Though he may change his mind about being mad, I can trust him for now. Emptying my arms for the master's meal, I touch Seal's elbow quickly before I go. I make sure my face says that I am sorry and that I love him. Then I go to do as he says without any more questions, so I will not be an annoying Pykh. I try to remember his orders exactly. Make sure the Omega eats. Make sure the Omega does not cut himself with the magic sword. I kneel next to our 3rd cage mate, uncovering the rest of what Seal has kept for us. It is a good meal, and I am so hungry from working hard today. I pick up and halve a leg from my pile, though it is not important because Seal does not get angry about sharing like some others do. I pop the non-hoof end into my mouth and tear the delicious meat off the bone, chewing and slurping while I attend the Omega next. He stares only at the magic sword, which just looks like a rock with buttons when it is not on. Waving my hands, I get his attention. He makes a scrunched face when he sees the hoof sticking out of my mouth. I don't think he likes that. So I take it out and try to show him that he should pick up the delicious pieces Seal cut just for him. I love my Seal. See? Delicious. Yummy. I smack my lips and bring my piece to my mouth. He shakes his head. Perhaps there was an insect on him. Then he looks directly into the handle of the magic sword where the blade comes out. Panicking, I snatch it. He emits a squeal, reaching frantically for the thing. I have to give it back because I have messed up. I am not supposed to disobey him. Seal did not need to tell me that. I can feel it now. I want him to smile at me and give me another kiss on the cheek. But he does not, and I must go back to teaching him. I do not want Seal to return and find that I have failed. Delicious. Like you. See? I pick up his piece for him since he will not and try to put the edge of it in his mouth. Not forcefully. Food to keep you healthy. Keep you pretty. Keep you strong. I nibble on my own so he can see. I had a hard time getting Seal to eat during his first days also. Back then, I got him to laugh first, then eat. You have a nice little cock, I say, trying my old tricks. I would like to suck it for you. Want to see? I put the meat and bone into my mouth, sucking and slurping. I do not chew this time, since that would be terrifying. I will suck nicely and make you moan, and when you finish, I lean close to his ear. I will swallow your fluid down my throat. I will lick you off my lips, and if you want, I can do it again, and again I will drink as much from you as you will let me. When I said this to Seal back then, his laughter was dark with sadness, but genuine. He said, "Then perhaps I'll stick around tonight, to see you wrap your mouth around me." I knew he was not joking, and I wanted him to be alive for more than one night, so I said, "I will make you want more of me. I will make you want to stay every night inside of me." The Omega cannot understand me, so he does not do any of this. He does not say anything. He swats the meat away from his face like it's another annoying insect and continues to stare at the magic sword. Are you trying to turn it on? Should I help him? Or should I keep him safe? My insides say the second one, but Seal has been teaching me about obedience today. Here, let me show you. It's simple. You hold down the button and a lever on the side. It's impossible not to do when you have hands as big as mine. His fingers are small. I wrap them around the handle and envision it is my cock. For you, it is best with 2 hands. See? A nice firm grip. I'm looking forward to our evening hours. Seal and I will not wait for darkness, I hope, even though he is mad at me. I feel like I could finish tonight many times. When the blade comes out, he smiles. But then he looks at me and shakes his head again. Though he has seen how the magic sword works, he continues to inspect the handle. Seal works alone. I will feel bad if he has to come sit down and do this job as well. I touch the Omega's cheek with the backs of my fingers and claws. Will you eat for me? Please? He picks up my hand and looks at it. His eyes light up with excitement, seeing the claws I prepared to defend him. My shoulders sag, and my crest droops. He looks so proud of me, yet I couldn't do it. I cannot harm the masters for us all just to die. Seal tells a nice fantasy, but that's all it is. I'm sorry, Omega. I do not mean to lie to you. His stories are dreams. The things he sometimes says to me about people in the mountains. He selects one of my middle fingers and tests my claw against a place in the magic sword. He seems to be twisting it continuously, around, up, then round again. That does not do anything. That is not a button. He's so fascinated, though. It's very cute. He may keep my hand in his possession, since it feels good. And because it is his right, I suppose. He is my true master. I sense it, and I do not hate calling him such. With that hand in his, I have only one for myself now, unless he chooses to want this one as well. I pick up his meat and tear off a small piece with my mouth. I do not look up, since if Seal is watching, he will want to murder me. I quickly set the meat down, bringing the tidbit from my teeth and put it in the Omega's mouth. This time I do not merely place it there, but push it in. He drops everything, shaking his head, making a disgusted face. "It is all you will have, my Omega. Seal and I do not have time to find you anything else. I would find you the fattest, prettiest bird. I would snap its neck, take out the insides and stuff it with the sweet nuts called cilia. They were Seal's love gift to me. I would place the bright feathers in your hair and have you lie down all pampered and pretty. Then I would suck your cock. It's just as tasty. Oh, I am in a fine state now. What will I do if Seal is mad and tired? On hard days, he's usually too exhausted for me." I see the Omega's eyes dart to my crotch, where my arousal is obvious. My tip is pointing out. He looks away, looks at me, then away again. He cannot seem to completely take his eyes off it. I hope the red flush in his cheeks means that he is getting excited as well. I check. He doesn't have a sleeve like me, so it's harder to tell, but his cock seems floppy and normal. Well, regardless of all that, he must eat. Seal has finally finished the last cart. All by himself, my poor cage mate. And I have failed with the task he gave me. Don't you understand what I'm trying to show you? This is not the time to play with swords. It is time to eat. I pull my hand away from him and knock the magic sword down. I know, bad, stupid, terrible Pykh. But my feelings say no, letting him starve is wrong. You will eat. I use a firm tone and put the meat to his mouth. He gags and spits. He picks up the stupid sword, picks up my hand and puts my claw in another place. No, you will eat. I suck on his piece briefly since it landed in the dirt, then I put it back in his mouth. Down with the magic sword, my hand is mine again. He spits, wipes his mouth, spits again, and fixes me with a challenging stare. This time when he wants the sword, I don't let him have it. I point to the meat on the ground. You are making Seal feel bad. As he approaches, Seal snorts. He doesn't look angry, and I did not expect that. My ears perk, and I feel immensely better. With more confidence, I clean the piece and offer it to the Omega again. Food. He grunts. The syllables make it clear he is trying to say food, but he does not say anything near that. He pops the meat into his mouth and chews, glaring all the while. He presents his hand, palm up, and I know what he asks. The Omega gets his magic sword and my hand, which is actually his hand, but only so long as he continues to eat the chunks I make for him. He looks like he wants to bite my throat all the while. "Oh, Pykh," Seal says, picking up his portion. "You have a lot to learn about Omegas." He would not eat. I am not surprised. Chapter 16. Seal. I have had longer days, but that does not ease the suffering of this one. I sit down to my disgusting meal, more disgusted by it for the fact that I have fed it to my Omega, and a familiar thought hits me. Can I make it another day? No, is the answer. I feel it in my bones. Yet somehow always I pick up my food, put it in my mouth and chew. Energy for another day. I don't even know why I'm alive. The Omega is not inclined to eat either, and my overbearing Pykh has to feed him one morsel at a time. The Omega's distaste of it is apparent. If Pykh goes too fast and tries to give him 2 pieces at once, the pretty thing blocks him and says something unfavourable in his chirpy song tone. I hang my head further. I did not expect any better for my efforts. We don't even ask rookie warriors to eat raw meat. While I cut the flank, I thought of gathering cilia nuts for him. Flowers, maybe a wild vegetable, and if I was lucky, perhaps I could find some sweet berries. That would take the whole day. It bothers me that I cannot make him happy to be with us. He pressed his lips to my face so trustingly, as if to say, I know you'll find a way to take care of me. But does he realize that Pykh and I were not put here a week ago? A year ago? Does he realize Pykh was raised by these things? He likely thinks I am wiser for being older, and he thinks Pykh will turn on his masters. He has no idea that we offer him nothing. We are nothing. I tear into my meat angrily, my teeth gnashing, my tail flicking with irritation and a low, suppressed growl in my throat. Pykh watches me warily. I asked him nicely to eat, he says in a defensive tone. This is the only way I can get some into him. Let him starve if he needs to. Pyke's brows lower, and I say, You cannot decide who should stay in this life, Pykh. This is not for the likes of him. It is not for the likes of me. The sag of Pyke's tail reminds me that I've burdened him with another chore. My mood. It comes on me most days, at the end of the day especially, and I keep it from him when I can. When I cannot, I simply do not care. For some dark moments, I do not love him at all. Wisely, Pykh is silent. And then after a bit he starts to speak to the Omega, as if he can understand. Why must you play with my hands? It's much easier for me to eat with two hands, you know. He dips a foreleg into his mouth, scraping the meat off with his teeth. I look at what the Omega is doing with his hand. He seems awfully focused on turning Pyke's middle claw in a small crevice on the light sword. That is odd indeed. I tell myself that I do not care. Every action is worthless. We are doomed. And yet I peer closer and see a little silver piece come up and out. The Omega sets this gingerly on one of the broad, flat leaves. What does it matter? When we are owned by the vile invaders, I will never see my battalion and my family again. This voice is like an illness that lives in me. Even when something interesting happens or when Pykh is being cute, it will not let me out of my misery. Not for a moment. I lean forward and get close to the little shiny thing. The Omega's hand chops through the space between it and my nose, bringing a barrier down to protect the metal speck. He makes the honking no sound again, but short this time. No! And a lot more nonsense follows it. I have no idea. I meet his eyes and incline my head to indicate that I understood his command. Then I sit back with my food, continuing to eat. I watch him, but intend to make no move to interfere or get close to the leaf again. The Omega blinks several times. He did not expect me to listen. Though my depression chides me for taking pride in something so small, I puff my chest up and sit straighter. My tail stills and I hold it in its usual position, off the ground. Obeying even a small command is a great honor in this situation. What is it? I intervene before Pykh can ruin the small good favor I've earned. The Omega says don't touch it. When he peers closer so that his breath may scatter the things I say again with a warning tone, Pykh, you must listen to me. Your Omega says don't touch it. But what does he want with it? I don't know, and it doesn't matter. He took it out of the magic sword. What if it's dangerous? How can it be dangerous? It's the size of a flea. Pykh frowns. He took it out with my claw. Yes, I did not know we could do that. And now enough of my mood has lifted from my senses. Like a dark cloud put behind me that I wonder how exactly an Omega can know this metal flea was in the light sword's handle. And now he seems to have perfected his technique because another silver speck spills onto his palm. He sets it on there, adding to the little pile. Pykh, what I'm going to say sounds crazy. If he knows how to deconstruct the light sword, it's possible. I can't say it. Possible what? I hold my tongue. We have a school of the most brilliant minds studying the technology that came with the invaders. We learned about the element called electricity that powers these devices. I do not understand any of it. My family taught me that the invaders' machines came from a dark, demonic realm. As a child, I could accept that beings greater than myself were warring, and we were bystanders caught in the way. Made-up stories or no, it's undeniable that there's a realm beyond we do not know about, that we are only starting to understand. If the Omega can take apart the light sword, he might be from that place. He doesn't seem mystified by electricity. Seal what? Explain it to me. Perhaps I have this all wrong. Another metal piece joins the others, and now there is a discernible seam opening up in the handle. He knows how it comes apart. So he knows how it went together. Pykh watches with new fascination. He knows how to make these. Yes, I think so. Pykh, he isn't just any Omega. He is the most precious one. I do not say this aloud because it is too much pressure for me. What if he's the key to this war? What if he has knowledge that can drive the invaders away from our home? I have no idea where to start saving him. Saving us. If I did, I would have done it long ago. Chapter 17. Carter. I've long given up on the risk of alien germs, worms and parasites. At this point, I'm welcoming them all with open arms. I won't even complain that my food is being pre-chewed for me. Each bite is separated by Nibbler's teeth and then put to my lips with the tips of his claws, which I am using, on his other hand, as an impromptu screwdriver. The diamond-like edge at the ends have just enough purchase in the tiny grooves of the screwhead for me to get somewhere. I'm all too aware of how precious that is. I have to be patient. A little too much wear and tear? If that edge was just a bit too dull, I would need a set of computer tools. I get 10 of the itty-bitty, irreplaceable rolling screws aligned on my leaf. And now I'm just silently hoping none of these guys have to sneeze. Including myself, I guess. With a big breath for bravery, I look at my guys and wonder how to do this next part. Their hands are the only tools I have. Another gross chunk of meat appears on my lips and I brush it away. Nibbler makes a firm, grumbly sort of noise. I think he wants me to eat all of the 2 larger meat slices, which is impossible. That's it for me, thanks. You have the rest, big guy. He ignores me and the chunk comes again. Right up to my mouth, I push back on his wrist. Nope, I'm done. All full. Thanks, though. That was good. I rub my stomach to give the impression that I'm stuffed and satisfied. The meat comes again, but this time Pitcher says something authoritative. I assume. After a short response, Nibbler appears a little sad, and he gives up offering me the food. Again, I'm imposing human emotions on him, but he seems to stare forlornly at what was supposed to be my meal. I give him a pat on the shoulder. And since it's not like there's any other space marines around to make catcalls or lewd insinuations, I let my hand pet up and down his back, too. Off-center, of course, so I'm not dragging my palm into porcupine quills. "It was a good meal," I say in a positive tone. And then, just to prove it, since this is the only sustenance I'm getting today, I'm definitely not ungrateful for their help. I pluck the red chunk from his fingertips and pop it into my mouth with an sound. Hey, it's not like I chew much. It goes straight to the back of my throat and I swallow. Give me a week of starvation and I probably won't fake the yum noise. I'm way beyond civilized decency, just trying to survive now. This perks him up again, which makes me happy. Since Nibbler hasn't been eating very much himself, and I suspect our dinner is almost over by the mostly devoured carcasses, I get up and sit on the other side by Pitcher, being very careful of where I step and how I hold this delicate, possibly life-saving device. Nibbler gives me a puppy-eyed look as I go. I try to answer with a reassuring smile. Then, with another sign, I hopelessly try to communicate with my other comrade. "I need delicate fingers for these. Think you can help?" I pick up his hands and position them around the handle, propping each claw just right. He seems to get it, keeping them still. I check over my shoulder for the bugs. A trainer is crudely tearing into what would be the butt of the animal, I guess. Despite their huge size, their mouths are small. They're taking a while to finish, and they seem to be eating the smaller bones of the creatures as well. The small tortoise bugs eat a lot less, and spend most of their time rolling the coconut fruits, fighting over them with a sort of vibrating cricket sound. They seem clumsy and harmless, but they're strong, and I wouldn't go anywhere near them. No one is paying attention to what the slave pet things are up to. This might be the only kind of distraction I get. Because it makes me feel better, and perhaps because I'm lonely, I explain to Pitcher what I'm doing as I go along. Now, see, what we have to do here is what we call tampering, which is like hacking, but with physical components. They were making this stuff for a short time in the military because we thought the physical element was protection against hackers. The top comes off, revealing the hardware. Like all things, the size and shape of the handle is mostly for ergonomics and appearances. Inside, it's mostly air, and the pieces are small. We had to stop doing that, however. I borrow one of his claw tips to try and peek under the circuit board. When we realized that soldiers and cops were modifying their weapons themselves to sell on the black market. We had a strict tracking system involved, but somehow military tech was being used in murders and small warfare all over the galaxy. I pause his little history lesson and start mumbling to myself about what I see. The infinite power source is under there, with the circuitry and the main chip face down on it. Damn it! That's how they protect it against this kind of shit. The only way to tamper with it is to take the whole board off and expose the power source. I rub my eyes, feeling very tired. Infinity power sources, they're finicky bastards. If any kind of static electricity, a hair or a slightly large piece of dust gets in there, the whole thing's going to fizzle and die. I sigh. This is almost guaranteed to fail. Without the right equipment, without a clean room, this can never be done. I eye the habitation pod, speculating, but that notion is too crazy to even call it a plan. I better get to work, I say. But just then Pitcher pulls his hand out of my grasp. He grabs the other half of the handle and smacks it into place. His tail end falls atop my little pile of screws, and I almost have a heart attack. But by the direction of his gaze, I already know what's happening. Mealtime is up. Some of the larger bugs, which I assume are the more intelligent ones, are less interested in the remaining scraps hanging from the hooks, and are starting to look around. Chapter 18. Seal. The Omega is foolish, trying to grab the light sword back from me, trying to open it and finish making changes. At least that's what I assume he's trying to do. If he can modify it to work on the invaders the way it does on the meat, we have a chance to get out of here. I am not hopeful. I think that emotion has been bled out of me. Besides, whether the light sword works or not, we each have the collars which can kill in a moment. I've not told Pykh this, for it's too bleak a thought, but whoever wears a collar is technically already dead. We're just awaiting the pronouncement. Perhaps our sweet, smart little Omega can take the collars apart too. Like I said, I'm too tired for hope. What I do know is that whatever the Omega wants to do, it shall not continue tonight. The invaders are greedy things. We return to the cages, partly because we do not want to be led there, which would be by a series of shocks, and partly for our own safety, to be out of sight from those invaders who think they might want seconds. The Omega is very resistant. While the last scraps are devoured by the superiors, the lesser ones are snuffling through the grass for missed pieces. I tell Pykh to stay by the Omega, and I bury the light sword carefully with the tiny metal parts. I use broad leaves to line the hole, then place leaves on top and bottom, making a safe package I can hide with dirt. Because the light sword doesn't work on invaders, they do not watch us closely with it. And it has never had a place besides being on the ground near the platform. The invaders get by with no furniture, no shelves, no personal items. Though they are intelligent, and they have shown themselves to be malicious, they do not seem to have basic logic about some things. That is why they do not care if we have the light sword, or probably if we do not have it. We would have to find a way to dress the meat with our claws if we lost it, or face punishment, possibly becoming the meat ourselves. Generally, they do not care how things are done, so long as they are done. Pykh is the one who taught me the rules. Hand in hand with Pykh, the Omega watches me with a stern expression. I stand brushing my hands on my legs and join Pykh to go home. I am ashamed of this thought. Home is what I call my cage now. It was a good day, Pykh says, giving me a sideways glance. This is when I will agree, or I will mutter some angry thing. My answer now determines how we will spend our evening. He smiles a bit when I say nothing. Stupid Pykh. Always happy in his captivity, never knowing any better, never knowing this deep, horrible pit in my soul since I became a slave. I glance at the Omega and choose to continue saying nothing. I may not know how to be cheerful and hopeful for Pykh over our circumstances, but I will at least refrain from being my miserable, sour self while the Omega is alive. Everything depends on him. He is now the center of my world. He is my home. Pykh decides to list all the things that were good about today. We are all alive. We will get to make love with the Omega in our arms. I will get to taste you, and if perhaps you make those cooing sounds, I will get to taste him too. Always thinking about sex. It's common for his age. He's in his prime. It's also quite literally the only thing he gets to enjoy in his life. Only if he invites you to, I correct. Pykh does not have any manners. You may make your desires known, but do not persuade him the way you persuaded me. He looks forlorn. You did not enjoy it? Of course I did. But an Omega values submission. You may take him and taste him however you wish after he has consented, but never before. Pykh looks off at the horizon, and I can tell he's scheming. He has no idea of the strongholds in the distance, and the life he could have had. The Omega makes a sudden pained noise, and we both turn to him at once. I grab him and pull him to me, sheltering him even though I have assumed it is the death noise. The collar kills quick. No warning is usually given. Punishments are different. You can usually see them coming. He pushes back at me, then stoops over to look at his foot. My heart is hammering. That pit inside me I swore was empty is now churning and trembling and threatening to burst out of me. The Omega tosses a sliver of wood off to the side. I do not think. I do not listen to my own words regarding consent. I scoop the Omega up off his feet and walk faster toward the caves. He chatters, squeaks and kicks his legs. But soon he gets used to it and stays still, red-faced. Chapter 19. Pykh. I can tell the Omega is not interested in having fun, even though we have worked hard all day, even though we have eaten well thanks to Seal's sneaky work. When we get to the cage and Seal sets him on the ground, he immediately scuttles outside of the bars. I give a shout. His shoulders jump and he gives me a wide-eyed and frightened look, like a scared little prey animal. I lower my crest and tail. I did not mean to frighten you, Omega, but if they catch you outside the cage when they return, you will wish to be inside and they will not let you. He ignores me and goes back to scuttling, by which I mean peeking around the boxes the masters store here, poking at the lights. I do not leave the cage. I know better. But I'm more than ready to grab him every step closer he takes towards the exit. Seal does nothing, even though he knows he should. I ask, why do we have to listen to him when he does not know anything? I think he knows more than you or I about some things. Let him be for a little bit. As long as he does not leave, we will bring him inside before it's unsafe. I pout. I do not wish to say anything and have Seal think I am ungrateful for him, but there is a yearning heat in my groin, and I had wished to at least lick the pretty Omega's skin before he told me no. And then I had hoped that maybe if I nuzzled his knee, moved closer toward the inside of his thigh, that he might feel my breath and it would awaken his little cock. Seal laughs. He sees right through me. He is tired, but not spiteful, as I thought he would be after such a long day. And we had a fight. How can I watch him and make sure he stays safe? I will face this way. Seal moves to the front of the cage. And you may do what you want. Against the bars, facing the cave's mouth, he presents his rump to me. I reach down to fondle myself and encourage my cock to engorge. It is at this moment the Omega turns and looks at me. He has an assortment of garbage in his hands. A couple wires, pieces of tin cans, and an earring from a past slave. He fumbles and drops some scrap, then does not bend to pick it up, his eyes locked on us. I squeeze and stroke forcefully, urging myself to come out in full. It is a big thing to fit in such a small, tight body, but I am sure he can take it. Something tells me he was made for me. I purr extra loud for him to hear. Seal moans, and I become aware that he's feeling himself too. I did not expect this. After some signs of moodiness in the day, he tries to shut down his body, and I have to warm him up slow. For now, though, he is watching. Thoughts of the Omega are pushed out of my mind, and I go to my lover, my cage mate, my heart mate. He flattens his crest in full submission so I can take my place behind his hips. I press myself in his crevice for now and feel up my mate's body. His sides, his front, down his chest and below where my hands take over his. He once told me I'm the perfect height for this. My cock presses the special place inside him at this angle. He begins to purr and croon. When he's like this, I forget that he's Seal and I'm Pykh. For the moment, I'm the dominant one. I am the wise one determining what he needs. I wait for him to start lashing me with his tail against the backs of my legs, against my rump. It's the submissive way to beg for entry. I glance up, and the Omega's back to poking around. He's already looked at everything that might be remotely interesting to him, so he seems to have no intention of coming back while I'm having Seal in the cage. He also doesn't seem intent on leaving, so that's good. It is your job to watch him and keep him safe, I say. Let me know if he tries to leave. Let me know if you hear the masters coming. I am the dominant one. Purring, I take myself in my hands, spread his rump and push my tip right up to kiss his tight space. I like to make Seal wait for it. It is how I make sure that he enjoys it every time and he isn't just surrendering to me so I won't ask so many questions. And now I am extra teasing in case the Omega watches, so he can see what he will have when he is on my cock. Hopefully soon. I play so that his tight rim muscle sucks and kisses me back. He grows tired of this and hisses, but a firm hand on his neck, twisting in his hair, and my other hand trailing sharp claws down the exposed area of his back, remind him that he is mine. Every once in a while his crest raises just a bit, as if it takes great effort to stay submissive. This is because I've let him get in the habit of being dominant over me all the time. Pykh, quit showing off, he growls when he's had enough. I could tease like this longer, but as always, even in rest and play there is an ever-lingering awareness that the masters could come back. We can still mate with them around, but it is never as fun. So I give him my whole cock, all in one slow push, and begin a pace that will stay deep inside. I know his body so well. I can control my pace and position my hips to make him whimper. No more grumbling from him. This is the only time I get him so agreeable, so wanting to please, and so young. When he wants to finish, I dig my claws into his hip and snarl. He must wait for me. I want to hold him on the cusp of pleasure while taking my own. I will have nothing less. The Omega approaches timidly, moving along the farthest side. I realize he's trying to get a better view when he rummages in the corner behind us, where nothing is. Now I am careful to hold Seal's hair, to keep him down and dig my claws into his hip as I slowly, lovingly pull out. I want him to see me glistening, all the cock I have for him, and then I want to drive it into Seal in such a way that every thrust is a new entry, and while getting all of me, he won't exactly get what he wants. He whines. Then, as if remembering who he is, he quiets to a low growl. His eyes slant backwards and he's watching the Omega, watching him. That's right, Seal. My beloved, my mate. Be eager for him. Show him how much you love my cock. Show him how much you love taking it. He plays a good little submissive then. His back sinks further and he pushes on his feet to come up for me. His crest lies flat against his back and I rake my claw tips through his hair, showing my utter domination. For if he wanted to, he would raise his crest and harm me, but he wants me to use him. The Omega does not come inside the cage, but he licks his lips. His face is flush. And finally, with no coaxing from his hands, his cute cock begins to swell with colour. It's so little, and perfectly sized for sucking. But now Seal has had enough. Oh, he would play submissive for me as long as I liked, but his pleasure is as important as my own. In the dominant position, I become responsible for his beautiful body. With both hands clutching in his hair, I give him his reward for a good show. I thrust the way he likes it, angling to make his toes curl in the dirt. When I hear a pleading, "Sweet little mule," I stop holding back. Hot fluid spills out of me, into his insides, and I raise my hips to plunge myself deep. My root fits snugly inside his muscle and begins to grow. I make soft, loving sounds, completely different from the dominant me when I'm taking pleasure. But this is the most dominant moment of all. At last I reach below to squeeze and ease his hunger while I am filling him up. He spurts from my hand, his tail twitching madly. The Omega has a hand on his cock as well. I show him my tongue in a wicked smile, reaching all the way up to lick my own nose. I would plunge this deep inside you. Then leaning over Seal, I pat his rump and talk in his ear. That was good, little submissive. Chapter 20. Carter. Why me? Why now? I have better things to worry about. Like how my well-meaning alien buddy buried a very sensitive power source in the fucking dirt. The thing it hates the most. I don't think it was damaged. I watched him do it, but still. My life depends on that saber right now. I've been thinking about how to get under the circuit board without killing it, and I've only come up with 7 useless pieces of junk that might be used to perform the operation, if I'm a goddamn genius. Which my test scores have assured me I'm right on that line. Could go either way, depending on the moment. Meanwhile, my alien buddies are purring, stuck together. And I, though it's entirely inappropriate and I should be doing smart space marine sort of things, am enjoying the show far too much. Not only that, but I want to fuck. Now. I can't explain it. I don't know why. I shouldn't be wanting to fuck with the lack of food and water and everything else. I should be too stressed out to care what my friends are up to. But they don't mind me watching. They're completely not shy. And I kind of like it when they let me watch. I kind of don't mind that they're alien and strange. Not when they have washboard abs and those expressive eyes. Their eyes are their best feature, and no, I'm not making a joke. Big light gray irises are complemented with dark lashes and smooth brows. And their junk is... I want to use the words cute, fascinating, large, and tempting all combined as one. Baby pink, well hung, and glistening. All right, I can admit to some minor twinge of disgust when Nibbler finally pulls out. There's a wet noise and the unflattering after-sex drippiness, but damn if I'm not in the mood for more. The problem is I don't want to be in the mood. I want to focus on getting the hell out of here. Plus, if there's some hidden camera in here somewhere and the military is getting a live feed along with a ransom request, I don't want my parents and everyone I know seeing me get butt-fucked by an alien. Granted, bugs never ask for ransom. They never try to negotiate. Soldiers are written off and death compensation paid after 90 days, since the recapture rate is so low. But still, I might be getting out. I'm not a pervert in real life, so once I go home... If I go home, this will be one of the memories I never, ever talk about. Not even in counseling. If I go through with it, that is. Why am I thinking as if this has already happened? Nibbler comes at me. His cock still extended and wet, standing up erect. I put my hand out and step back. No, I say in a panicked tone. Slightly hopeful, but mostly panicked. He stops and stares at me quizzically. I don't want none of that. No offense, it looks great at all. Oh, it really does. Why am I so horny? I need to get myself off. Nibbler makes a grumpy sound, how I imagine a lion's harumph would sound. And though it's not a word, not in my language at least, it has the clear tone of, "But why?" "Not today, big guy. Personal space. See this? This is all my personal space." I try to make hand gestures that mean he should stay where he is. Here I go making assumptions again, but I'm pretty sure he's human-like in his expressions. His face falls. His posture slumps. He makes that question sound. Smaller this time, and when I keep my hands up as if he could come at me any second, he gives me the biggest puppy-eyed look. Like I've kicked him. All because I won't stick out my ass and wag it at him like Pitcher. Which, by the way, isn't an entirely accurate nickname anymore. But heck, I'm not changing it. Look, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. You look very good. I'm just saying humans have this thing called decency, you know? And space marines, well, we don't exactly have the best reputation, but we try. Pitcher says something to Nibbler, but I have no hope of understanding. He doesn't sound sad, or mad, or happy, or anything. There's not a lot I can infer from their rapid, growly speech. Nibbler doesn't look any happier, but he goes back into the cage and rejoins his buddy, who immediately becomes affectionate, bringing him into his arms with many pets and croons. I stand here naked and aroused, wondering if I've hurt his feelings. I don't want that big pink cock crammed in my asshole yet. Yet, my mind repeats, like a promise. These guys have been better than friends to me. I couldn't have survived my first night without him. I don't want to hurt him. Fumbling with the junk I've collected, I pretend not to notice that Nibbler has this sad, defeated, curled posture on the floor as Pitcher tends to him. I think this guy is absolutely crushed by my rejection. I haven't seen any evidence yet that they can be malicious or manipulative. They seem extremely honest and open about everything, so far, including showing their emotions. That's something. I've got a lot of military history in my family, going all the way back to the expansion era, and we are a stoic people. I am the unusual one. My dad and my grandfather broke the cycle of sons serving, but I think I went back to it to make up for not being a manly man. I've always been the odd one out, reading instead of throwing a football. And now I'm feeling ridiculously horrible when I'm sure one of the military men in my ancestry would have shrugged and been grateful that participation was optional. My boner has gone down a bit. Facing away from them, I give myself a tight squeeze, closing my eyes. Alas, the heroic tale of my suffering in captivity shall be a case of waiting it out. With space marine discipline and strength, just like in the commercials, I pinch the tip hard to discourage myself and go back to my comrades. I must say I'm incredibly grateful and trusting now that I know no is an option. I enter the cage with them and look around for a place to put my things. There's nothing but bare, dusty rock. No shelves or chest of drawers in alien captivity. Who would have thought? The far left corner shall now be my corner. Nibbler gives me a particularly longing look as I pass. I'm pretty sure his eyes move downward, too. I don't want him to get any ideas, so when I crouch near him and he reaches for me, I retreat a little. He takes his hand back, gets up and goes to what shall now be called Nibbler's corner, the diagonal opposite of mine, and he crouches there with his back to me, and his spine's furled up. Wow, I'm a jerk. Even Pitcher blinks at me, astonished. Then something like an amused smile comes over his expression, and he comes forward on all fours, his body low to the ground. I see his raised ass and wonder if that's an invitation. And will I? But the back of his hand touching my ankle and the questioning upward tilt of his eyes communicates that he's asking if it's okay to touch me. I answer by sitting down cross-legged. I'm pretty sure this is the least sexy way to sit, and having no better way to show that I didn't mean to hurt anybody, I take his hand and squeeze it. After some shifting and scooting, he sits behind me like he's done before, that first night when I was scared and injured my hand. Yes, I sit with his crotch and dick and everything right up against my ass crack. He purrs and hums and mutters in ways I can't understand. But I don't think it's sexual. At least not outright. His clawed fingers start going through my hair, and that scratching feels good. I bend my head forward to encourage him onto my neck, and he gets the clue. His claw tips working shivers into my spine and body. I'm horny and lazy now. Tomorrow, bugs be damned, I'm going to take the merest scrap of privacy and clean the pipes. A strand of hair tickles my forehead. I had a buzz cut the day I was assigned to fix the CO2 cleaners. I frown. The collar on my neck weighs heavier as I realize my 90 days may have already expired. The only way that's possible is if they put me in some sort of stasis, or if they use their memory scrambler to mess up my mind. Putting someone in stasis requires a great deal of medical know-how and care. So what have I gone through that I can't remember? The only memory I have is the box. Too tight. Not enough air holes. Nibbler approaches me the same way Pitcher did. Head down, ass up. My realization has sobered my mood, though. Mostly. Hell, if he offered me the other side, I'd probably go to town on that. But he touches my knee with the back of his hand like Pitcher did. He glances up with sad eyes. Today and yesterday could be the first time I've been outside in months. These could be the only friends and family I'm ever going to have from now on. Why the hell am I worried what my people will think? If I was an officer, they might at least pretend to look for me a bit longer. They'd put my face in the space stations at least, but I'm just a few months out of boot camp, an entry-level engineer. So most likely I didn't even make headlines. I grabbed the top of my head, feeling a good 3, maybe 4 inches there. I'm already processed paperwork. Nibbler takes this as a bad sign and starts to retreat, making a fussy whine. I reach out and touch his neck. Then his face, then his arm, petting him like he's a big kitty. He perks up, meeting my eyes. He looks hopeful. Gradually, he comes closer. I don't know what they're gonna make of this, but they didn't get all excited and rape me when I kissed them last time. They seemed to like it. It made them stop fighting. So for the sake of soothing my sad friend, I give him a kiss on the lips. No tongue, just lips. This time I linger. Feel him. Breathe him. My thumb touches along his jaw. When I'm done, I'd say Nibbler is looking 4 points happier. Which, let's say, means he went from a 3 out of 10 to a 7. He sits up on his knees, says something to Pitcher, who answers back, and starts tending my hair. So light it tickles. My hair isn't long enough to need a comb, but whatever the hell they think they're doing, I'm fine with it. I've forgotten to give Pitcher his kiss to make things equal, but he hasn't sounded grumbly or upset. He keeps up this low-level purring. I'm contemplating evening the score anyway, when the sound of scuttling feet and buzzing clicks of the bugs makes us turn our heads. Pitcher gets up and slides the cage door closed. It locks with a click. Chapter 21. Pykh. Seal cannot understand the masters, as I do. I've tried to teach him, but he says that every click and spit sounds the same. When I tried to explain how different body gestures and postures change the meaning of the sentence, he gave up and said I only understand because I was born here. He said only babies can learn new languages. I think he was just embarrassed to admit there's something I can do that he cannot. I haven't brought it up again because Seal is very smart in all other ways and I care about him. Also, the truth is that I do not understand much of what the masters say. If Seal learned, I think he would understand more. They talk about machines and places far away. The masters also know how the magic sword was made, so they must know where the Omega is from, and have been there as well. I do not know if far away means beyond the cold mountains where Seal talks about, but I suspect it is farther than that because I have seen many buildings lift off the ground and fly into the sky. I have never been on one of these things, and I do not wish to. I'm sure it's awful. Tonight they seem to be talking about flying. It seems someone is coming. One particular phrase interests me. It contains a new word I've not learned. Sell for a lot on the free marketplace. We could have used that, but... Their names are just sounds to me. There's too many to bother remembering. Serves the mothers always, that leg hugger. Because he gets to seed them. 4 or 6 each season. The master lets him live because he keeps bringing her tasties. He clicks his jaws, as if we don't all serve the master. Yes, but the will be destroyed for fun. This master kicks a crate and it falls over with a bang. It's a waste. We've been gathering the gifts. We should get the reward. The one he speaks to cleans blood and bits of carcass flesh from his top legs with his mouth while speaking. Selling him isn't as fun, though. We should get each can be mated and eaten, just like the masters do to us. A third master looks into our cage. He looks right through my body at the Omega, barely in view. The Omega turns his head curiously, but I move to block, covering Seal with my elbows turned out, obscuring him completely. What is it? What are they talking about? Seal asks. I make the shush sound. The masters are already speaking again, and understanding them requires focused observance. I have had a... The third one says, his mouth making the quiver that means hunger. This new word I do not understand refers to the Omega. I do not want it to be that, but I can feel it. We made a big feast of it when I was with... Another name. The power is heady. You stay drunk on it for days. I mated once and bit its head off trying to sustain the feeling. Are different. You can give them the barb and they will last a long time. And they are weak. So there's no fight for it. It goes right in. He's very excited, his wings vibrating under his shell, making the high-pitched hum that I associate with killing and feasting and terrible things. Pykh, you're hurting me. Seal gave me his hand to calm me, and my newly sharpened claws are digging in. I stop immediately, and he says, What is it? Are they going to kill the Omega tonight? His muscles flex. His body tenses, mine as well. And though I'm trying to hold back, there is a deep, powerful feeling building in my gut. The Omega does not seem to understand why we are upset and begins to stir, trying to leave Seal's lap. Briefly I turn and nuzzle the side of his face. I lick his nose and give one of his kisses. I think they are kisses. I do not think he was trying to bite us. I do not watch to see how he interprets my behaviour. I keep my eyes on the masters. The enemies. The predators to my mate. "That kind of talk makes me want him," says the second. "The breeder is lucky." "You can be as lucky as him," says the first. "Be smart and strong and give off good signals. Then they will let you ride a little bit between chores. And when a smarter, stronger one shows up in their brood, for you will be getting weaker the more you seed, then she will separate your head and let you watch while she climaxes, with just your body." The trills and tapping of their feet mean that they find this funny. The first one, who wants my omega, joins in last and less enthusiastically. "Everyone counts the day the lucky breeder meets his fate." A hateful statement. Who do you think she will choose next? Hopeful and fearful. The breeder experiences ecstasy and power before his death, whereas these will spend their days working, only working, except when they seek amusement, which is what I fear as their eyes look our way. I do not suppress the growl any more. It comes out strong and harsh as I bare my teeth, lashing my tail. "Pykh, tell me now." Seal sounds worried when he should be angry. I take my eyes from the threat and see his claws curled so innocently against the Omega's neck, stroking with a crooked finger. "We may not have long to act," he says. I touch him reassuringly. "It is not that. Not yet. And I hope I'm not lying." While the masters speak, I also hear Seal say, "Do not worry, my Omega. He will tell us when the conversation is done." Maybe not, though. Hearing the master's words, I'm afraid to even repeat them back to myself in my mind. "Well, it shall not be me taking the breeder's place," says the third. "So I wished we could have some fun with thee before he arrives." "When will he show?" "Tomorrow, midday, and we shall starve until he finishes his feast." "I wish we could barb the other slaves. They are not as soft, but they have the same." "We can, if they are." The word he uses I associate with pain and terror. It is when they clip off our crest, piece by piece, before we are raped and eaten. "Yes, but they die too soon." My limbs shake. There are memories I do not allow. Slaves I have seen before their deaths. A few I have worked with. One I have been cage mates with. But how do I know it is only one? What has happened to the others since they went to new cages? That is a question I do not allow. I react to it anyway, letting out a low, reluctant roar. A fearful sound, since the core of me is terrified, but I will fight with fury. I will not allow them to take another cage mate from me. Seal and Omega are my final companions. When I lose them, so much love will be lost that I will not recover. My growl, of course, draws them to me. The first one quivers with visible anticipation. This will hurt, but I want them to notice me. With the masters, I have lived by the code of safety in being unseen. I am different now. I want them to know what is coming. Take my Omega or my Seal and one of you will die. I'm reminded of my weakness with a jolt and a whimpering cry. My body spasms and crumples to the floor. One of the masters activated my collar, and as my vision goes black, I wonder if this is it. if I will die. Wait! Their clacking is hard to understand without watching them, but through a few words it seems they discuss having fun with me. I cannot lie. I begin to wail with fright. Then Seal is over me, panic in his eyes, soothing me with a croon. He is afraid to touch me in case they activate the punishment again. The Omega does not know this, and when his hands touch my body, I try to pull away. Seal helps remove him, and the Omega looks on with concern, still reaching for me, seeming to speak with questions and worry. It was not a full blast, and only the rod has the poison. Immobile no longer, I get up and pace the floor. Since I am very mad, I do so on all fours, my fingers curled to paws. I would leap from here and gut them completely if not for the bars. I was the one who taught Seal to close the cage right away. I wish I hadn't done that. These ones usually say time. They approach the cage from 3 positions, and I cannot keep my eyes on all of them at once. Pykh, what did they say? What is going on? Bring him to the middle. Cover him with your body. Keep him from being seen. My voice is deeper than it's ever been. I've seen this kind of play before. The middle will be the safest place for him. Do not leave him no matter what. Do not try to help me. The first jab comes then, and I scramble back with a snarl. Each of these masters has acquired a rod from one of the crates. Another catches me in my flank. No poison, pain only. Screaming, I collapse. But they will not kill me on this day. This is only for fun. I glare at the one who's hurt me, whose middle legs stroke his body absently, a sign of bored, mild pleasure. I want him to know what I'll do tomorrow when Seal says it's time. My Omega will not be barbed and defiled. I launch myself at the bars, growling furiously, showing my teeth reaching through with my claws. The master startles and scuttles backwards, chirping with fear. I grin through my anger. But my satisfaction is short-lived. Behind me, Seal yelps, his tail caught by a rod. He is on all fours with the Omega underneath him, his crest raised, but making no movement. Doing so would expose our Omega mate. I launch myself across the cage, which isn't far. I land above the master's head on the bars and slide down. I snarl with all the aggression I have, but he does not react in fear, and instead the rod jabs my ribs. I collapse, wailing. But no poison. And moments after it's over, I am up again. Seal is snarling, trying to make himself and the Omega small so they will be out of reach. But the cages are never big enough for that. To protect them, my pain and tears become my strength. I set myself on my feet and launch again. Chapter 22. Seal. At last, it ends. I gather up the Omega and pull him to the back, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm protecting him from. The invaders, obviously. But Pykh is still crouched over, his crest lifted, his breath panting over a low, warning growl. Saliva drips from his chin and he doesn't even wipe it off. I've never seen him like this. My Pykh is deadly in potential only with his size and muscle. He has no warrior's training. His personality is sweet. I make him out to be a warrior in my mind because that is the destiny I envisioned for him. To be great, but also to become my lover. In my fantasy of our perfect life, he achieves more than me, but he is still my Pykh. What is wrong? I ask. The Omega shifts in my lap. He picks at his arm, and when I see a red scrape there, I tell myself it is from a rock when I pinned him to the ground for his protection. My memory instead plays a moment when I may have handled him roughly with my claws. There are similar marks on his side, his other shoulder and his ankle. Combined with the tender areas from his beating, he's covered in signs of abuse. I feel low. I've only been his guardian for 1 day. You want to tell me why you did that? I run my hands over the Omega. Such a supple, pliant body. You hurt us, you know. I can't protect him. When the rod touches me, it travels through my body and harms us both. I had no choice but to leave him abandoned and exposed, or to make him suffer with me. There was nothing I could do. The Omega's speech sounds like an inquiry. He's staring at Pykh with wide eyes. You frightened us both, and it was unnecessary. You knew what they would do to us. You started this. I breathe, but I don't voice these thoughts. He hasn't moved. Why don't you talk to me? I keep the irritation out of my voice, but my tail lashes. My crest is up, though I am way too exhausted to present a threat. Pykh, we're hurt. You made them beat us. Why would you do that? Finally he turns his head, but just slightly. Just enough to talk to us. I protected him. You don't know what was said. Then tell me. I growl. I asked enough times, haven't I? I screamed it, and you didn't. The Omega turns in my lap, presenting his palms and gesturing for me to calm down. He makes little, dominating hisses. Shh, shh. I sigh. Angry, but our Omega can't understand why. He doesn't know what's happening. All he knows is that his only 2 warriors are fighting, and he can't have that for his safety. Obediently I quiet my tone. Should I be afraid, Pykh? Yes. Will you tell me why? I wait for his answer. I don't want to tell you. It is awful. Very well. It is a good thing I'm a warrior. I'm used to taking orders I sometimes don't understand. I can accept that sometimes I shouldn't ask questions. Just tell me what I need to do. Keep him back there. Keep him safe. I'd agree to this easily, but the Omega is already pulling out of my arms. I tug him down and he gives me a look. It is not anger. It is not a reprimand. Just surprise, uncertainty. A little bit of, why is he doing this? What will he do next? His only 2 warriors in the world are barbarians. At home I would be exiled, and rightfully so. He gets up again with timid movements, and I keep my arms at my sides. My heart beats very fast as he approaches Pyke's quilled back. I've seen Pykh angry, but never enraged. He seems ready to attack something when he hears the Omega's soft footsteps approach. I told you to keep him back! He roars, and his teeth gnash. The invaders look at us, and one reaches for the collar control on his neck. Another picks up one of the rods. An invader passing the cave sticks his head in and shouts. He kicks dust at the ones in here, and they forget their weapons. There seems to be some disagreement, much waving of arms, and then touching of their mandibles to the newcomer to fight. It looks more like they're measuring to see who's tallest. I do not understand this behaviour, but I understand the precise short screech for shut up. I've learned that one. I think the newcomers came to tell the others to stop beating us because we're loud. The warrior serves the Omega, I say quietly, quoting an oath Pykh would have taken to become part of an Omega's court. The Omega is our master, and we are docile in his presence. Meanwhile, our Omega hesitates, glancing between Pykh and the spectacle, unsure of which one to fear more, Pyke's snarl disappears. His tail stills, though his quills remain up for the possible threat nearby. He turns to put his back toward the invaders, like he should, inclining his head and lowering his eyes. Good. He shows some sense at last. The Omega sounds praising, then concerned, touching the top of Pyke's head. The Omega squats down. I look aside. My muscles ache with just the thought of standing. I'm exhausted. I can't get aroused right now, but I also can't stop my thoughts from going a certain direction when he's incidentally presenting like that. The Omega makes gentle sounds as he touches Pyke's face, his shoulders, his neck. He's trying to soothe you, I explain. He wants to bring you back under control so you'll protect him. I am always protecting him. Show him. Knees on the ground, bow your head in servitude. Don't look up. He does this easily. I wish it was because he has practice serving an Omega, and not because he has to assume a much similar pose for the invaders. He only falters when the squabblers make too much noise, the disgruntled one leaving, and Pykh must look back to make sure everything's all right. The Omega's tone is full of praise and assurance. Every invader in the cave is watching us, their mandibles clicking in a way I presume is unhappy. Come back to me, Omega. Please. I am certain Pyke's intention was good, although he hurt us. I'm not sure how throwing a fit and getting us punished worked into it, but I trust him. I move forward. Trust us? Please? I make eye contact with my lover. Pykh will keep us safe. It'll be all right. Pykh nods and nudges the Omega towards me. I take his hand and bring him back into my lap, one arm to secure him there, one hand to groom his hair. I nuzzle and purr, as an attending lover should. Seal, remember what you would do to protect him? Remember what you wanted to do today? How you would protect him? For both of us? His words remove any joy I could have had from my actions. Yesterday I wasn't intending to live to this moment. His blood should be on my claws. Yes, I say without emotion. Promise me you can still do that. Stay close to him tomorrow. When they come to remove him, do not hesitate. Do not be weak, like I am. I understand. My claws are so close to his neck, I sweep them lovingly across, the curves brushing behind his ear to make pleasurable sensations. I drag the points down his nape, down his back. Barbarians. I'm sorry, my sweet, that you're trapped with us. He won't understand. There will be a glimpse as it is done, his eyes meeting mine, and then my soul will truly die. Do you know when? I ask. Sometime tomorrow. Midday, I think. Watch the sky. Chapter 23. Pykh. Why did it have to be on a day like this? The sun is out, and the sky is clear. A breeze keeps the rays from getting too hot. This is the perfect day for working in the trees for long hours. The evening will bring that sleepy orange gloom that's perfect for making love and talking after. I declined Seal's advances this morning. I can't take pleasure on a day like this. I'm exhausted from what little sleep I did have, and it doesn't matter how vivid and cheerful the scenery seems. To me, the world is only grey. They said the new master would arrive, and distinctive clicks with the word mean that they will come from the sky. I stare at it, looking for the streak that means my day has come to an end. I can't take this. I want to cry and curl up to Seal, who will stroke me and give me words of comfort. We are strong for each other like that, one being the solid tree when the other can't stay standing. But today I cannot break. The sweet Omega depends on me for this. We've only just met, and I'm certain I was meant to find him with my life. That is why my fate made me a slave. The barbing cannot. It cannot. I flinch. Seal drops to the ground with his haul, and the master near the crate is angry. He taps the edge with his rod to tell Seal to hurry up. The meal is coming early today. The invader from the sky is very important. My Omega is entertainment for him. I growl lowly and continue my work. What else can I do? I'm helpless to stop it, helpless to stall it, and my thoughts of escape or fighting back are always pitted against one simple problem. The collar. Seal thinks I am complacent because I was raised with them. I don't know any different than sleeping in cages. I've gotten used to my cage mates disappearing or dying. But I would have fought many times before, even when I was young, if not for the metal collar locked around my neck. Those who forget they wear this don't fight back for long. What are we even waiting for? If we can do nothing and I cannot enjoy this final day, what is the purpose of gathering the Iblis fruit? What is the purpose of keeping him alive? Seal is back, and he scratches his claws through my crest. You've been staring at the sky all day. There will be another ship. That is what he calls the buildings that fly, though he's never been able to explain exactly what a ship is. I've not asked very often. Those things bother me. Pykh, can you hear me? I take my eyes from the sky. Oh, my Pykh, you will fall asleep and drop to the ground. Why don't you curl up under the Vilf bush there, and I will do the rest of the work. I will tell you if I see a ship. I frown. There's no point to working, Seal. He will not be alive much longer. How do you know? Because there's nothing we can do. When they come, they want to barb him. Seal has never seen this, though it did happen to one of our cage mates a long time ago. It means they will destroy him from the inside out. We cannot allow this. You must kill him, Seal. Perhaps... Yes, you should do it now. I want to kill something. I want to protect him. But the one who's going to do him harm is Seal and myself. What am I to do about that? It feels like my head is going to split. Not yet, Pykh. The time will come, and then I will act. You must. You cannot falter like I did. You must be strong enough, Seal, or if you are not, you must tell me so I can... Shh, do not worry, Pykh. I will not ask you. I am strong. I snarl. How can you be? Easy, my Pykh. The war is fought in here, remember? Seal gestures to his head. Do not lose before it is time. My tail lashes and I turn away from him. Perhaps I was wrong to think he's wise. If you spend all that time in your head and they take the Omega away to barb him, I will... My claws dig deep into the tree. There's a knocking sound below. The master with the rod yells at us to hurry it up. He has the necklace that would let him kill us instantly. But what if I was faster than him? All I have to do is let go and drop down. I've never attacked the masters, but something tells me their hard outside would crack under my claws like these fruits they have us pick. And then what? Perhaps they don't need Seal and me. Perhaps they kill us both. And then there's no one to save, which means kill. The Omega before he is torn up from the inside. Let us work, says Seal, and I will talk to you. This might be our last time, you know. I thought you already won with your mind, I taunt. I may die today, but I will not lose. Now quit being a brat and listen. I never told you about my life. I kept expecting you to ask, but you never did. I sigh and stuff one of the fruits into my shoulder sack. We don't have a life. We are slaves. Yes, well, before I was a slave, I had quite a life. My name is known throughout the settlements for the invaders I've killed and the victories I've seen. Though I'm afraid my motives didn't start out honorable. I became a warrior through envy and jealousy. I try to pay attention to Seal's story. It is interesting, but it has many things I don't understand. I just don't have the energy or the focus to keep interrupting him for clarification. Brothers are like cage mates, I assume. Parents, I have no idea. Whoever they are, they like Seal's brother more than him, and this brother was groomed for attention at an Omega's court. I have no idea what any of this means. I complain, and I feel sorry for it when Seal stops speaking for a long time. I'm sorry. Go on. We continue to work, and I learn all about masters who are not my masters. Seal says, but they are called the same. They teach young Pykh how to fight, to hunt, to make things. His master was not nice, and said he was unfit. I scoff as we empty the shoulder sacks. The master brandishes the rod, warning me, and we leap back into the trees. I'm so tired I nearly lose my grip. I've lost track of Seal's story when I look into the sky and interrupt. Did your master come from the sky too? What? No. Why would you think that? Realization dawns in his eyes. Pykh, you don't understand anything I've told you, do you? I'm sorry, Seal, but you did not exist to me until we were cage mates. He touches my arm. I wanted to show you more than this. That's why I wanted to tell you about it. But I cannot understand. It's all right. We work for some time, then he says, I gave you the name Averir. Pykh is not a name, it is a thing. A young person, though it is used affectionately from an older lover to a younger one. That is why I never told you. I wanted to keep calling you Pykh. He laughs a little. It was a rebuke at first, for your many questions. What is rebuke? I ask. And he laughs again in full. Chapter 24. Seal. I do most of the work, and Pykh gazes endlessly at the sky. He's right about there being no purpose, I suppose. But we have to at least make enough effort that the invaders don't punish us for being ineffective. Also, I desire the work today. The physical exertion draws my mind away from the cramped, suffocating situation I'm in. Gathering Iblis is an easy problem to solve. I never thought I'd say this, but I wish the work would never end. I wish it could always be as simple as dropping shells into a cart, getting a little closer to the fill line, then to reach it and start over with another empty cart. Always. It's that warm kind of day where every hour seems to be early noon. I can pretend time has stopped on this moment right here. I tried to tell Pykh about my life before, but he has no patience. If I can find a flaw with him, I guess it would be that, though it never bothers me. Not even now. I have no reason to tell him of my past accomplishments, my past enemies, my lows and my highs. I just can't accept that the last day with my lover will be spent silently. We didn't even make love today, which is understandable, but unfortunate. I would always wish to talk and make love to him on the day of our demise, but it seems it won't turn out that way. My hands are scraped and swollen from the prickly vine where the Iblis must be cut. I welcome the pain. Everything before the act of my last sin is a blessing. I hear something strike the base of the tree. I look down and the invader is thwacking it with the rod, looking up at me. Pykh, what does it want? You start them me early. There will be a lot. The invader taps his necklace threateningly. Even a small shock at this height might kill me. But I delay a second more. Will this be the last time I see Pykh, then? I have so much to say to him. So many more moments we should have. Yet all I'm saying is, already? I won't have my blade. And I begin to shimmy down the tree to appease the invader. I suck in a breath to say something like, I love you, Pykh. It would be different if I could save you. If I was strong enough. But Pykh looks down on me. His expression so serious he seems angry. Do not take the Omega with you unless you can do it for us both. If you can't, leave him here. So my last words to Pykh are, I will kill him when the time comes. When a ship appears in the sky. Yes. My promise serves the purpose just as well, I suppose. Though I do almost call up to him when my feet hit the ground. The invader snaps and prods at me, shocking me once, quickly. I slump, grunt, but manage to stay up and move toward the path leading to the field. When I'm clear of him, I stop and signal for the Omega to join me. He leaps up. His eyes are excited. He doesn't know what I intend to do, but he's been waiting for this. He clutches his junk pieces to his chest like precious treasures, then glances at the invader and deliberately hides the junk in a grip at his side. He changes the position as he walks to always keep that hand out of sight. Why is that so important to you, sweet one? Do you think you have a weapon for me to slay your enemies with? Can you fix it? That is what I hope. Or do you just like the pretty light it makes and you're trying to understand it? That is what I think is more likely. Pykh is right. There's a lot of meat to slaughter today. My heart is always heavy to see the animals. The invaders don't hunt, so I don't know where they acquired these. Some of them I recognize, and those used to cause me the most grief. Having the same home, we share the same fate and predicament with the invaders capturing us. But over time, I've learned sympathy for all the animals. I've come to understand that my world is not the only one with this fate. The animals are never quite fully alive. They lay in their cages with dead eyes. If it weren't for their blinking, Their breathing and the occasional tail twitch. I would think they were lifeless already. I used to say a few words to them. Sometimes I would touch their fur and croon softly. I've since figured out that the smartest thing to do is to just proceed quickly. My comfort is no comfort at all, and likely it only increases their fear. So nowadays I complete the killing quickly. The blood drains into a tank secured at the edge of the platform. They'll take it away while I'm working, and I still don't know what they use it for. The first animal is strong and stubborn, but his strength easily wanes. He stumbles into the platform and trips across it. He makes a moaning sort of cry that hurts my heart. This is where mercy becomes a violent act. I used to be a great warrior. My claws are not meant to slaughter animals for the invaders' stomachs. They've done the same thing to Pykh as they've done to me. I've never brought it up, but I have thought of how Pykh is a specialized captive, as I am to these animals. They keep him because he understands their language. He trained me, and all the others. There'd be no way to interpret their instructions otherwise. The invaders are lazy, disgusting things. I secure the animal's feet and hoist him up. I snap his neck and tear his artery. Now the next animal. The Omega stands between here and there, and his expression makes me pause. Horrified. Sad. No, sweet. I open my hand and reach for him, about to mutter some soft assurance, and I see the blood on my claws. We just stare at each other. You caught me. Yet when he approaches, there's no fear. He doesn't suspect anything. He babbles some chirpy-sounding words and takes my wrist. We go back to the animals, but off to the side, stopping under a tree. He wipes my claws off on his thigh, streaks of red on his pale skin, and every muscle in my hand and arm goes limp. He says something that sounds bossy. It's the quickness of his words, the clip of his tone. He presses my claws to the metal pieces on the light sword until he finds the one that best fits. When he seems pleased, he turns my finger like a tool. All right, but we can't do this for long. They're going to come check on me. No answer, and he cleans my other hand for me on his skin. I wince, wishing I had done it myself. I could have stopped him, but for the moment I need to be extra obedient. For my soul. He instructs me to hold the sword horizontal while he works on the last securing pieces on the inside of the sword. Your project is pointless, my love. Even if you modify the sword to be useful to us, we can still be killed with this. He is not finished with my hand, so I gesture at the collar with my tail. He looks up. Zzzt. I shut my eyes and flop my head. Babbling, he goes back to the work and continues using my claws as his tools. Did he understand? Does this mean he will stop the collar once he fixes the sword? Chapter 25. Carter. Please let my understanding of basic circuitry be correct. Please, oh please, don't let a tiny speck of dirt kaput the whole damn thing. I hear the grass rustling, the bush plants giving way. We are surrounded by the enemy, and here I am, the naked space marine engineer, modifying a weapon out in the open. They just don't care for some reason. A superiority complex is my guess. Explains a lot of things. Like why they don't even try to communicate, though they're obviously intelligent. Why they only take over resource-abundant worlds that don't have the high-tech power to push back. Why they enslave, eat, and experiment on sentient beings. What can you expect from a sentient bug, huh? The closest things to them are the prawns from the Phi sector, but they aren't quite on the same level. The bugs wouldn't even need slaves to gather up fruit or process meat if they had the machines and facilities to do it for them. Perhaps even the idea of learning different technologies and exploring new ways to do things is considered beneath them. Other beings are just so expendable there's no need to innovate basic daily tasks. Lucky me. Don't breathe, all right? That little glowing light in there, that's the infinity source. It's the mini version of a sun, kinda, and it's a fickle son of a bitch. I should be in a dust-free lab, wearing dark goggles, commanding a surgical operation device to do all of this for me. You're not supposed to look into the sun, you know? Yet I've got my eyes squinted up to slits, black spots in my vision, and I can see the infinity source glob squishing and dancing around. This is really bad for your eyes. Don't ever do this. I have to squint harder to try and see the pathways of a dozen white lines. This is shit construction. The upside-down position of the board will make it prone to overheating. I'm amazed something this old still functions. This is the cheap man's version of anti-hacking hardware. Just put it face down so it's hard to get to. I hate to think that this thing might have come from Earth, during that time when we were trying anything and everything. The scribbles underneath the board are English characters, but for the dignity of my planet, I'm going to pretend otherwise. Fucking pieces of shit must have failed like cheap Christmas lights, one right after the other. Probably in combat, too. Space Marines must have died over this shit, goddamn fucking cheap government assholes. It's well known among the engineers that venting frustration improves the quality of our work. And though we don't admit it out loud, sometimes it seems like the machines have consciousness. Intimidation can make the lights come on and make the damn beeping stop. Shit. The lines are duplicating and crisscrossing, along with my fingers and the little lengths of wire I'm using as tools. I back off and rub my eyes, before I stab the infinity source and kill hope for all of us. Pitcher has the blank, "I don't know why I'm doing this, but I will if you want me to. Look." He's patient, and he has steady hands. Black spots are still dancing in my eyes, but I don't have time to be careful. Smooth, yes, but staring at that blinding glob, a sharp white laser punching straight through my retinas, isn't going to work. This was a shit plan anyway. A snowball's chance in hell. If I fuck it up, that's the way this boat was tilting anyhow. Pitcher looks up and away. There's a dot in the cloudless sky. I shield my eyes and look. It's a dull gray object with an orange glow. An incoming spacecraft. He looks at me like, "We doing this or what?" "All right, steady hands. New plan. I won't hate you if you fuck this up for me." I touch his bicep. He tilts his head and blinks. "And you won't kill me if I break your little weapon, huh?" "Nah, I don't think you would anyway. But you might if you knew how much was riding on this. Here." He has one hand acting as a work table and braced for me. I take the other one and set his claws at precise locations around the edges of the circuit board. "You're gonna be kinda like my big surgical precision robot, you know? No moving now. If that thin little magnet leaves the power source, it throws the kill switch and our precious glob of infinite power and beauty goes poof. You hear?" I don't know why I'm speaking to him like he's a kid when he can't understand me anyway. It's for my own nerves, like cussing at the machines, I guess. "Okay. Now easy does it, big guy." I carefully put pressure under his wrist, urging him to lift up. My other hand is on top, ready to stop him if he raises it too far, but who's to say I'll be on time? And he's so much stronger than me, it could take him a while to even realize what I'm trying to do. There we go. Easy does it, big guy. Careful is key. We hit that magic elevation. The moment the light just peeks around the bottom corner of the circuit board. Now this is very important. You keep your fingers on this spot. Exactly, and I'm going to slide underneath. Why do my instructions sound slightly dirty? Why do I glance at the sheathed felt package down there while my life is on the line? I swear it's my frazzled brain trying to come up with jokes to relieve stress. We space marines are trained for it by our comrades. Everything is shit? Laugh about it. That's it. Good boy. Just gonna tickle you the way you like it. Now I'm talking to them both. And everything's gonna be just fine. We're all about reciprocation here. I scratch your back, you help me out. And now the long stare into the laser light of doom. I move the wire back and forth. My precision tool. In the lab, I just apply a little drop of silver gunk to modify the pathways. A robot would get it done and stuck under there in 5 minutes, including reassembly time. Better yet, we just throw this old hunk of junk away. The wire is working, but it's slow. Whatever you do, don't move. Clicking and rustling happens behind me. It's getting closer, but I can't quit now, not even if they try to stop me. That's it. Almost there. Come on, baby, do this for me. There's a joke in there somewhere, and the freaking out part of me is determined to find it. The rest of me is chanting, "Don't fuck up, don't fuck up." Okay, I think I've almost got it. Pitcher releases a tense, unhappy breath. He growls. Then something grabs me. It's the trainer bug. The boss. Black spots dance over my eyes. With bug mandibles, the blue sky and tilting trees over my head. Chapter 26. Carter. I don't have time to think. My foot flies out and kicks the bug square in the face, right in his mouth area. He's got 2 arms holding me, and I twist, jerking myself free in one motion. Stunned from the kick, he lets go, and I follow through with a hard punch to the face. What he has for a face, anyway. This turns out to be a mistake, and I shake out my hand in pain. Pitcher has the saber. Its case open and all its intricate parts just sitting there, ready to fall out with just a slightly steeper angle. He's reaching for me with the other hand, an odd, tortured expression on his face. "No, don't!" I yell, reaching for the saber. All my hard work, my one chance of fighting back, maybe taking out a few of these fuckers out before I go down. I duck his hand and bring up his other one, which holds the guts. "Just like this," I say, bringing his fingers back into position. "Don't stop, don't let go. Jesus, don't!" He has this blank expression. He has no idea what he's doing or why it's important. I want to cuss him out for nearly jeopardizing my work, but I remind myself to be patient. He's been nothing but kind to me. I look up and touch his cheek. Be my statue for a little bit, okay? It's all for a good reason, I promise. I push up to my toes and give him a kiss. They respond well to physical touches. That's my excuse, though at this point I don't really need one. Now to see if this was all for nothing. The circuit board is on top where it should be, and I pry up on the corner. I squint into the light and try to make out the lines again. Was my manipulation enough? Is the path severed? Was I even scratching in the right place with my vision all wonky? The claws of his free hand touch the base of my neck. "Oh, not now," I say, pushing him away. "We have to get this done. I think that's good." I'm lying. I can't see shit. My bug friend is rolling onto his side, getting up, and I really need this saber to be done and working right the fuck now. Pitcher's frown is deep, and his expression takes me aback for a second. He must know I'm rebelling. He must think there's no hope. He touches my neck again. He's been awfully focused on the area just under my ear lately. I move his hand away because I need his claws as my screwdriver. I know, I say. It's a human thing, fighting for a lost cause, fighting for the sake of fighting. They have a scientific term for it. Species that develop religion are more likely to have it. It's the drive of spirit in the face of all-defying logic. It leads to some pretty fucked up decisions in the history of the race over a long enough timeline. That's why some people call it the crazy gene. 2 screws down, 8 to go. My bug on the ground seems to have difficulty rolling off his back. He's spitting and clacking something fierce, though. I should probably be afraid. Pitcher's hand moves, trying to help me put a screw in. The tiny piece drops, and my heart falls with it. No. This sucks. I go to the ground and start parting the grass, careful not to move my feet. These old sabers were sensitive to tampering. It has a little sensor in there that will detect if it's not screwed down properly. It doesn't work if the space isn't tight. Man, my mind is not connecting to the appropriate jokes for my service today. It's a good thing my buddies aren't here to see my shame. Aha! I stand back up. Now don't do that again. His expression is ice cold. Why is he constantly reaching for my hair? He's afraid for me, maybe. He offers his claws and I put him to good use. And then my arms jerk and flop. My body shakes. The remaining 4 screws spring from my fingertips and I'm looking up at the sky alongside the bug I knocked down. I'm so confused it takes an extra moment for me to realize that I'm in pain and my head is rolling. Pitcher drops the saber, and that's why I shriek. He reaches for me, and I reach for where the screws are, wailing, forming words in there somewhere, but nothing that'll help. Another bug helps the first one get up. There's 3 of them now, and one has a finger on the button of his pendant. Pitcher grabs my neck. To hold my head still? No, Pitcher, no! Get the sword! Finish it! Help me, quickly! At least that's what I try to say. A few garbled no's come out and I get stuck on them, stuttering like a broken record. Pitcher looks backward while his hand remains on my throat. Prickly bugs descend on me and his grip tightens. For a moment my breath cuts off. What is he doing? My last word is, "No!" A mouse squeak. My convulsions end and I can breathe again. Pitcher almost collapses on top of me, but a bug uses his hand to push him back so he falls the other way. Panting, my thoughts scattered. I have an insight. They can only punish one of us at once. I go for the saber, hoping it'll just magically work in its semi-assembled state. My fingers brush the handle, but 4 of the bug bastards drag me away. Chapter 27. Seal. It's a small dose of punishment, thankfully. It ends. I push myself up, and then I have the moment. I've experienced plenty of these. You train for battle because when the time comes you will have to act regardless of great fear, regardless of pain and resistance. We protect our young warriors, but we can only do so for so long. Often as I gained experience, the responsibility of the mission fell onto my shoulders alone. I faced the fact that completing the mission and aiding my people in the war for their survival would come at the cost of my own life. Somehow that cost was always paid by others. So I find myself in this moment, my chance slipping away from me, and my conscience, for once unable to bear the cost. This is not one of those moments where time slows for all but myself. Already he is too far away. His legs kick uselessly. He thrashes to no avail. I could spring up and run after him, but there were too many invaders, and I would drop to the ground before my claws could rip his neck. What did it? I beat my fist on the ground. The blood on his pale skin. The trusting way he appropriated these hands. Did I just like obeying him so much that I sabotaged myself? How could I do this? The Omega will wish I had done it by the end of the day. Pykh won't tell me what happened to that cage mate we lost this way. But I have my suspicions. I prefer not to contemplate them long enough to reach a conclusion. I have to keep living somehow. And now that means I have to kill my Omega by the end of the day. I have to fix my mistake. I just couldn't do it. His throat was so fragile, thin like a bird's, and his eyes were so trusting. Self-pity is useless. I've succumbed in the past, but I will not do so now. I stand and watch. They're not taking him far. They bring out 2 metal posts. The last time I saw these, Pykh called me away. It was early afternoon and we had already finished preparing the meat. We didn't eat that night, and I wanted to go back. I wanted to help our cage mate, and I didn't mind that it might cost me my life. Pykh was my master that night, and I railed at him, telling him he was on the invader's side. He growled and guarded the door with no qualms about injuring me and no backing down. The screams started, and neither of us changed our minds. I was mad at him for a while over that. He never apologized, and he never explained himself either. I thought he would always be my enemy back then. But time and forced cooperation took care of that. I know Pykh well enough to trust him now. But if I needed a display, here it is. There are 2 blocks set into the ground not far from the butchering platform. They each have a metal ring, and I've never asked what they're for. Everything for the invaders has a bad purpose. Every activity in this field ends with the death of something innocent. Now I learn what they're for. The poles twist into each block. A chain goes through a loop on top and on the bottom. Each end has a manacle, and they secure these to his hands and feet. A crank on the side tightens everything. They spin the wheel until his limbs are spread, but not tight enough that he can't struggle a bit. He tries. Useless as it is, he thrashes and wails, until exhaustion calms him down and he quietly comes to terms with where he is. I will not reach him now. There are too many invaders milling around. I recognize their fast tick-tick clicking to be laughter, or at least the sound of pleasure. Many of them will do this right before they eat. But that can't be the Omega's purpose. I've never seen them eat live prey, unless it's their own kind. If he holds their attention well enough, it is possible I could slink close under the guise of butchering. I could leap over, land on his chest, and tear at him viciously. It would not be clean. If they heard my footsteps for the short sprints before the leap, I would fall before I could get my claws into him. A risk, but it's worth it. More like it's all I have. The Omega calls for me. Whatever name or word he uses is nonsense, but I can tell it's for me, or for myself and Pykh by the long syllables, the holding desperation, and then his gaze upon me. Yes, I'm your loyal guardian, the one who loves you so much. I would do anything. You have no idea. One of the invaders gets behind him, 4 abrasive wriggling arms sprouting around the Omega and seizing him. He kicks and pulls and shrieks at the chains. I'm sorry. I will fix it. I take a step. He calls for me. Long. Then a tumble of words and an odd directional nod of his head. I look behind my feet. The sword is nearby, the top hanging sideways off the other half. 6 metal fasteners have kept it from splitting in half. It doesn't work on the invaders, I say under my breath, as if he could understand me if he was close enough to hear. The other invaders pull the hands of the one away. The Omega is left alone for now, and his top half slumps. Still he lifts his head and calls to me. Instructions follow, but his voice is weaker this time. It ends with a plea and a sob. I stoop and pick up the sword. I'd like to hurl the damn thing. If the Omega was already dead, I would turn it on my own gut. But I hold it carefully so that the halves are together, and I get on my knees in the grass to search for 4 small metal pieces. It's impossible to tell what he's actually saying. I find one of the metal fasteners, but my hands shake so much I keep dropping it. He could be asking for help. He's probably saying nothing at all that has to do with this thing. Maybe he just wanted to see how it works. No, he did something. He looked underneath the green board and exposed a small light. He did not act surprised or wondering. His poking didn't make sense to me, but he seemed to do it carefully and purposefully. Doesn't mean it worked. Doesn't mean he fixed the collar, which will kill you even if you can cut through your enemies. My mind is silent. I've lost the argument against myself, yet I slip the last metal fastener into place and turn my claw accordingly. It twists into the hole. I grip the handle the way Pykh taught me and hit the switch with my thumb. The light sword bursts out. It's no different. The same colour and everything. I don't know what I was expecting, but some proof may have given me confidence. The Omega calls. He sounds hopeful. Or is that my emotion misinterpreting his? Another call, louder, shorter. An invader has hands between his thighs. Others are touching behind him. Another has mandibles encroaching over his face. One of the red-topped invaders is watching over them and stopping them when they go too far. There is a faint roar overhead. I've heard the sound many times, and I've trained myself to become alert at the faintest hint of it. There's an unnatural object in the sky. The angry hissing of an invader near me makes me turn. He brandishes the punishing rod and gestures toward the animals. Someone has finally noticed that dinner isn't being worked on. I check on the Omega and the scene. All are focused on him. So I lunge. There's no anything. No strike, no resistance in my hand. I close my eyes with defeat. The two thudding sounds make me turn my head. The bottom half of the invader kicks its legs wildly. The top half does the same as the head turns toward me, screeching. Hands fumble at the necklace for the kill button. My trained reflexes do not fail me now. One side of his limbs comes clean off. They make a popping crack as they go like breaking tree branches. The wounds are charred black and my nostrils inhale the faint scent of something cooking. I slice through the other side of his arms. The invader is still alive, though he's just half his body and a head. The others would have heard him screaming, but we are some distance away, and they are too loud with their pleased clicking and whistling and chitters. The red-topped one has not noticed, and will not. He will lay here, a dying head, for a long time, until one of his own finds him and eats him. My grin spreads. I am not Seal the Slave anymore. I am Seal the Slayer, one of my many titles. Oh, this feels good. But enough of that. I look toward my Omega and touch my collar. Did he understand me earlier today? Does he know the collar will kill, and did he fix it somehow? He calls for me. He's openly crying now. What will you have me do, little one? I cannot save you. I'm still powerless. I can cut him down from the chains. Give him his own chance to fight while I am lying dead. Trust that perhaps he did affect the collar somehow. I can do as I know he's ordering me to, though I have only his gaze and the sound of his voice to go by. Or I could use this sword on him, as a tool of quick death. Chapter 28. Pykh. One bag full of the hard-shelled fruit Seal taught me to call Iblis, but which I simply call fruit or food. We had a funny exchange about that once. You mean there are words for every single type, shape and colour of food? Why? He just looked at me for a long time, an uncomprehending expression on his face, frozen between exhaustion and bafflement. I had been bothering him about food words for a while, and when I discovered that he had a name for every single little thing, I was convinced he was making it up. Well, how would you explain to someone what you were after, if you wanted to buy one of these? He held up the ground fruit we were picking. And not one of these. He plucked the small berries we were snacking on. How would you explain that to a shopkeeper? He had already explained shopkeepers to me, but I've never fully understood them. You would say ground fruit and tiny fruit. Okay, what if the shopkeeper had many kinds of ground fruit? What if he had many kinds of tiny fruit? Well, I could pick up whatever I wanted. That would be the easiest way, or I could say I want the purple ground fruit. I want the yellow tiny fruit. Seal stared at me for a long time, then shook his head and resumed working. My chest puffed up and I held my tail in a confident arch, because I'd soundly outlogicked the brilliant and wise Seal from the lands beyond. Over the following days I noticed he had developed a new habit. Ah, so we're picking Edulk today, he would say, when usually he would just grumble quietly. Or, these fasci were delicious. I had not won. I was just too stupid for him to argue with. When I caught on, my cheeks burned and I hid my face. I didn't talk to Seal that day, and he grew concerned. Toward evening, he put his arm around me and told me that whatever it was okay to talk about it. Or to not talk about it. The important thing was that I didn't stop talking to him, because I was his only companion left in the world. That was the first time Seal showed his heart to me. I realized that he wanted to show me the words because he liked me. And if he really thought I was stupid, he wouldn't bother. I empty my shoulder pack into the crate and leave right away, back up the tree to get more. The master, watching my progress, is impatient and strikes me as many times as he can until I'm out of reach. Hurry up, you other! I asked Seal what their insults mean, and discovered I knew a language that he didn't. So I try not to feel bad about not knowing his words all the time. I look into the sky, see the tiny, tiny speck that could just be a trick if it didn't persist in the same spot. Seal whispers to me again in memory. I'm teaching you the language of your home, Pykh. You're teaching me the language of our invaders. He spit. For the first time, I felt this divide in me. It was always there. I knew it, had even accidentally contemplated it sometimes. Of course, I know the masters and I are separate. But Seal's words felt true, even though this home was just a big empty space in my mind. Now I was aware of that big space. Now I had a sense that I was supposed to be somewhere else. That this wasn't normal. This isn't just how things are. That was a little taste. Over time I came to learn of the place in the mountains, of the warriors Seal was a part of, who fight the masters. I vaguely came to understand about shopkeepers, and most recently I have learned about omegas. I've stopped working. I reach for the next Iblis cluster, my hand puffy and swollen. The little nicks from yesterday have healed over, and there's new nicks now. I check that the speck is still there in the sky. There hasn't been a point to any of this since morning. We could have done it then, or in the night while he was asleep. Why did we wait so long? Why not together instead of asking Seal to commit the act himself? I wanted it this way. I wanted it done away from me where I couldn't see. But what now? He's out there and the act is done. Well, probably not yet. But it will be. And I am here picking fruit for my masters. Still. A hollow sort of daydream appears. Fantasy without intention behind it. I finish my picking because I don't know what else to do. Seal and the Omega are gone. Maybe I take his place for the barbing. That would be fitting, though too horrible to think about. But maybe I go back to my cage, alone, awaiting another cage mate, weeping for the ones I lost but too obedient to do anything about it. I will not go back to picking. I am in the highest branches of the tree, Seal and I having already picked the lower, sweeter fruits. They are edulk, meaning they are best for eating, and these are eblis, meaning they will have a sour taste. Both fruits have the oily coating that irritates our hands. So I reach into the back of the cluster and swipe all sides, tops and edges of my claws. I creep carefully with my hands and feet to the limbs of another tree, closer to the crate. Down below, through several criss-crossing branches, I see the master currently in charge of beating me. Go down, my mind says. Drop on him. Attack. My mind can see it happening, but my body is still here, up in the tree. Go down. Rip into him with your claws. Bite through his neck with your teeth. I imagine it very well, but I am still here. Why am I still here? I am afraid. I frown and dig my claws into the tree. Seal told me I would be a warrior. A good one. He told me I was powerful. Powerful. Me. The one who didn't know very many words until Seal came along. And then he told me stories about killing the masters, setting fields on fire where they were gathered, dismantling the cages they found, always empty. I was concerned about the slaves that might have been killed. Seal explained that those cages were for new slaves. He went into one of those when he was caught. He was troubled to learn that I had never met anyone else from the mountains before. He wonders where his friends have gone. Seal taught me to hate the masters. I only feared them before. There is a distinct wind sound, distant, low. Recognizing that is one of the traits Seal and I had in common from the start. Grass rustles and parts as several of the round runt masters walk by. They're soon followed by one of the red-topped shes. This is it, then. Death. Seal will have done it by now, for he will have heard the ship in the sky. If he hesitated, he will surely do it when he sees the red-topped she. Her followers are quite loud, with squeaky, laugh-like shrieks. There are many right around her. Then the herd thins and fewer stragglers pass. I use their noise to cover the sound of my descent. Down one branch, down another. Right above and crawling into position, I can feel the strength Seal told me I had. Muscles thick. Body long, my tail extended, curved, the end flicking. My upper lip raising to show teeth. My heart is empty of this power. Despite all they've done to me, I have no hate, no aggression, only fear. Would I have attacked them earlier if not for this collar? Yes, but I am still wearing the collar. I will meet the death that made me obedient so far. I drop down. Chapter 29. Carter. Pitcher! The sword works. Why isn't he saving me? Why is he just staring at me like that? He's thinking of running for himself. I can hardly breathe. I'm crying so much. Just a touch of these prickly, grabby stick hands makes me shudder with disgust. Like feeling a vague, annoying itch on your arm and looking down to see an orange centipede crawling and curling up your skin. I throw my weight against the chains. It's so goddamn useless, but I'm not trying to break free. I just want to shake them off. They're between my thighs, feeling up my armpits. Tickling is too small a word for the shudders of violation throughout my body. I want them gone. I want to get away. I can thrash, but I can't fucking move. Pitcher! I wish my hands would break off of my wrist. Don't you dare leave me like this, you bastard! I know what they're gonna do to me. They're pulling my thighs and my ass cheeks apart. Touching. Smelling their antenna feather feelers, their poking straw tongues. Where did he go? The place Pitcher stood is empty. He did. He left me. I fixed the saber. I was going to help us. Now I'm the distraction, and he's running right at me, his quills up, the tall leafy grass splitting aside as he runs straight as a bullet. I stop thrashing, stop heaving, and take a second to just breathe. This is nice. He didn't leave me. Oh, thank God. I'm crying again. He reaches them and leaps. He's all teeth, snarl, and claws, his tail curving underneath. I keep my eyes open. I want to see them reduced to pieces. But while this all happened in a moment too fast for a memory, the saber is too bright to lose track of. He doesn't bring it down on them. He's bringing it down on me. Right over my head, the way he'll land, it'll carve right down the center of me. His face is ugly, his brow low, all his teeth bared. The saber's light obliterates his image from my vision, and I duck my head against my shoulder. Up close, the saber sounds sort of like a bug zapper. The chains rattle. They clink, tug on my wrists, then my hand falls free. I open one eye and peer at a manacle with several links hanging loose. The other side clinks, and I hear the grating sound of metal dragging. Both my arms are free. Why would he do it like that, scaring the shit out of me? Why come at me from overhead like he was gonna samurai shank my ass? Why did he wait so long? Gasping, I wipe my nose and look at him. He's crying too. Shit, he's in agony. Screeching and clicking, the bugs are everywhere, crawling over him, crawling over me. He spins and the saber cuts them into oozing, pulpy pieces. My nose fills with the odd combined smell of burning hair and barbecue. The bugs are deterred by the death of their own. Pitcher's second swing is wild, the third nearly coming all the way around to gouge himself in the back. I pull at my feet. The chain is loose, but they've got it on a winch. I have to stand wide-legged, unable to bring my ankles together. Pitcher backs closer to me, and I drop with my head over my knees, clasping my hands on top to make myself smaller. I'm wet, and it's warm. I make a disgusted face at the goop and blood splatter. Pitcher, my feet! I'm squatted like a frog due to the forced stance. Please, we have to get out of here! It's got to be impossible for him to hear me, but our eyes meet. He faces me and holds up the sword. Shit! No, look out! The queen with the cattle prod jabs the toxin end into his back, right between his quills, not caring about the danger. Pitcher freezes in his stance, his arms shaking, his eyes rolling upward. She pulls it out, and all his muscles flop loose like spaghetti. Bending over, staggering, I see that saber about to separate me from my leg, but his hands maintain their grip. He gets a better angle on the chain, and the queen stabs him again. This time he goes down, but he's close enough that I reach out and snatch the saber from him. Foot one comes loose with a loud clink, insect hands grabbing my leg up to my knees. I cut through them with no resistance at all. Making the same mistake as Pitcher, I nearly stab myself in the back, turning and stumbling over the other chain. Fortunately, I'm still alive. The chain resists for a mere second, then I'm free. The queen has turned her cattle prod on one of her own, the disc with the buttons around his neck. I blink, but I've got no time to wonder about that. Someone grabs me by the waist when they should have grabbed my hands first. Pulp squirts out of his body. He topples forward onto me. What now? I spin and cut, pivot and slice and spin. I was supposed to hold on to the weapon until the right moment. They smell kind of like burning fish. Nibbler is still out there somewhere. How am I going to get to him? Something gray and floppy falls out. Intestines. They're going for Pitcher. I don't fucking think so. The handle is wet and getting slippery. I turn. The Queen is straight ahead. The bug in the grass at her feet is in one piece, but dead. She has his necklace disc thing pointed right at me, and a spindly finger from her middle hand pushes a button. Pain so sudden, so severe. I grab my collar to rip the thing off me. Already on my knees, I have no choice but to fling the sword with the little strength I have. It's that or I impale myself. My body makes a sound like a dropped potato when I hit the ground next to Pitcher. Thank God there's nothing dead under me. I try to use the muscles around my mouth to laugh. The Queen clicks and chitters, and it is not the frightened squeaking of the other bugs. My blinks take a very long time. No, Carter, get up! You were winning! The saber I modified rolls slowly across the concrete block in front of me. It changes direction on the pole they tied me to, then finishes rolling over the edge and lands in front of me. So close to my nose I can feel the heat. Chapter 30. Seal. No! My Omega! My sweet! He did so well. For a second I thought there was only a slim chance he convulses with the shock, his head turning left and right, then stopping, staring into me as if he has regained control. The rest of his body flails, but his back remains in a permanent, unnatural arch. His eyes remain open, and they're so wide, so scared. Help me. I'll try, my sweet. I was struck twice with the poisoned tips of the rod. One more and helping him would be impossible. It's happened to me before. But right now I can, with great effort, just manage to lift my arms. Well, one arm, which I sling across him and hold tight. My teeth clench. My tail flops and flings. The rest of me goes rigid, and I'm looking at the sky instead of him. If we die, I'm fine with going together. I just wish it wouldn't take so long, and I hope they don't try to save me. My eyes roll to the side, and the red-topped invader's jaws click over my head as she's looking over the Omega. My vision is going black. You're too late. I can't feel him, but somewhere my Omega knows I'm here for him. I hope I'll get to serve him after death. The Omega bond is supposed to be eternal, but the sky is bright today. Am I? No, it's stopped. This is far too bright and horrible to be death. There's a loud rumbling noise to the side of me. I look there and my mind is blank. All the colours and shapes exist, but I might as well be blind. I can't understand what I'm seeing at first. Pykh crouches over me, his chin red with blood. He reaches for my face and some drips near my eye. I hear movement to my other side, someone gasping as well. The Omega's face appears with his. They look over each other quickly and then turn their attention on me with greater concern. I'm confused. What are you doing? I mumble. The consonants drag and some of the vowel sounds are simply lost. Take him and go. Don't stay here. Pyke's eyes dart up. He stopped listening too soon. His face changes with a snarl into a man I can't recognize. Not even when he was angry, not even when he kept me from helping our cage mate. His eyes go blank with rage. The growl he emits seems to come from everywhere. The Omega falls on top of me, huddled on my chest. I automatically pick up my arm to keep him there, though its own weight is heavy and the muscles seem more like a crude lever poorly operated from my shoulder socket. He searches the Queen's body and uses a key to take off the chain bands on his hands and feet. I try to hold on to him, but the Omega picks himself up easily. I hear Pykh fighting something somewhere, but turning my head from side to side doesn't show me what's happening. The Omega says some soft words and pats the middle of my chest. Not understanding a single one, I know that he's told me, stay here. He looks around at the ground. I know what he's reaching for before he picks it up. My weak grab for his elbow and resulting groan are my way of saying, don't do it. Not for me. Run. The way he smiles makes my arm fall limp. It's not just assuring. It's confident. Gleeful, even. Chapter 31. Carter. This is familiar. Not the part where I'm waving this saber around like a dangerous baton, limbs and head chunks flying everywhere, internal fluid spraying so much it's like a fine mist. I got some in my mouth. Multiple times. And I've come pretty close to chopping off my own feet. That's all new and chaotic. The part that's like déjà vu is how the bugs come at me over and over. They've dropped me to the ground with the collar device a couple of times. I hate to admit it, but I pissed myself. Might have shit myself a little too. I don't know. The difference between the collars and the cattle prods is that the collar effect is over quickly when it's over. You can spring back up and keep fighting. And they can only get one of us at once. I don't know what kind of shit tech this is or where they got it from, but I suspect it isn't new either. The stupid remotes even have to be pointed at us. When I go down, Nibbler shreds whoever fell me. When he goes down, I slice my way there. We have to be careful fighting back to back. His back can stab me, but it works out because he has a habit of dropping to all fours, letting whoever's attacking him impale themselves. He rips apart whoever's at the front, then pulls off and slings whatever's still stuck on his quills. I've had a long enough break in the fight to gawk at this. In fact, after a while I realize the bugs will run past me to get to him. I've got the saber and he's the one they're afraid of. Pretty soon they're only aiming their disc remotes at him. Nibbler can watch his own back, so it becomes my job to spot and take out the boss bugs before they get a line of sight. This is difficult because we're in a fucking open field. And then something jogs my memory so hard I can sense a knot inside my brain. We fought them on the ship. I wasn't the only straggler the escape pods left early. We fought them with guns, but it was just like this, winning at first, then feeling the sweat, the exhaustion. No break in the fight. We can't stay here. I try to get Pitcher on his feet. I accomplish lifting up his arm. Nibbler! I cut down a bug, then two, getting closer to him. Hey, man, listen to me! He pulls some shrieking, thrashing bug off his back, and yellowish fluid gushes from several holes made in it. I am very slow approaching him. Hey, man, how's it going? You see me? Space Marine guns are programmed not to allow friendly fire, but I know to approach carefully here. His snarl seems permanent on his face. His eyes are enraged slits. I can't see him in there anymore. He's gone. Come on, man, you gotta help me. I'm not leaving either of you here. The battle resumes. There's just no fucking end to them. I work my way in front. They're crawling over Pitcher in the back to reach us, and I point, yelling until Nibbler listens to me. Go to him! Help him! He gets the idea too slowly, in my opinion, but we work our way back to our fallen comrade. His tail moves limply, and he's moaning. Up! Look! Listen to me! I grab Pitcher's arm like I'm putting it over my shoulder to help him. Nibbler sees but gets distracted with the battle. I clear what I can and try to communicate again. No, I fight! Thumb in chest, wave saber like a signal flag. You help Pitcher! Point. Point again at him and again at Pitcher. This time he drops, revealing a boss bug behind him. Cussing, I run and leap over his back, stabbing the bug straight through. For no reason, just a reaction, I yank the disc remote off his neck, wrap it around my knuckles, and punch him with it. That hard shell sucks. Like punching a tree. The way Nibbler was splitting them open, I expected him to squish like a watermelon. I settle for cramming the medallion thing into his mouthpieces. Panting, I get up and start my way back to Nibbler. There's a fresh wave charging across the field, and Nibbler is sinking onto his haunches to spring into action. No! Fuck, I'm too hoarse to scream. Running as fast as I can, I barely reach him in time, grabbing a fistful of his hair. That gets his attention. I'm pretty sure I done fucked up. He opens his mouth and roars at me. Then quiets, quickly. And then he's Nibbler again, not some crazed lion. Pitcher! Up! I mimic hauling our buddy off the ground. I make an effort at it, fail, then point at Nibbler. He looks toward the bugs that are nearly here. I've got that! Saber in front of me. I charge forward. Chapter 32. Pykh. I would think, as accustomed as I am to pain of my body and to my soul, that the aches of running would not affect me very much. At first that is true, though carrying Seal's additional weight does slow me down a bit. Just set me down, he says drowsily, many times. I do not spare the breath to answer him. Even my grumble is thought only as my energy is spent pounding my feet against the ground and constantly pumping new air to my chest. I can only do these two things. I cannot even look backwards to see if the masters are catching up to us. And my body hurts. From the inside out, for once, a whole new, terrible kind of pain. How many are there? Even now I'm always asking questions. Seal seems to nag me from within. Barbing would be a different, terrible kind of pain. If they catch us now that we're all alive. Seal trips on a root and brings us to the ground. The Omega is in front leading the way, but pivots at once. While I help Seal untangle his foot, masters nearby that I didn't see are cut up. They were already there. Not the ones chasing us, and they are already dead. I am grateful but unsettled to have the Omega protecting me. If only Seal weren't so heavy, I should be the one doing the killing. No, Pykh, go! He has said more, but I can't be bothered with running and listening to him at the same time. Shut up! I'm burning alive from the inside. My chest is pulsing, heaving, churning. My blood is so hot I could boil. My legs seem distant, unconnected from my body, and I wish that were true. I still feel all their pain, though they seem like separate things, like they'll fail any moment. Somehow I carry Seal, and they carry me. The only thing that keeps me going is the Omega. When I start to slow down, not knowing it, the Omega doubles back and urges me on by grabbing my arm. He tells me something urgent and breathless. You must go on. You are mine, and you're all I have. You must go on. He doesn't speak enough words to be saying that, but imagining that he does gives me strength. We go on. Seal tries to help me as the poison wears off, but his paddling feet can't keep up. Somehow, through the stumbling and the burning, we stay ahead. The test of our strength comes at a steep incline with no visible way around. The Omega is better at this with his light yet strong body. He grabs the stalks and roots of plants to pull himself up. I do the same, only to send loose dirt tumbling down behind me and scramble with useless fistfuls of plant. I have to let Seal go. I do not leave him behind, but I need both my hands to keep from falling down. He has enough of his strength to make slow progress, but we both come to a place near the top where the dirt is loose. We just slide back down to where we were. We must climb, I say, thinking of the trees behind me. Their branches don't connect over this hill, but from one of them we could run and leap. That one, I nod. So much time lost, and they are gaining on us. I can't, he says. The Omega's earnest face looks down at us. You must. It isn't up to you. It isn't up to either of us. If it was, we would all be dead like we planned. Why are we alive? I haven't had time to think about it while I'm just constantly racing ahead, but I know Seal's answer has something to do with the Omega. Like how he makes us run faster and how he currently commands us up this ridge. I'm about to slide down and make for the tree, then I get a good look at Seal. He clings like a weak child, his side in the dirt, his legs limp and unmoving. I've seen this before in slaves driven to exhaustion. In Seal's case it is only the poison, but we don't have the time to let him rest. I might have to leave him. I have the thought, but my body doesn't move. I don't know what to do. I gaze upward for the Omega's instruction. He is my new master. He's gone. I try to hear anything over the sound of my own breath. Crunching leaves. Footsteps. Then the Omega appears with a branch as tall as himself. He lowers it down to us and his voice is firm. He looks a little bit angry and his glare is directly for Seal. Good. That answers that then. Up you go, Seal. Your Omega commands you. I help with what I can. My body shivers and tingles with this unexpected rest, grateful for it. But it comes at the cost of knowing how fast the masters are gaining on us. I will pull him down with me. Stop complaining and do what he says. The Omega's speech is short, barking, with my hands pushing Seal's rump, then his knee, then finally one heel. Seal drags his body onto the ridge. Then it is my turn, and I do not take nearly as long. I finally know what Seal means by the Omega being dominant. He is so small, pretty and delicate, strong and fierce too, I've learned today, but nothing compared to me. Yet I am in his hands as the branch and my feet become the only things supporting me. His way is what keeps me there. His gaze is what orders me to make it. On flat ground again, I haul Seal over my shoulder and bring us both to our feet. A short word from the Omega. Loud, his hand up to get my attention. He is looking over the ridge and not running. I wait. Then slowly I take Seal and myself over to him. We must keep going. The Omega cups his hand over his ear and cocks his head toward the way we came. Listen. We do. The roar from the ship came and ended some time ago, though I'm only realizing it now. There's no scuffling, no branches breaking, no clicking and scratching. The masters in a frenzy can be heard from quite some distance. I did not notice that they went silent because my own breath has been so loud in my ears until now. I don't know what the Omega says next, but he leads the way. Walking. Chapter 33. Seal. 2 days pass, and we do little more than forage for easy things to eat and as much water as we can carry. Our shoulder packs for fruit are watertight, and that first day when we heard many invaders scuffle by, we are grateful for this. We find a river and hide under a rock overhang for a time, having to abandon it when the invaders search close by, then returning. The water and blossoming vilf bushes help disguise our scent, but we have to clean up our tracks. We take turns above the overhang, listening day and night. I get angry when I see my Omega out there alone the first time for his shift. Though I'm tired, I march up the riverbank to take his place. He smiles at me, so friendly, and pushes me back toward our sleeping area. Standing my ground with my considerably greater strength, I do the same to him. He bends easily and takes several steps. This earns me some sharp words and an affronted glare. He pushes me back with more might. It does nothing. Don't you see, this is why I should be the one watching over you. I cross my arms, standing tall and impressive. He glares at me, and I remain resolute. Then he takes a handful of my hair and physically drags me down the riverbank. Besides grabbing his wrist, but not too tightly, and making an unexpected mewling sound, I'm helpless to do anything against him. Not when he uses enough force. simply because I'm not willing to outmatch him. He brings me back to Pykh, who thankfully sleeps well at the moment, and forces me to sit. He retakes his painful hold when I try to stand again. He says some quiet, harsh words, and pats my cheek twice. Then he leaves to resume his post. My tail flicks like mad, and I show my teeth at his back. But eventually I have no choice but to settle. He put me in my place. It bothers me greatly that my Omega is adept at killing and protecting. How long has he been without guardians? What happened to him while he was on his own? I think about it a lot while he and Pykh baby me. They take more shifts. I am left to stand watch while Pykh collects the food and the Omega stoops in the water with a shoulder sack. On the fourth morning, Pykh secures a large fish. He rightly brims with pride, leaping into the air with his tail arched high. He presents it to the Omega on his knees, head bowed. I handle the gutting, gnashing my teeth with envy. Not because the fish is his prize, but because I have been so useless, both in rescuing us and providing for us after. If they would just let me. I am pleased as a puppy with stolen treats when Pykh discovers that the Omega will not keep food for himself, and insists that we all share equal cuts. After ignoring the Omega's obvious cues to share, Pykh leaves the fish strips in his lap and goes to chew on the vilf leaves and roots we've been subsisting on. The Omega drops the fish on the rocks, crosses his arms and turns his head, as if in disgust. Pykh growls, and I'm pleased. "Pick up your piece and eat," I say smugly, tasting my own portion. "You belong to an Omega now." "I am bigger than both of you. I would last days without food and still be stronger too." Oh, yes. My belly fills with a satisfaction sweeter than food. "Since he's gone into one of his stubborn pouts," I say. "Then your Omega will starve alongside you because he refuses to eat unless the food is equally shared." Was he always a generous Omega? They come in all temperaments, but entitlement is a common trait. That's not a bad thing. It's how it's supposed to be. Pykh gives the Omega my clean piece and goes to wash the other ones in the river. He's a grumbly brat, eating with his back to us, and the Omega peers around him now and then to make sure he's actually eating. A different problem bothers me the rest of the day. I bring it up the next night after Pykh catches us another fish. "We can't stay here." Pykh looks up sharply. "From where?" he asks, cocking one ear and then the other. "No, I didn't mean that the invaders are here. I mean that we must move on. We'll try to follow the river as long as we can, but... Why?" I'm still remembering what I can of the jungle and where we must go. As a warrior, I never went this far into enemy territory, but I know their holdouts were where we stopped them from encroaching into the mountains. "What?" I ask blankly, coming out of all that planning. "Why must we move on? I like it where we are." I stare at him. He's crazy. We are naked eating raw fish. Pykh tears a strip from the greater chunk and sucks it into his mouth. "What's wrong with the fish?" Now it occurs to me that Pykh hasn't eaten anything cooked. He's never worn clothes. He doesn't know what a dwelling looks like, so how could he possess the idea that he should live in one? "Is your idea of home a cage?" He glances toward the mountains. I ask the question quietly for my own pondering, but he looks back and answers. "No. Maybe. My idea of home is with you and him. If that is in a cage, then..." He shrugs. then considers the meat in his hands and submissively crawls to the Omega. Poor sweet Pykh, always taking care of us. His generous offer is met with a sharp tone, and the Omega holds his own portion out like he will drop it. I chuckle. Society would have taught Pykh better when he was just a pup, but I think our Omega is up to the task. It is deeply pleasing to see my overgrown, protective lover bent to the will of a slim, pretty thing. I catch myself purring. It has been some time. Stress and exhaustion has been high. If there was ever a day for it, though, it would be these. And tomorrow. As tired as I am, I never thought I'd be alive and free again. The Omega hunkers near the water to wash. He does so every day. I haven't taught Pykh the meaning of the word hygiene, but he's picked up some habits from watching me. We are in the middle of picking and scrubbing and splashing, none of it very effective without soap, when I notice shadows that are too dark on the vine-covered rock cliff in the distance. Pykh, come. Be ready to kill something. I'd prefer it if the Omega stayed where he was and let me go ahead. If I could communicate, I would tell him so. But I also know he is as dangerous as either of us, with the light sword in hand. After he saved us both, I've wondered if he even needs us to guard him out here. Or if, in fact, he is the guardian. Pykh remembers to let the Omega slip ahead of him, following at the rear. He also remembers not to ask unnecessary questions and to keep his gaze turning about, his ears listening. As always, this only took one lesson. I am cautious because our enemy likes caves. They usually travel in a huge herd, but I have seen the occasional scout. They're shaped differently. Their head always low to the ground, and they have many more legs. The scouts are connected to the herd somehow. If you kill a scout, though it will be the only enemy around, the rest will appear with weapons. Pausing to wait several times for a troop of invaders to pass, we reach the cave during late afternoon. Vines have rooted above and below the cave mouth. Dust fills the air as I pull them free. I share a long look with my Omega and use the palm-out gesture for stop. I've been learning some things from him. I would do nothing if he wanted to follow me. That is my place. But I am calmer, and I feel taller when he nods for me to proceed as he watches from where I leave him. Pykh does not need to be told to stay with him. Good. The cave is not empty. Crates marked by my people are stacked in the back. The cave goes on further than I initially thought, and there's a nook in the back stacked with furniture. I almost call to Pykh with excitement. He's never seen these. Cushions and perches. Oh, there's a music instrument. This cave is such a strange find, but I already know why all this is here. First, we fled into caves when the invaders came, which was a huge mistake. We may as well have rounded ourselves up in inescapable nets. Then the caves became the dumping grounds for our treasures. While the foolish, proud ones would stay behind to die with their things, heroes told the survivors to abandon everything except one small pack over their shoulder. They ran with whoever was willing. "It's safe!" I call, returning to the front. "And good news! There is a breeze toward the back. I'll need to make a torch to see with, but I believe a passage was carved out by our ancestors. This is an escape path." "What does that mean?" Pykh asks, ducking inside. The Omega follows with one hand atop his. "It means we will travel through the cliff and come out the other side. We will lose our pursuers." Chapter 34. Carter. I think we found the primitive alien version of an abandoned storage shed. The rooms here are too perfect for this to be a naturally formed cave. There's a winding sort of hall at the back of the main room. The light goes from pretty dark to absolutely fucking blackness of the eternal void in about 4 feet. I inch my big toe into it and assume that Pitcher's new hold on my waist means to turn back. I would have done so anyway. My experience on wild alien planets is not extensive, but I bet all the scariest shit hides in the dark. It's a good thing I've got you guys to look out for me, I say, giving Pitcher a praising pat on the flank. I got you away from the bugs. Now you gotta keep me alive. Pretty soon we need to work out a basic means of communication. Probably a form of syllables and hand motions. We're already getting there out of necessity, but some refinement would help. Not tonight, though. I admire the ceiling overhead, the walls all around me, and the covered entrance. Those vines are a natural, pretty damn good camouflage. Tonight, I sleep. When adrenaline has your asshole puckered for a week straight, sleep is no sleep at all. We've been existing on a weird schedule of 2 hours in the afternoon and maybe 5 at night. That's split 3 ways, only slightly overlapping, so we're each on maybe 3 hours. It's amazing what you can do to survive. I'm just hoping I'm not lured into a false sense of security by the stone walls. Nibbler looks at the crates. I suspect he's waiting for some kind of order from Pitcher, who has become our leader and our guide. I'm completely dependent on him. He's become the most important member of our group. When he picks up a small crate from the top of a stack, we assume it's safe to dig in. These are wooden crates, so they're definitely not stored here by the bugs. I would have preferred otherwise. Besides existing on a day-to-day basis in an alien jungle, we've got one big problem to solve. Well, 2. The little one that's been nagging me is our language barrier. To act as a team, it's got to be fixed. I would trade my left nut for one of those bulky advanced translator chips. The kind our interpersonal communications branch uses to acquire undocumented new languages. Yeah, wishful thinking. Even at a tech market, I'd be out of luck. Those have a strictly military application. The machines aren't expensive or rare. They're just not useful. Not when there's a unified language database. The nanochips implanted in our head will sync with all new languages whenever there's wireless available. Speaking of, our other problem. We've been too damn lucky. As brilliant and sophisticated as our technology is, wireless and Mother Nature don't get along. That's why setting up a temporary base of operations requires spools and spools of wire. For a more permanent base, we might push some satellites into orbit or something, but even those don't see into mountains, into canyons, and clouds fuck them up too. This is why we haven't been killed yet. I'm sure somebody back there was jamming the button every 10 seconds on their remote hoping we'd drop dead. If they get 3 remotes pointed at us, I assume there'd be 3 of us down before we got up to do anything about it. I've been going to sleep each night wondering if they're gonna close the trap. The saber doesn't help when all they would need is a line of sight. I've been eyeballing the collar lock on the back of Pitcher's neck and feeling around my own. Gingerly, since these things could have an automatic kill trigger upon tampering. They're made out of flex metal, a metal fabric type of stuff that's too soft for armor. It's used for kinky outfits and slaves. Pretty durable to avoid wear and tear, and conducive to electric current. The clasp is one solid piece. Or so it seems, with no mechanism, buttons, or keyhole. That can only mean one thing. It'll be an outright bitch to get off. I go digging in the first few crates knowing there's a slim chance of finding anything useful among primitive things. Though I am impressed. For a people who seem to be living in caves, they make some nice stuff. Fabrics that are soft and thin. Jewelry, sparkly and intricate. I hold up some of this and feel the timid burgeoning of tearful hope. These had to be made with tools, some of them precise, perhaps electrical. What are the chances I could find a drill or a bench clamp? I'll have to gamble with the whole tampering kill switch thing. We're going to live in collars for the rest of our life otherwise. We could be dead anyway in that scenario. All it would take is some ship passing overhead that happens to be transmitting the right frequency. Could be 10 years from now, 20, and boom! Lights out. Nibbler and Pitcher help, but their search is far more leisurely and curious. Something about hearing their voices back and forth, all velvet and grumbly, makes me smile. Pitcher seems to be occupied with practical things. Fabrics are wadded and brought to what looks like a large nest for 3 he's making on the floor. Nibbler will pick up one object and just stare at it for a while. One of these is obviously a 3-pronged fork. I'm not so sure what's so fascinating about that. As for me, I'm striking out. The jewelers and builders, whoever the hell carved out the cave for living in, did not leave their tools behind. I find a lot of pots, jars, and a charred metal mesh that could be a grill. But not even so much as pliers, as far as tools go. Hell, I'd take a sturdy chisel at this point. The sun starts going down. Thankfully, it's angled right against our door, but with weakening light. And I don't dare start a fire. My rifling through technique becomes tip the box over and kick the contents around. Pitcher stands nearby with a frown on his face. I guess he doesn't like the lack of respect I show for other people's stuff. I wish I could tell you guys what I'm doing. This is for all of us. I don't mean to break your jewelry, but I've got to. I don't want to die in the morning if the box at the bottom of all this crap could have taken these collars off. He walks away. They're surprisingly good at assuming things, though I doubt he had any idea what I said. I watch him gesture to Nibbler, then pick something up that looks like, well, I don't know what. Some crazy hippie's art project? Yeah, that's the best I got. Pitcher puts this thing over Nibbler's head. A brace of sorts settles around his neck and shoulders. Pitcher seems to adjust it to fit him. What the hell are they doing? I don't stop my game of tip the bucket, but I make sure I'm always facing to watch. This thing has various shaped trinkets strung along metal links that hang down. I told you it was weird. It looks sort of like Nibbler is wearing a bead curtain. Pitcher removes several cones from the neckpiece. These are metal or stone of some kind, and they go on Nibbler's claws like finger puppets. With speaking hand signals and a demonstration, Pitcher instructs Nibbler to tap the beads, most of which are cube, diamond, and disc-shaped. A surprisingly pleasant tingle sound happens. I have no idea what the metals are, but some of them make a rich sound. One is surprisingly loud. Nibbler strikes it once, and we all startle. Thankfully, he never touches it again. I'd have to stop that shit if he did. We're still on the run. Pitcher guides Nibbler's hand in tapping out a simple little beat that they build onto twice, and then Nibbler has a blast inventing his own stuff. He takes extra care to do so quietly. The music is interesting, let's say. Some of it is musical to my ears, and a lot of it just sounds like pebbles tumbling. But I'm digging it for Nibbler's puppy-eyed wonder. Pitcher is smiling too, nuzzling his companion as much as he can without getting in the way. It's adorable how their tails twist up when they're getting all lovey-dovey. Nibbler calls for me, his gaze and voice directed my way. "Look at me! Look what I can do!" is how I imagine the intent. I show him, I smile, and give a big nod. I'm making a huge mess over here. My dread of tipping over the last box and not finding anything useful is pit against the countdown of our sun setting. I see a heavy crate at the top of a stack and send it down with a loud bang. Had they marked this with human words, it would have been labeled plates. The next one, sheets. The next one, beach sand? Explosive powder? What is this stuff? It's like white pellets, perfectly round. I sniff. There's no detectable sulfur or chemical smell. The box is shockingly light. I look around and decide not to dump this one. I've made a big enough mess already. I sweep my foot to clear a spot on the ground for the crate. I meet eyes with Pitcher first, before digging in. He doesn't seem the least bit concerned. Did they really store potting soil or something? Animal feed? I set one globule on my tongue. The texture's like popcorn. The taste is unidentifiable, but bland. Still no reaction from Pitcher, who has seen all this and is still smiling for Nibbler's playing. I go ahead and plunge my hands in. I find something cool to the touch. Heavy and round. It's a figurine. Shaped like a nesting doll made out of dark gray stone. Decorative white lines delineate a figure carved in relief all around. Narrow triangles down the back are quills. On the flat bottom, a tail marked in white makes a neat spiral. Then I turn it to see the front. The best way to describe the figure would be like a squat, round, porcupine alien Buddha, with a large fat cock covering his entire belly, pointed up at a toothy smile. I roll my lips together and grin. It's too cute to toss away. Like a horny, chibi nibbler. I set it by my knees. I'm about to go digging for more amusing treasures when I hear the slightest little tink that's not musical enough to come from Nibbler's chest xylophone. The saber never leaves my side, even though it's a hassle to cart around without the holster. Now it's stuck to the horny Nibbler doll. I pick the doll up and the saber dangles from it. The sun may be going down, but the warm, sweet God rays of miraculous victory glitter all around me. Chapter 35. Pykh. I have discovered the most wonderful thing. My claws create harmony out of nothing. Some of the sounds are harsh and not right, but with a little lead-in, my tapping making its way lower, I can even brush against these and have them fulfill the melody. Try striking this one, Seal says, plucking the chain with one of the odd-shaped pieces. I do, but the sound is disappointing. Nor like this. The tip of his claw grazes along the grooved surface, and he hits it last with a sharp tick. The sound is great. I repeat it several times, getting better with each turn. Strike to tap, strike, tap, tap. This is called a cascade. You only use the two middle chords. He runs his hand from top to bottom, his claws striking pieces in various ways. I try, and I can hear the difference. I can't quite get the blend right. Seal, this is my favourite thing. I'm going to do this every day. Will you show me everything? Please, I promise not to ask too many questions. I reconsider. Unless it's important. He laughs. Nothing would make me happier. But alas, I only know the basic techniques. The euchert takes years to master. You have to be apprenticed and possess a mountain of patience, plus the discipline to stand still. You play for hours, and movement alters the sound. I am apprenticed, I say, assuming this is a trait like patience and discipline. I will practice and put together all the sounds. Seal, how many different things can I play? With all the sounds mashed together, I want to learn them all. He puts an arm around me, chuckling, and licks my nose. I never thought you'd be a musician. They're a skinny bunch. They turn to music because an Omega won't notice them any other way. I pause, playing. So I cannot. No, you can. And you will likely shine like a beacon for being handsome, smart, sensitive, and talented all in one. You might have a hard time finding a master who's willing to play beside you. Again, that word. You told me there are no masters in the mountains, and you tell me there are. Which is it? His tail brushes my leg. Some words have two meanings, and what they say depends on how they're used. A master of our home means someone who knows what they're doing. Remember my story of training to become a warrior under a master at his school? Oh, yeah, I see now. Not quite, I just want to keep playing. I will have to see one of these masters to understand. I pet one of the pretty chains. I had no idea something like this existed. I have sung before, and Seal teaches me new songs now and then, but that is nothing like this. Each sound is just a sound until you put them together. The parts are like words, I realize out loud, touching a bead to examine its shape. They speak together and form meaning. Huh. Poetic. Maybe you're more cut out for artistry than I thought. The Omega knocks some clanging things around in the pile he made. He's gone through the crates like he's searching for something, and now there's things everywhere that I don't know the names of. I don't care as much as I used to. The Euchert is the most marvellous thing from the boxes, I can tell. Though perhaps I should ask Seal to be sure. I start playing again for the Omega, hoping he's impressed. Tap, tap, strike, cascade. He holds something out to me and makes gestures at it. I stop playing. Oh no, Seal says quietly, removing his arm from my hip. No Omega, not here. He holds out his hands and moves them in a warding off gesture. This isn't home. There are safer places than this. I'm going to take us there, but it will be a while. He points towards the door and walks his fingers along his arm. The Omega smiles and pushes up on his feet to kiss him. My stomach burns with jealousy. I have the Euchert. It's obviously magnificent. Why isn't he impressed by it? Then the Omega pushes past him and approaches me with a smile. I instantly feel better. Leaning down for my kiss makes a lovely jingle that I commit to memory. It's not a pattern sound, but I can try to recreate it with my fingers, maybe. A Euchert word to remind me of my Omega's kisses. He tugs on my hair, wanting me lower. He holds up the object he found, which I now see has a likeness to Seal and me. Seal, what is it? Tell him no, Pykh. This is important. Repeat the walking gestures I just showed you, like this. 2 fingers move along his arm. The Omega tugs on my hair. It's pretty clear that he wants me to come down. I only bend one knee and Seal comes between us. Pykh, no! Omega! He starts the gestures again, emphasizing every word. We cannot stay. This is not home. No pups. He crosses his wrists to make an X. We go up the mountain. We walk there many days, then stay. He switches between touching his fingers together to form a mountain shape and showing his walking fingers going up a steep incline. Will playing help? Does the Omega want to stay? I would not mind if only we weren't so close to the masters. The bad kind. Seal, what's going on? What does he want? He sighs. The Omega wants to give you the fertility idol. All right. I assume idol is the figure and hold out my hand. "No, Pykh." He pushes me back. "We're not starting a family here." A family? I like the sound of that. Smaller versions of me playing around the cave. I would hold them in my lap sometimes and teach them about words and songs. I can play the euchre for them. But Seal's right. Not here. It's not safe. The Omega steps around Seal, giving him an irritated glance. "What should I do?" I ask, fiddling with the outer chains. If he thinks I'm playing, then he won't mind that I don't take the idol. This doesn't work. He disrupts my pretend playing by pulling on my elbow. He's insistent. "Seal?" My mate looks suddenly sad. He slouches, his tail limp on the ground, his crest flattened against his head. He's looking at the fertility idol directly, and I feel bad for thinking what I did when I didn't get the Omega's kiss. That was a small thing. Ow! The Omega stomped on my foot with his heel. The euchre jangles as I shuffle backwards, but not too far. He wraps my hair around his fist, starting to look angry about my disobedience. All right. I loudly go to my knees, pulling my head out of the euchre and setting it aside. I watch Seal for some indication of what I should do. He should be the one giving us a family. He is the master of taking care of us. I regret putting on this magnificent discovery and playing it so well. I thought the Omega hadn't noticed, but I must have impressed him. I sit on my ankles. The Omega bends over me, his fingers going into my crest. Oh. His cock. Chapter 36. Carter. All right, now there's a slim chance that this works and saves you. That's what I'm going for. His thick hair obliterates any trace of the clasp in the back. Maybe I should have started with Pitcher, who keeps himself groomed better. But if all this backfires, if I'm making a terrible mistake, well, it has to be one of us. I don't like the decision I'm making. You're gonna be fine, okay? I didn't pull off the luckiest escape in history to end up killing one of my men with a magnet shaped like a horny fat alien. Now just hold still. The quills are the thickest down the center of his back, but the mohawk starts on top of his head. They're pretty scratchy, and up close there's just enough light left to see their scaly texture. Somehow I have to get my hands underneath those. What will I do without him, if it all goes wrong? I don't know. Pitcher still needs my help, of course. Everything should be fine, I say to myself, working my hands carefully into his hair where the clasp should be. The magnet is a slim chance anyway. It's not a bad guess, though. We use magnets in all kinds of locks and doors. They're useful in 0G if you don't want your shit floating everywhere, you know? For being all weird and stubborn before, not wanting me to interrupt their little song and dance, he's super still now. I give him a good scratch behind the ear for obedience, and he sighs. Crazy as it sounds, you guys are my best friends. If anything happens to you, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, Nibbler breathes, and I feel his breath gusting over my junk. How did I not realize what this looks like? And how is Nibbler doing with my wang right up in his face? I take a big step back, and he follows, dropping onto his hands, his tail slinking behind him, the tufted end flicking like a wicked cat's. His eyes are lidded and hungry. He doesn't stop until he's right up in my crotch again, nuzzling with his nose. His tongue slips out for a lick. I recognize this. It's the same sort of thing Pitcher did to me that morning before the two of them started fucking. I block my junk with my hands and look at Pitcher. Hey, do you want to, satisfy your friend? Pitcher puts his back to me, but I catch his expression before he turns away. He's frowning, his eyes downcast and his tail lifeless on the floor. Tail activity is like a meter to their thoughts, I've found. Nibbler has all his quills down, blending into his hair. Submission. I saw the same thing on Pitcher when Nibbler was fucking his ass. All right, it's been a while for you guys, hasn't it? Nibbler's hot breath is getting me hard, but he's not going after what he wants. He just watches me, with the most pleading puppy eyes I've ever seen. And Pitcher is feeling left out. Focus, Space Marine, you shithead. Business first. I'm not about to get a BJ from a man I can't save. Reaching under his neck, I grab the slave collar and start turning it so that the clasp will be in front. Setting Chibi Nibbler's feet against the thing doesn't result in catastrophe or death. It was a slim chance, like I said, but now I can breathe easy. And I eye Nibbler's mouth, wondering, should I? I can't think of a single thing that's stopping me. Nibbler's mouth opens, his eyes closing, his tongue reaching forward for its target. Nuh-uh, not yet. I'm gonna play with this first. Thank God I still have him by the collar. I don't think he would have noticed a half-hearted push on his shoulders. I hunker down to get a better look at this clasp thing, holding him firm even when he tries to pull away. He lets out a whine. Grumbling, but mewling, it's like nothing I've heard before, and the sound makes me chuckle. Give me a minute. I feel something click inside the collar. But when I pull, nothing. Placing the chibi doll in different locations, feeling that click, tells me it's a 3-point magnetic lock of some kind. It needs a specifically shaped key. If I place the doll like it's trying to hump the clasp, Nibbler yowls, this time showing teeth. He doesn't pull on my grasp, though. He's holding in place, his spine's down, his tail flicking, but lowered. Pitcher says something short to him. Patience, big guy. I've almost... Man, if Chibi Nibbler just had a flatter dick, or maybe a wider one. I hate to think that we're just 1 millimeter of girth away from satisfying a very picky lock. The click is audible this time, and the collar dangles free. 2 ends liberated. Hell yeah! I shout, lifting Chibi Nibbler victoriously, the strip of flexi chain swinging off his dick. Nibbler touches his throat, his hungry expression replaced by surprise. There's a stripe on his neck now, the suede fur having rubbed away, the skin bare and never touched by the sun. Bet that feels nice, huh? I say, grabbing his shoulders and giving him a big kiss. Hell, why not? I go for his mouth, too. I linger there, taking longer than I planned. His tongue pushes against my lips, and I let him in. We moan. Behind me, I hear Pitcher moving his feet. I open my eyes, looking backwards without turning my head. Pitcher's breathing is even heavier than before, his posture low, his arms wrapped around his middle. I've never seen him so sad. I break away. Pitcher, here, now. Learning their real names has really been on my list for a while, but I'm okay with letting it slide another day. Victory celebration comes first. Oh yeah, and I should finish taking our collars off. You're next. I wave the chibi doll. With a big sigh, he lets his arms down and comes to me. Oh, you think I'm forgetting you, huh? You think I'm gonna play favorites. I kiss him first. My arms go up to rest on his shoulders, my fingers doing their job on his collar while my mouth moves against him. Their tongues are kind of big, so I figure out that it's best to just keep my mouth open and let him do the licking. I swallow a lot of his saliva and tongue. Working blind takes longer, and I'm not too bothered by it. Nibbler scoots up behind me and nudges his hot pink meat on my ass crack. Am I really going to? With both of them? Can I think of a reason why I shouldn't? Good point. Panting, I break free of the kiss to see what I'm doing before it's too dark out. Pitcher, do you even care if you get free? He seems far more concerned with getting his head lower to suck my cock. His tongue dabbles on the tip. I don't know when it happened, but I seem to have 2 alien boyfriends who want to give me head. Go me. Chuckling to myself, I get the collar free just in time. Pitcher doesn't touch his throat. He doesn't utter some words that ought to mean thank you. He doesn't take his eyes off me. I hold up the collar to show him, and he hauls me a short ways to the nest of sheets he built. Nibbler growls like someone took his toy away. His cock glistens, and now I notice that the top of my ass is slick. Hell, I'm about to say fuck it and get laid. And they gaze at me like predators, going to all fours around the edge of my nest, their tails curling and flicking. The sound emitting from their chest is one I haven't heard in a while. They purr. I just have to get myself free, then... Surely this is more important. This is survival. I don't know, they don't seem to care. I fumble, squishing Chibi Nibbler's penis up to my neck, and my cat-like men fixate on my shaft. The nest is like a bowl, and I am the cream. I smash the Chibi into the clasp, wiggling him. This isn't fair. You guys are jerks. Yet I make sure to hold still for them, anticipation curling my toes. Both of their mouths come over my cock like they're tasting my heat. Their tongues are drawn out, their nostrils widening with their sniffing. A bead of pre-cum emerges on my tip. Both tongues meet for it, dueling the slit. I have to pull back. My fingers come loose, and I nearly let the Chibi Nibbler roll off to God knows where. Thankfully, I have some synapses intact. They're wrangled for all they've got to get the damn Chibi Nibbler facing the right way and fucking the lock. They have to share me. Nibbler goes first, dribbling saliva onto my shaft, then lowering his dangerously pointed teeth. He has enough sense to wrap his lips around them first. The last half of his tail wags, flopping back and forth, smacking the ground audibly each time and stirring up little dust puffs. So I think he's happy. Pitcher nuzzles my stomach like a good cat. I try to scratch him with one hand. It doesn't last long. He is pretty rude about pulling Nibbler off his treat with a hand atop his head. Nibbler's tongue strains for me, and I shiver. I can't really remember what I'm doing with the figurine, but somehow I'm still holding on to it. Come on, I hear myself saying, wanting Pitcher to take his share. He looks at me as he goes down. His purr grows louder and stronger. Oh, fuck. Before the Chibi falls from my fingers, forgotten, I hear that little click that says I'm free. I don't care enough anymore to pull the collar away from my neck. It slides to my shoulder, and somewhere as I sit up, scratching my fingernails along the back of Pitcher's shoulders. Nibbler emits a jealous growl, butting his head into my lap. I give him a scruff, and then use a few gentle, then not gentle tugs to urge Pitcher to share. They switch off. Yeah, having 2 alien boyfriends isn't going to be a problem. Chapter 37. Pykh. His cock is tangy, little and pert, standing up eagerly for my mouth, with no knot at the base so I can suck him all the way down. I just have to be careful about my teeth. He's too precious to let them anywhere near the soft yet firm skin. I keep my lips pulled over the points and use my throat and tongue to squeeze, to sweetly caress. Seal's nose budges my chin. The Omega's scent makes me hungry in the center of my gut, lower than my stomach. My cock is fully engorged and weeping for a warm, tight space, but for once he will have to go without. My Omega tastes like the most delicious salt. Hot, bitter, and the scent of his groin makes my head swim. Seal growls. I ignore him. Just a little more. He's going to spurt, and I want his fluid inside of me. I want to look at him with the juice still on my lips so he can see how much I like it, how right it is. And then he'll let me do this every day as much as I want. A hand twists tightly in my hair and yanks up, causing me pain. I have no words for how irritated I am. I've forgotten them all. So I snarl at him, expecting Seal to give me back my snack. Instead, my cage mate, just mate now, snarls back. Greedy, stingy, ungrateful, spoiled Pykh. He hisses in my face. Our noses together, our claws shown but not striking. Yet, no! Shh! The Omega comes between us, fluttering his hands about. I swat them away and lower my head, going back for my prize. So little. Cute and plump and juicy. I don't care that my cock feels so heavy it might start to hurt. I'm going to make him spurt in my mouth, down my throat. Then I'm going to... He shoves on my shoulders, then pushes my forehead back when that doesn't work. My tongue was lapping up sticky, yummy salt, but now licks at the air, straining and coiling for his plump tip. The Omega says something stern, then swats me on the nose. First I want to growl, but I see his unhappy eyes. He doesn't like me. I make a begging, sorry sound, lowering my head to his knees, swishing my tongue around in my mouth, swallowing the lingering essence of him I can't stand not to lick. So I taste the underside of his knee, whining. Seal, the greedy jerk, lifts his head off the Omega's cock and says back at me with a smug tone, "He doesn't want just you. You have to learn to share, or he will give you nothing at all." Then the self-righteous bully goes back to sucking in my place, his tail making a lazy swish. "You better not make him finish," I growl, "or I'm never sharing with you again." He answers by flicking his tuft near my face. I'm not in the mood to be teased, and I want to use my claws on him. But then his tail base lifts up for me, and my pent-up breath rushes out of me. It is a sight that almost can't be refused in my state. His tail smacks my thigh, taunting me with his warm heat in full view. Now I remember that Seal is my mate. My loyal lover. Of course I will share the Omega with him, but he had better save the finish for me. I have waited so long. I position myself behind him. The Omega, sitting up, supported by one hand behind, gives Seal head pets while panting with his mouth open and his gaze unfocused. How fun to see such a pretty creature come undone. There has to be lots of times after this. There's so much of him I have to play with, every day, just like the Euchert. I push into Seal. With none of the slowness and teasing I usually offer, he's getting enough pleasure already. "Make sure you save some for me." I grab into his hair, and I am not gentle. It's a good thing he has his crest lowered and submissive for me, or I would bite. "You can have his juices next time. Save the best part for me." He continues purring loudly. The Omega is close. His head falls to one side and his eyes shut. I slam into Seal, and it doesn't take long. Juices spill everywhere, leaking out of his tight hole. The tremors of finishing still twitch in my cock as I pull out. I'm not going to knot him. Out of my way! I'm prepared to physically pull him off as he did to me, but Seal gives up his turn with his crest still flat. Good submissive. Once again I settle in to enjoy my treat. He fits so perfectly in my mouth. The Omega and I will bring you to heel, Seal says behind me, and I do not pay much attention to him. I don't even care that I'm not sure about the word heel. Is he talking about my foot? Who cares? I'm going to get this little cock to spurt and twitch. I'll hear the Omega moan, or gasp, or whine, or whatever he does when he finishes. His first time with us will be with me, in my mouth. I'll suck his little cock so much it'll mostly be mine. My purr rumbles out of me. My tail wags so enthusiastically that Seal has to grab the base and pull it up to get to my heat. "I'm going to love disciplining you," he says. "I know the Omega won't mind." Discipline? I'm getting everything I want. He pushes into me, making my muscles tighten on him. It aches some, but I'm feeling too good to care. I can handle his size and thrust with focused relaxing. Then his tail smacks me hard on my thigh, and I let up from the Omega's little cock with a yowl. "Manners, Pykh. You will share with equal terms." His tail snaps, striking across my rump this time. The Omega will tell you how he wants to finish, and who he's giving his juices to. Not you. Another smack on my rump. My cock twitches, though it's not full anymore, and my knot in the empty air is unsatisfying. "Seal, enough!" He smacks me. "You will accept your scolding. The Omega decides when you've learned your lesson." I growl lowly. He wants to make me feel bad for having the Omega first. Not likely. Let him smack me. It doesn't hurt anyway. It's just annoying. I fasten my lips around the Omega's cock. He has such a surprised face, watching Seal's treatment, but that will go away soon. Seal continues to thrust hard and smack me frequently. It makes my rump ticklish, tingling and pleasant. I'll show him I don't care. He can beat me all he likes, all day in fact. I'll have the little cock to myself always, if this is the cost. I don't slurp and lick any more. The tasting part is over. Now I want his juices, and I wrap my long tongue around the little firm meat, squeezing as hard as I can, pulling to the tip. I suck hard, my nose against his curly hair at the base, inhaling against his skin. My throat wants to tighten on impulse, but I coax it to be still. Seal's smacking helps. It's a distraction. I clench my muscles tight around him the way he likes, and he makes a surprised grunt. That'll show him. His cock spurts inside me, and now my insides are wet. He pushes himself deep as the Omega does the same in my mouth, letting his juices go. He shoots much less, but extra tasty and enough to fill my throat for several swallows. For a long time, it's my job not to move. Even though my knees hurt some from being on the ground for so long, I have to stay still and open for Seal's knot. The little cock stays firm in my mouth, and when the Omega tries to push me back, I growl from my throat. After that, he lets me stay. I like how it fits. My tail wags, and I'm happy not to move for a long time. Chapter 38. Seal. I look out over the river, wishing it wasn't quite so loud. I left the most perfect scene inside the cave so many hours ago, and I have to keep them safe. In his sleep, the Omega twisted up in so much of the clothing I put on the floor, I imagine he's dreaming of being decked in finery again. I'm going to give him that. But I don't dare make the mistake of thinking we're safe now. The mountains in the distance are smaller than my hand. I think the season will change before we get there, and I have no way of knowing what's between us and our destination. I want to move for a closer battalion. I know everyone there, and my people will move the Omega to safety. But that was years ago. What if they aren't there? They could have moved on. Or they could be dead. The jungle thins out to nothing but grass in that direction. We'll have nothing to eat but whatever we bring with us for a week as we trek through the area my people call the Muds. It'll be a lot of work, for possibly no benefit. The invaders do not care for that place. But what if they change their minds? What if everything's changed? It might be better to go straight for the only place I know is safe. The stronghold at the start of a narrow mountain path. They will come out to greet us the moment we come in sight of the towers. The rustling of leaves makes my crest come up, and I lower my body. But it's only Pykh emerging from the cave. He scratches his chest and looks around. I smirk a little, since he doesn't find me. I haven't used my camouflage training for a long time. "Here, Pykh," I call softly. "Oh!" He's about to bound over to me. I can tell by the set of his legs and the arch of his tail. Then he remembers the danger we're in, and what I've taught him. Carefully, he picks through the leaves to get to me. "Is it safe? Have you seen anything?" "Nothing at all. It is troubling. But do they chase down escaped slaves? And if so, with what kind of tenacity? Something tells me we're not important enough for them to want us back. Pykh knows more about the invaders' minds than I do." "Do you think they're still looking?" I ask. "Or would they just replace us and move on?" "They will still look." Pykh settles in beside me and then shakes off the morning dew. Once I was dry, and now I am damp. "Only small groups will hunt us, though," he says, oblivious to my frown. "If they catch us, they get to do whatever they want with us, which means they will barb us until we die." "Barb. You talk about that sometimes. Tell me about it." He plucks a weed flower, no doubt a present for the Omega later. His tone is rather cheerful and absent as he explains. "It's what they wanted to do to the Omega the day we escaped. It's when they mate you with their stinger, and then that stinger has stingers, and it's really long and pushes really far into—" "Stop!" I press my palm over his mouth. I just stare at him. "Oh," he says when my hand lowers, looking sheepish. "I wasn't going to tell you. That's what barbing is. That's what happened to... never mind." For a long time we don't speak. He twists the flower stem in his fingers, looking away. I kind of wish he hadn't told me. I remember his screams. His name and face are too painful right now. My body trembles, and I can't remember the hunger that bothered me mildly before. That's what they were going to do that day. He nods. It's a good thing he didn't tell me then. I would not have risked letting my Omega live if I had known. In fact, I would have killed him outright, as soon as we were out of sight from Pykh, in the trees. We wouldn't have made it to the animals. I would have had all the motivation I needed to overcome my hesitation. How strange to think of how close he's come to dying, by both the invaders and from ourselves. What a blessing that he will never know. But he isn't safe yet. Pykh, we can never risk that happening to him. So if there is a fight, only one of us can be involved. The other is to take the Omega and run toward the mountains. Hopefully we will both survive and find each other. Someday. Never slow down. You keep traveling to the mountains and look after him. And if you become trapped at any time, do not worry. His tail end finds mine, tangling. I've already thought of it. The masters cannot have him. I will protect him with my heart. I huff. What a loving way to say that he will slaughter his Omega for a merciful death. But Pykh doesn't seem bothered. I've long suspected that he's wiser than myself. So if the first bad thing should happen, the Omega will be in good hands. You told me at the right time. I put my arm around him. Thank you, Pykh. He licks my nose. I'm sorry I didn't share the Omega more. He says, You can suck his cock when he wakes up, if you like. I promise I won't get in the way. Maybe he'll sit up so you can have the front and I'll lick his backside, do you think? Maybe he's never had that position before. We should show him. Just talking about it makes me want to touch myself and get started now. With him here in the bushes. Oh, Pykh. I fake exasperation. How are we going to get anywhere if you don't let us keep our energy? We can't milk the Omega dry and then expect him to walk miles across the jungle. You can't do it to me either. I'm old. What is milk? I explain. He says, Then that is exactly what we shall do. Because every day without the masters is precious. I plan to enjoy every single morning. With both of you. This concludes Human Omega, Discovered on the Slave Planet, by Eileen Glass. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2018 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
to my shoulder and somewhere as I sit up, scratching my fingernails along the back of Pitcher's shoulders. Nibbler emits a jealous growl, butting his head into my lap. I give him a scruff and then use a few gentle, then not gentle tugs to urge Pitcher to share. They switch off. Yeah, having 2 alien boyfriends isn't going to be a problem. Chapter 37. Pykh. His cock is tangy, little and pert, standing up eagerly for my mouth, with no knot at the base so I can suck him all the way down. I just have to be careful about my teeth. He's too precious to let them anywhere near the soft yet firm skin. I keep my lips pulled over the points and use my throat and tongue to squeeze, to sweetly caress. Seal's nose budges my chin. The Omega's scent makes me hungry in the center of my gut, lower than my stomach. My cock is fully engorged and weeping for a warm, tight space, but for once he will have to go without. My Omega tastes like the most delicious salt. Hot, bitter, and the scent of his groin makes my head swim. Seal growls. I ignore him. Just a little more. He's going to spurt, and I want his fluid inside of me. I want to look at him with the juice still on my lips so he can see how much I like it, how right it is. And then he'll let me do this every day, as much as I want. A hand twists tightly in my hair and yanks up, causing me pain. I have no words for how irritated I am. I've forgotten them all. So I snarl at him, expecting Seal to give me back my snack. Instead, my cage mate, just mate now, snarls back. Greedy, stingy, ungrateful, spoiled Pykh. He hisses in my face. Our noses together, our claws shown but not striking. Yet, no, shh! The Omega comes between us, fluttering his hands about. I swat them away and lower my head, going back for my prize. So little. Cute and plump and juicy. I don't care that my cock feels so heavy it might start to hurt. I'm going to make him spurt in my mouth, down my throat. Then I'm going to... He shoves on my shoulders, then pushes my forehead back when that doesn't work. My tongue was lapping up sticky, yummy salt, but now licks at the air, straining and coiling for his plump tip. The Omega says something stern, then swats me on the nose. First I want to growl, but I see his unhappy eyes. He doesn't like me. I make a begging, sorry sound, lowering my head to his knees, swishing my tongue around in my mouth, swallowing the lingering essence of him I can't stand not to lick. So I taste the underside of his knee, whining. Seal, the greedy jerk, lifts his head off the Omega's cock and says back at me with a smug tone, "He doesn't want just you. You have to learn to share, or he will give you nothing at all." Then the self-righteous bully goes back to sucking in my place, his tail making a lazy swish. "You better not make him finish," I growl, "or I'm never sharing with you again." He answers by flicking his tuft near my face. I'm not in the mood to be teased, and I want to use my claws on him. But then his tail base lifts up for me, and my pent-up breath rushes out of me. It is a sight that almost can't be refused in my state. His tail smacks my thigh, taunting me with his warm heat in full view. Now I remember that Seal is my mate. My loyal lover. Of course I will share the Omega with him, but he had better save the finish for me. I have waited so long. I position myself behind him. The Omega, sitting up, supported by one hand behind, gives Seal head pets while panting with his mouth open and his gaze unfocused. How fun to see such a pretty creature come undone. There has to be lots of times after this. There's so much of him I have to play with, every day, just like the Euchert. I push into Seal. With none of the slowness and teasing I usually offer, he's getting enough pleasure already. Make sure you save some for me. I grab into his hair, and I am not gentle. It's a good thing he has his crest lowered and submissive for me, or I would bite. You can have his juices next time. Save the best part for me. He continues, purring loudly. The Omega is close. His head falls to one side and his eyes shut. I slam into Seal, and it doesn't take long. Juices spill everywhere, leaking out of his tight hole. The tremors of finishing still twitch in my cock as I pull out. I'm not going to knot him. Out of my way! I'm prepared to physically pull him off as he did to me, but Seal gives up his turn with his crest still flat. Good submissive. Once again I settle in to enjoy my treat. He fits so perfectly in my mouth. The Omega and I will bring you to heel. Seal says behind me, and I do not pay much attention to him. I don't even care that I'm not sure about the word heel. Is he talking about my foot? Who cares? I'm going to get this little cock to spurt and twitch. I'll hear the Omega moan, or gasp, or whine, or whatever he does when he finishes. His first time with us will be with me, in my mouth. I'll suck his little cock so much it'll mostly be mine. My purr rumbles out of me. My tail wags so enthusiastically that Seal has to grab the base and pull it up to get to my heat. I'm going to love disciplining you, he says. I know the Omega won't mind. Discipline? I'm getting everything I want. He pushes into me, making my muscles tighten on him. It aches some, but I'm feeling too good to care. I can handle his size and thrust with focused relaxing. Then his tail smacks me hard on my thigh, and I let up from the Omega's little cock with a yowl. Manners, Pykh. You will share with equal turns. His tail snaps, striking across my rump this time. The Omega will tell you how he wants to finish, and who he's giving his juices to. Not you. Another smack on my rump. My cock twitches, though it's not full anymore, and my knot in the empty air is unsatisfying. Seal, enough! He smacks me. You will accept your scolding. The Omega decides when you've learned your lesson. I growl lowly. He wants to make me feel bad for having the Omega first. Not likely. Let him smack me. It doesn't hurt anyway. It's just annoying. I fasten my lips around the Omega's cock. He has such a surprised face, watching Seal's treatment, but that will go away soon. Seal continues to thrust hard and smack me frequently. It makes my rump ticklish, tingling and pleasant. I'll show him I don't care. He can beat me all he likes, all day in fact. I'll have the little cock to myself always, if this is the cost. I don't slurp and lick any more. The tasting part is over. Now I want his juices. And I wrap my long tongue around the little firm meat, squeezing as hard as I can, pulling to the tip. I suck hard, my nose against his curly hair at the base. Inhaling against his skin, my throat wants to tighten on impulse, but I coax it to be still. Seal's smacking helps. It's a distraction. I clench my muscles tight around him the way he likes, and he makes a surprised grunt. That'll show him. His cock spurts inside me, and now my insides are wet. He pushes himself deep as the Omega does the same in my mouth, letting his juices go. He shoots much less, but extra tasty and enough to fill my throat for several swallows. For a long time, it's my job not to move. Even though my knees hurt some from being on the ground for so long, I have to stay still and open for Seal's knot. The little cock stays firm in my mouth, and when the Omega tries to push me back, I growl from my throat. After that, he lets me stay. I like how it fits. My tail wags, and I'm happy not to move for a long time. Chapter 38. Seal. I look out over the river, wishing it wasn't quite so loud. I left the most perfect scene inside the cave so many hours ago, and I have to keep them safe. In his sleep, the Omega twisted up in so much of the clothing I put on the floor, I imagine he's dreaming of being decked in finery again. I'm going to give him that. But I don't dare make the mistake of thinking we're safe now. The mountains in the distance are smaller than my hand. I think the season will change before we get there, and I have no way of knowing what's between us and our destination. I want to move for a closer battalion. I know everyone there, and my people will move the Omega to safety. But that was years ago. What if they aren't there? They could have moved on. Or they could be dead. The jungle thins out to nothing but grass in that direction. We'll have nothing to eat but whatever we bring with us for a week as we trek through the area my people call the Muds. It'll be a lot of work, for possibly no benefit. The invaders do not care for that place. But what if they change their minds? What if everything's changed? It might be better to go straight for the only place I know is safe. The stronghold at the start of a narrow mountain path. They will come out to greet us the moment we come in sight of the towers. The rustling of leaves makes my crest come up, and I lower my body. But it's only Pykh emerging from the cave. He scratches his chest and looks around. I smirk a little, since he doesn't find me. I haven't used my camouflage training for a long time. "Here, Pykh," I call softly. "Oh!" He's about to bound over to me. I can tell by the set of his legs and the arch of his tail. Then he remembers the danger we're in, and what I've taught him. Carefully, he picks through the leaves to get to me. "Is it safe? Have you seen anything?" "Nothing at all." It is troubling. But do they chase down escaped slaves? And if so, with what kind of tenacity? Something tells me we're not important enough for them to want us back. Pykh knows more about the invaders' minds than I do. "Do you think they're still looking?" I ask. "Or would they just replace us and move on?" "They will still look." Pykh settles in beside me and then shakes off the morning dew. Once I was dry, and now I am damp. "Only small groups will hunt us, though," he says, oblivious to my frown. "If they catch us, they get to do whatever they want with us, which means they will barb us until we die." Barb. You talk about that sometimes. Tell me about it. He plucks a weed flower, no doubt a present for the Omega later. His tone is rather cheerful and absent as he explains. "It's what they wanted to do to the Omega the day we escaped. It's when they mate you with their stinger, and then that stinger has stingers, and it's really long and pushes really far into—" "Stop!" I press my palm over his mouth. I just stare at him. "Oh," he says when my hand lowers, looking sheepish. "I wasn't going to tell you. That's what barbing is. That's what happened to... never mind." For a long time we don't speak. He twists the flower stem in his fingers, looking away. I kind of wish he hadn't told me. I remember his screams. His name and face are too painful right now. My body trembles, and I can't remember the hunger that bothered me mildly before. That's what they were going to do that day. He nods. It's a good thing he didn't tell me then. I would not have risked letting my Omega live if I had known. In fact, I would have killed him outright, as soon as we were out of sight from Pykh, in the trees. We wouldn't have made it to the animals. I would have had all the motivation I needed to overcome my hesitation. How strange to think of how close he's come to dying, by both the invaders and from ourselves. What a blessing that he will never know. But he isn't safe yet. Pykh, we can never risk that happening to him. So if there is a fight, only one of us can be involved. The other is to take the Omega and run toward the mountains. Hopefully we will both survive and find each other. Someday. Never slow down. You keep traveling to the mountains and look after him. And if you become trapped at any time, do not worry. His tail end finds mine, tangling. I've already thought of it. The masters cannot have him. I will protect him with my heart. Aye, Huff. What a loving way to say that he will slaughter his Omega for a merciful death. But Pykh doesn't seem bothered. I've long suspected that he's wiser than myself. So if the first bad thing should happen, the Omega will be in good hands. You told me at the right time. I put my arm around him. Thank you, Pykh. He licks my nose. I'm sorry I didn't share the Omega more, he says. You can suck his cock when he wakes up, if you like. I promise I won't get in the way. Maybe he'll sit up so you can have the front and I'll lick his backside, do you think? Maybe he's never had that position before. We should show him. Just talking about it makes me want to touch myself and get started now. With him here in the bushes. Oh, Pykh. I fake exasperation. How are we going to get anywhere if you don't let us keep our energy? We can't milk the Omega dry and then expect him to walk miles across the jungle. You can't do it to me either. I'm old. What is milk? I explain. He says, then that is exactly what we shall do. Because every day without the masters is precious. I plan to enjoy every single morning with both of you. This concludes Human Omega, discovered on the Slave Planet by Eileen Glass. Narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2018 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.